Welcome. Hello. Greetings. How you doing? Thanks for tuning in to more Ace Attorney. How you doing? Hope everyone's doing good. Welcome. Where were you? This is the music that plays when I'm sad. Brings a tear to your eye. Oh, hi, welcome. How you doing? We're gonna get back. We're gonna get back to it. Getting back to it. We're in case 5. Case 5, the 5-inning. Is someone torturing a theremin? They're torturing a slide guitar. That's what they're doing. Hope everyone's doing good. Thanks for coming by. We're gonna get going. We're some percentage of the way through case 5. I wouldn't dare say half. I have no idea. Just from what people have said, it's probably got quite a bit left to do. But we're going back to Korain. We're going back to Korain. We gotta go back. Case 5, right? Yeah. What happened to Discord? Oh yeah, Discord's having a little bit of an explode right now. So things are not working. So if anyone's reliant on the Discord to find out when I stream, because I'm never on time, RIP. Also, I was gonna yell about the December highlights being out as of today. So you should go watch those. It's 2 hours of shenanigans by Gam. Thank you. You should go watch them. They're on the VOD channel. And I normally go about that, but you know, it's fine. Not enough. I mean, there's a lot. Discord's back now, but looks awful. New UI is gross. Wait, is that actually real? Did they change things? Is it work? Is it work now? Oh, maybe it worked now. There we go. Let me ping the server. Hooray! Okay. Anyway, hi. I tried to send the where you were Discord was killed. It literally didn't send. That's why I was red. Anyway, let's get going. We got a lot of cases to get through. Discord's renaming tweets to posts. God. I mentioned the December highlights are out. Other thing, unrelated to that, good thing. Whenever I doodle and I make scribbly arts for the internet, I have a special brush that I use, and people are like, I want that brush, and I'm like, great, here's the link. And some years ago, the link disappeared, and the person that originally uploaded it seemed to have deleted their DeviantArt account or something. And I didn't feel good re-uploading it myself, because that seems bad. And fast forward to last summer. I've been very bad about this process and being slow to respond. But last summer, I was reached out to by Jugum the Puppet, who said, hey, I make brushes for myself and others and do art and stuff. Would you like me to basically recreate your brush from scratch so people can use it? And I was like, yeah. So just to show what it looks like, this is a little test I did. The top brush is quote-unquote my brush, the old brush I've been using for years and years and years. The bottom brush is the new one that Jugum the Puppet made that you can now download and use, assuming you can use a .abr file. So if you do the !brushes or !brush, or it's probably those two, there's a link to a Google Drive. There's a zip file. All that's in the zip, I just wanted to bundle the credits with it. So it has the .abr file, as well as the just the little txt file with some credits and links to Jugum the Puppet stuff. So you can go check them out. There's no brushel. What do they mean? It's just I wanted to try different things in Scribblies. Steal it by all means. It is insane how accurate it is to the brush. I was like, do you want like samples? And they were like, just like click around a few times to send it over. And I was like, here you go. And they were like, all right. I was like, what the fuck? So I feel completely in the right being like, go ahead and download this, use it. Obviously don't sell it, don't claim credit yourself, but you can use it for whatever you want. Shout outs to them. There's links to their Bisky and their Tumblr in the download if you check it out. And if you use anything with it, I hope you have fun with it. It's a fun scribbly brush. So this music is relaxing. Anyway, I wanted to yell about that, and I will be yelling. Can CSP use this brush? I don't know. I know from experience, some people tried using the old brush I've been using in Clip Studio and had varying degrees of success. If anyone wants to try it, by all means, report back. Let me know if it works. I don't know anything. I've used Clip Studio once, and I was like, I've been wrangling Photoshop for a long time. I started using it as an image editor, only started using it as an art program much, much later. So I kind of know how to use it, and I'm old and tired and don't like learning new tricks. I should. I should get off of Adobe, because they're just continually getting shitified, but it's fine. I can draw an official Puppet Berry homunculus. You sure can. I hope you do. Thank you. Report back after work. Yeah, best of luck. I can share a funny Ace Attorney YouTube video. I mean, you don't need a permit to share YouTube links. YouTube and Twitch links you can just toss in the chat. I'm not gonna watch it on stream though. I just generally don't watch YouTube videos on stream. Although now that I have seen the clown, Disgraced Attorney by Speedaroo. Nice. I'll give this a watch later. Oh, I've seen GIFs of this. This art looks very familiar. I'll have to watch it later. Speaking of the clown, I also wanted to quickly... I mean, we're gonna get into the game very shortly. So I posted the VODs on the VOD channel. I keep an eye on it, make sure nothing's exploding and stuff like that. Whenever you log into YouTube, anyone that has a YouTube channel knows this. YouTube added, years and years ago, this thing that I love to hate, where the first thing they show you in this giant, like, panel in the dashboard is your most recent video compared to your previous 10 videos as a ranking. So if a video is popping off, it'll be like, oh, it's number 1 out of 10. It's the best within the first, you know, however long it's been since it's published. First half an hour, first 5 hours. Thank you. Thank you, Grizz Hoot. Hope you had a good stream. Thanks for the We're just getting started over here. We're gonna do some Ace Attorney. We're deep into case 5 of this game. If that means anything to you. Welcome. Brush School just tested it works. Nice. Hell yeah. Glad to hear it. Thank you. Anyway, I love Sonic Adventure music. Yeah, so YouTube likes to show you, here's how your most recent video did. Which, yeah, if it's popping up, it's great. It has like a little confetti and stuff, but it's like, this video is performing 10 out of the last 10 videos. It's 10th. It's just like, oh. But anyway, normally, you know, I'm not like chasing banger numbers with the VOD channel. It's just crazy that anyone actually likes watching them, and I appreciate having the archive myself. And I like that people watch them and enjoy them. But whenever I play a long series, multiple streams of the same game, by its very nature, it'll be reduced views on each video. Sometimes the finale, the final stream will have like an uptick, but like people are watching them in order, right? They're not watching them out of order. Except it seems if you put clown boobs in the thumbnail, then people are like, yes, please, I'm gonna click on this more than almost any other recent stream. Which... I was genuinely surprised when I opened up YouTube, and I was like, yeah, of course I put her in the thumbnail knowing what I was doing, but even still, just like within, it's not like the first 20 minutes. I mean, it takes a second for this statistic to work. Within the first 7 hours, that was enough time for people to be like, I'm bouncing, I'm like, I clicked and then clicked off it. But anyway, that's the thing, MD Major, is like, maybe people didn't realize. Thank you for the big quink. Is that the thumbnail, you thought you were clicking on it for clown boobs. Let me hold on. You were clicking on it for the ghost of Mo. He was over here. That's why you clicked on it, right? Subliminally, that's why you clicked on it. There he is. I mean, chat kept talking about how he died.
Fry. Do not, it belongs to me. One last fry. Don't even look at it, I'm gonna dip it in a little chup, and watch you cry. No, you must cry.
Thank you for the hammy. I appreciate it. Thank you. Mo for next ghost trick confirmed. Yeah, Mo died apparently. Also, shoutouts to me because I wanted something in the left corner, and when I put Apollo's googly eyes onto the judge, it made me oh so happy. I was like, holy shit. A new emo. I don't know if it's new emo, but I just, oh my god. Awooga. He's looking at Mo, by the way. He's behind her. He can't be looking at her. That's the perspective. He's just, yeah. Judge Googly Eyes. Your Honor. Judge Wooga. Judge Wooga at the bench. Googly boogly. Anyway, what the hell was that? Let me get caught up on stuff. We'll hop in the video game. Egg Walker and Egg Viper. No. Give me, yeah, Windy Valley. Fuck yeah. Yeah, I've learned a lot about the internet since I started this series 30 years ago with Ace Attorney 1. That prediction is gonna work. Who redeemed the thing, and who am I refunding points to from the sounds of it? I want a prediction. Who's gonna win the Super Bowl? The Eagles, the cool, rad, awesome Philadelphia Eagles, or the stinky poo-poo, doody head Kansas City Chiefs? Trying to sway the vote, are we? When is the Super Bowl? It's not today. It's in 5 days. So, I'm not gonna do that prediction and have it sit there for 5 days. Sunday. I'm gonna send your points back to you, but thank you. Maybe on Sunday stream. Try again. Secret third option, they tie. And then no one scores a point and the game goes for 30 years. As a Kansas Cityan, is that what you call yourselves? Residents of Kansas City or Kansas Cityans? It's the superb owl. We do love a good owl. And then they kiss. When you flip the coin to see who goes first and it lands on its side, you just gotta kiss. That's in the rules. It's in the rules. Football stops working. You kick the ball and it just freezes in midair. You're like, wait a second. Anyway, it'll be Liverpool, Arsenal, and Nottingham Forest. Nottingham Forest. The thing about Arsenal is they always walk it in. As residents of Canterbury, we're also called Cantabrians? It makes no sense. I feel like you can have fun with it then if you're like, well, we got nothing else. I don't know. Anyway, sub Domber me for real. This is good. Okay. Between streams, Master of Boxes resub. Thank you. I hope you enjoy things that you can have with emotes and stuff. Brico, thanks for 7 months. I don't know what this does. You have to click a lot of buttons for that to pop up, but thank you. Diamante Fangs, thanks for 10. Delicious Justice this fine Tuesday evening. Yummers. Get any yummers in the chat? Red Panic, thanks for 46 months. Rift the Necrodancer releases tomorrow. I'm excited. I gotta finish this game so I can play that. I've been looking forward to that for quite a while. Hope it's good. Carrollton, thanks for 16 months. Wahoo, case 5. Let's go. Tina, thanks for 50 bits. I had a thought. If Apollo's bracelet reacts to folks tensing up, how would it react to someone with terrible anxiety, aka me? Also, would you want an Athena game? I like the idea of an all-girls Ace Attorney game with Pearl as assistant and Wine Aunt Franny as prosecutor. I don't know about that, but I mean, I'd be down. I would trust them to have fun with it. For all girl squad, teen girl squad Ace Attorney. Yeah, I think it'd be fun. And as I said, I like Athena as a character. I think her animations are super fun. And they've given her a good enough kind of, like, it's funny that I've technically had less time with Athena, but I feel like I understand her and her backstory way better than Apollo, who just keeps getting more and more backstories and more complicated things. Like, Apollo's fine. I like Apollo a lot, but it's just Athena's got, like, they made it a more clear, like, here's her arc in the last game. But anyway, yeah, they'd all be in jail. Yeah, it's Prison Break. It'd be good. Athena have to deal with channeling. I mean, they probably messed something up with it, but I like Athena's gimmick more than Apollo's. Me too, but honestly, that's 99% just because the mechanic of using it is easier, where you're tabbing between pages, whereas Apollo is watching letter by letter appear in slow motion. And it does result in some fun, oh, I see it moments, but most of the time it's just like, all right, it's going to be your hand or your eyes or something. Like, there's only so many ways you can realistically hide a tell, and they already broke realism in the very first game they used the mechanic. So, I don't really, it's like probably Cyclops are the most interesting. Not mechanically, just in terms of what it represents and the fiction around it. It's just fun. It's just fun to be like, oh, I don't know, and then blah, 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 all this stuff appears. It's just very dramatic. More so than like, my bracelet, I'm feeling a squeeze. So I like the Cyclops, and then probably the Emotion Matrix, and then probably Perceive. I think Perceive has good moments, but option to use so far. I like him. I don't hate him. I kind of started to hate him in that last case he was in, the Rakugo case. Just because his shtick is starting to wear a bit thin. I'm getting to the point of the game where I'm like, I want more. I want more from Nayuta than just here is the archetype I represent. And to have him lay into Athena that rough was just like, man, I'm like Nahida. I don't hate him to the degree that it seems like most of chat does that knows the game already. I guess we'll see how that goes, but... Okay, so I brain cell. Yeah, I like the it's not really, I mean, it's a mechanic. I like the brain cell moments, the brain blast minigame. It's fun. They fixed the opposition. Yeah, I like that a lot. As I said last time, I have some minor quibbles with how it was executed, but I love the premise. I love the idea. And it seems inevitable. Like, if you have this series, they're both lawyers, you follow one, you switch to another one, you bring the other one back. Having them face off against each other is an interesting dynamic. And the two ways you do that is either it's genuine, it's real, they're actually at each other's throats, Marvel Civil War style, where they have different feelings on the same issue. Black is pee-pee. Or it's what they did, where it's like, oh, he's kind of being coerced into being antagonistic here. I didn't think they were going to go the exact way they want. I thought it was going to be more of, he knows that politician is crap, but for some reason he has some dirt on him, or he's got some kind of pressure he's putting on, but Phoenix is just going to exist. Like some of the more interesting cases where the prosecutor is kind of on your side. It's just like, okay, fuck the client. We're just here to get to the truth now and figure out what happened. They didn't really go that angle with it. That would have been very satisfying if it was a really sneakily designed case where it was like all these little extraneous bits come together to create this truth. And Phoenix is sort of helping you by pushing you and being like, that's not it, you're wrong. And you're like, wait, that is wrong. Like, they could have done that where it's kind of you're working together, like the one with Phoenix and Edgeworth from whichever game that was. But that would have been more satisfying and more in tune with his character, but just having it be like, well, Maya's hostage again. It's just kind of, we've been here before, but okay. We haven't been here on this side of the coin, I guess, in this way. We haven't exactly been here. It's just, it's a little bit funny. Was that Layton versus Ace Attorney? Was that? I thought that was one of the Easter games. Whatever. I believe you. It's tradition. Yeah, I mean, she's comfy in there. It's like when you have a box and you have a cheese and the box is propped up with a stick and then the rat goes in to grab the cheese and then you pull out the stick and it catches them. It's like that, except the box is a jail cell with an open door and there's no cheese. And Maya goes, ooh, and just walks in there and then the door slams shuts behind her. She likes it in there. You don't have to work hard to get her in there, is the point. She's just, it's in their natural habitat. And also the door's unlocked. It's like she's holding the bars in there like, Nick, you gotta save me. And the cell door is wide open. There's nothing stopping her from leaving. She just likes the being in there. It's good. You could beat this case today, but it would be a long stream. I would say longer than 6 hours. I have done long streams of this before. It depends on how my throat's doing. There's a long investigation, a long case. Yeah, I think we'll probably... It sounds like we'll probably end up finishing this next stream as well as starting the DLC case. I don't know how long the DLC is. It's fine. It's fine. Attorney of the Arcane Prosecutor. Teaching dogs about slang door energy. Mm-hmm. Could you please get out of here? We don't want to keep feeding her. Anyway, well, this song really just does have the what song is that? From, is that Hooked on a Feeling? Boston. The bwah, 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 bwah. What am I thinking of? Anyway, it's fading away anyway, just like my sanity. Should we get going? And by get going, I mean finish reading things. It's got the Sonic Adventure Riz. Love the DLC case. I'm excited. I hope it's a good time. Arthur Postmortem, thanks for 52 months. Number go bigger. Nuclear Sunset, thanks for soup. Very confirmed doodler. Live on Twitch. Whack on Waterton, thanks for 27 months. Geek Ray, thanks for 20 months. That's a long time. That's what I'm saying. Grizz, who, thanks for the raid. Tina, the big fan, thanks for 69 bits. Nice. Sorry, it was me. I have a crush on the clown, Your Honor. Guilty. Bunk. Bangs the gavel on your head. Smashman, thanks for 96 bits. I guess you didn't watch the disgraced attorney video when I shared it back during case 4. Actually, did you ever watch that video? Releasing gifts. Yes. I have just seen the gifts, but I will watch it at some point. It's just, I try to keep the links people send me that I want to look at later open in a tab somewhere, and then sometimes I end stream and I'm like, I need to turn off my computer, and then I'm like, wait, I forgot everything. And I could go rooting around in my history, but I'm lazy, and then also I forget, so I'm only human. Zekroll, thanks for $9. Thanks for the classic hammy. I was wondering, do you have an old VOD, yours or someone else's, that you tend to watch when feeling down? For me, it's Tetris Effect, because it's as inspirational as it is silly. Tetris teaches you that you alone made this mess, but you can fix it. I mean, that is the beauty of Tetris as an art game, let alone just a very, very good mechanical game, is that everything that's wrong, I mean, you're dealing with the, you know, the metaphor is life are the blocks raining down, but you're in control of how you situate the blocks. And sometimes you fuck it up real bad and you make a pillar in the middle and you're like, oh my god, I only have myself to blame. And it's beautiful in that way. It's not one that I go back and I watch with any amount of regularity, but if I had to pick a single VOD where I'm like, this would immediately put a smile on my face, regardless of how I was feeling, it would be the Gmod stream where Gam and I were recording footage for the Kingdom Hearts 3 Remind video of Kairi going into bed and stuff like that. That was, like, that still is one of my just... like back to back, like it's not just fucking around in Gmod. It's we're here to do a job, and Gam keeps fucking around, which makes it so funny to me. Like we've done a number of Gmod streams over the years, doing like TTT and stuff like that, and those are really fun streams. I'd love to do more of that. But it's something about like we're here to get specific footage, and like the physics aren't cooperating. I look over and Gam's breaking the server, loading and all this bullshit, like a floating cyberpunk bathtub and blowing up 80,000 crows and killing it, filling the kill feed on the screen. It's so stupid. Bazooka the birds. I could not have framed it better. Of just seeing this crow hopping around and then looking over and seeing Bazooka following the missile and then the whole screen filling with kill feed. It's just so funny to me. Anyway. The FF7 Rebirth stream with Katamari. Oh my god. the bye-bye. Yeah. Always gets me. Yeah. So there's been some... Listen, I've been streaming for 85 years. I would hope at this point there's at least one or two that are worth going back to. And again, that's why I'm glad that the VOD channel exists, because to say it again, I was not planning on saving my streams when I started. I was like, I'm just here to stream. Why would anyone want to watch an old stream? Now I'm like, oh good, I'm glad all these are here. So it's fine. It's good. Stream that was just ETS. Oh, Moonbase Alpha. Yeah, just riffing off of that old video. Trombone Champ, that was a fun one too. Thank you. Awesome Fox, thanks for 27 months. Catching up on VODs, have a funny Sturny Berry chat. Clown Boobs is next on my list. What about for the VODs? And thanks to MD Major for pointing out Ghost Mo. He's always there. He's been in every VOD thumbnail ever since I played that game. Every single one of them. If you think he's not there, it's because you're Mo. Buster Babel, thanks for 30 months. Enjoy your outhouse. Ski Judge, something inside me has awakened. Gilly Spy, thanks for 27 months. I've been one day ahead of you this whole case barrel. I'm still not done with it. Good luck to us both. Pal, thanks for 69 months. Nice. It's time for what January stream was Barry's favorite and the VOD he recommends to time-constrained VOD watchers. Also, nice. I just watched the December highlights, so I'm not thinking about January. December had some good. I mean, there were 2 Hitman streams, and those always devolve into nonsense. So I don't want to continue my game. Okay, sure. YouTube bumped me out of the Sonic Adventure playlist and was like, "You want the Sonic Heroes theme?" And I'm like, "I guess you're not wrong. I guess you're not wrong. I do want that. That's the mindset I want to bring into the video game." Brock F, thanks for 53 months. Lemony Lime sub with Prime. Tina, thanks for 50 bits. By the way, Luca Jin, if you remember, started Ghost Trick today. Who up tricking the ghost? I'm the ghost. I hope Luca enjoys Ghost Trick. And yeah, hope Luca's doing good. Allison the Pause, thanks for 20 months. Thanks for the Prime. And Case Mariah, thanks for 16. I can't believe it's been almost a year and a half. Maya Spin. Almost. Thank you. I can't cut the song off until we get to the chorus, and then we're gonna hop in the video game. Ain't no one ever better to do it than Crush and the 40 of them. Why listen to Sonic music? I mean, I started stream with Sonic Adventure, and here we are. There was that live performance promised to keep. Yeah, that would have been nice. It is a very good song. Joker here. Thanks for the 63. And the Onsta mote. Onsta. Alright. Okay. Alright. Yeah. Let's go. We gotta go back. There's no delaying the inevitable. Welcome back to hell. We go. We go back. We go back to hell. Just like Nayuta promised. Why We're just already things are bad. Okay. What do you mean Miss Faye is still being held hostage? So that's what, yeah, so she was being held hostage, and that was in order to get Apollo to cooperate. And then we proved that he needs Maya to channel the founder, the Holy Mother, so they wouldn't dare hurt her, and that got us to win the case. But whoever the benefactors are still keeping her hostage, so it's probably fine. What do you mean? And who's this mastermind? Politician Wimperson was nothing more than a puppet. His benefactor was the one pulling the strings. But I have no idea who they are. I have 2 guesses. My first guess is that it's Inga, although I'm not entirely sure why. I have theories, but I think it's probably Inga. So all we know is it's the person he was trying to give the orb to. Right, he was just following orders. Whoever it is seems they really want to get their hands on the orb. So then, Miss Faye's abduction is the work of this so-called benefactor too? Right again, whoever they are, they're in Kurain, along with Maya. I wonder who they could be. It's probably Gumshoe. That's where he's been. Right, this Maya, the spirit medium you've been talking about. She wouldn't happen to be that bun-haired young lady you defended back in Kurain. That's her. Why do you ask? I see. I think I know what's going on here. I've got good news for you, right? Maya is somewhere safe, that much I'm sure of. Well, yeah, she's been imprisoned. Ain't nothing safer. I'm afraid you've lost me. Shumgu? So that's who the little snot's patron is. It's all starting to make sense. That fool has no idea I'm here in the States with you all. Dirk, you mind filling us in? Hold on a second. I kind of wish it was the Plume Punisher theme just to fuck with us. Shumgo. Shumgo. Oh! No caller ID. I wonder who's calling. We're trying to reach you about your houseplant's extended warranty. Hello? Mr. Phoenix Wright, yes, let me start by thanking you for taking such good care of my subordinate. Who is this? I believe you know me as Mr. Attison's benefactor. This is Maya's big comeback game and she spent all of it in prison. Not all of it. Spent some of it in court, too. Sounds like they're using a voice changer or something to disguise themselves. Maybe they're talking through a copter. A little RC copter. Chopper. Where's Maya? Is she safe? I had my ears on today's proceedings. What a shock it was to hear that the key to solving the orb's riddle is a spirit medium. I admit I did not see that coming. Wait, did they even plant a listening device in here somehow? Nevertheless, don't think for a minute that it will guarantee Maya Faye's safety. She is not the only medium within my reach, you see. You harm a hair on Maya's head and you'll have to answer to me. Right? Give it here a sec. Wait. Hey there, how's it going, stranger? Who is this? Why, it's your friendly neighborhood dragon. I just happen to be in the US on a little trip. Minister of Justice, Inga Karkul Kurain? I would say, yeah, I got it. It was a very small list of who. Maybe it was Albi, but, you know. Inga? What? Maya's kidnapper is the most suspicious guy we've met? The Minister of Justice? I do like his emerald buttons on his coat. He had to go to a lot of Minecraft villages to get all them. Dirk, is that you dirty turncoat? He's just dropped the act. What in blazes is going on here? Oh, you know, just popped over to the States for little R&R. But enough about me, Inga. That was a poor excuse for a bluff you pulled just now. We both know your threats are as empty as your head. You can't lay a hand on Maya Faye, and I do mean that literally. Ugh. What's he talking about? You can kiss your chances of getting the orb goodbye. Maya Faye ain't my only, how shall I say, insurance, you know, Dirk. What? I've got someone dear to you right in the palm of my hand, see? Now that one, well, you can imagine what kinds of things I could do, right? Heh, glad you're seeing things my way. Meet me at Amara's tomb tomorrow, 3 p.m. sharp. Well, I gotta catch a flight I don't know how long it takes to get there. And you better come alone, got it? If all goes well, the orb's all you'll need to get Maya Fey back. Dirk? What's going on? You heard him. I have to get back to Korean at once. What? Why? No time to explain. But are you even going to make it? What if there are no seats left on the next flight? Plus, you're a wanted man. They're not gonna just let you get on a plane. Let me worry about that, Mr. Justice. Front-facing Edgeworth? Chief Prosecutor? The fucking music. Hello. What are you doing here? Taking care of the hostage situation. Oh, now that you mention it. Pearl did say that she saw you around in Korean Village. I had him look into a few things while I was on my way back from Korean. I'm not gonna say any of the 30 different dirty thoughts that crossed my mind. Including Maya's situation, of course. I was astonished to hear she was still in Korean earlier. But it explained why I found no connection between her and Mr. Atterson. Sorry to interrupt, but going back to the plane situation. The joke right itself. I'm not... Now kiss. I've taken the liberty of chartering one for us. It's ready to take off at any time. And I will do what's necessary to hide the fact that Dirk Sadmati's on board. Wow. Must be nice to be chief prosecutor. Right. We have no time to lose. We must head for Korean at once. Right. I'm going too. After all, you're bound to need my help. No fair, I want to go too. This isn't a vacation, Trucy. Besides, I'll need you to hold down the fort. Someone's gotta water Charlie. But Daddy... Guess I should also only bring what's necessary. Sorry, Trucy, but would you mind holding on to this stuff for me? I wish I could go. Sorry, Trucy, you can't. Here, let me just give you all these documents, stack them on top of your head. All right, let's go. Foisted onto her. Foisted? Sucks out here. Fine, but you better bring me back something besides just more evidence. Excellent. Now, let us make haste to Korean. Oh boy, adventure awaits. Goodbye. Goodbye, Trucy. Boy, we're gonna have so much fun. And that's how our sudden trip to the kingdom of Korean began. I never imagined I'd return to the country of my youth under such circumstances, though. Go to the floral room, Trucy. How dare you? She has Charlie. I have an image of Trucy stuffing all the old evidence into her magic panties while grubbling. Yeah. Just like, I don't get no respect. 2:30 p.m. Wow, we got here in the nick of time, huh? That was a long flight. It's already 2:30 in the afternoon. Talk about cutting it close. Did Paul make up all about Clay last game? I don't think so. It just makes it seem even more like he was here, now he was there, and then he was there, and he's had a very dramatic life. The Kingdom of Korean. This is no time to reminisce, but I gotta say, this place sure brings back memories. Hurry up, Apollo. Right behind you. Live in Korean, then America. As you do. Amara's tomb is located in the courtyard of Garan Palace. We should have just enough time to get there. Didn't he say go alone? Then let's sprint there. Think you can keep up, Apollo? Sure, no sweat. I'll contact the royal family and the local police and inform them of our arrival. Thanks, Edgeworth. I better come with you just to make sure that nothing befalls you. I know you probably want to reminisce and all, but there's no time for that right now. You're right. We gotta get to Amara's tomb where Mrs. Fey is being held captive. But first, Apollo! You reminisce later? Alright, okay, all I kept is the badge, the orb, and the photo of my father. Okay, fine. Alright, fine, let's go. To the royal residence. In case your lips need some kiss, I mean your mouth needs, I mean, you need, here's a chapstick. Wow, it's beautiful. Huff puff, huff puff. I wasn't made for all the running and climbing and near drowning I've done this week. It's 2:45, only 15 minutes left. See that cylindrical building rising in the distance? That's Amara's tomb. Amara, wasn't that the previous queen? The one who was assassinated? Yes, and I'm the one they pinned it on. How are you here without being accosted by the secret police? It will take a few minutes to get to the tomb from here. So, you have returned, barbed head. Bah! I've seen her before on the news. If I remember correctly, this is the Crown Princess Rafa Padma Kurain. What are you people doing here? This is the royal residence. Commoners are not allowed entry without permission. A prosecutor from the States should have already called and requested permission for us to enter. As to why we're here, your benevolence, have you seen Minister Inga? If you seek my father, I just saw him heading toward Amara's tomb. Was he with anyone? You know, like some shady-looking underlings or something? No, he was alone. Why do you ask? No reason. She has no idea about Miss Faye's abduction. You hear that? I think we have company. Yeah, I would have expected that much sooner. Bow down before her glory! Her Eminence Queen Garan, Grand Priestess of Kurain, approaches! Garan? Royalty jump scare. It's... Queen Garan? Guards, seize them. Surround Amara's tomb at once. Yes, your eminence. Ah! Is she complicit? Who's to say? What's she doing? Is she gonna help us? Excuse me, your eminence. So, our barbed-head lawyer returns. May we presume you are here from Maya Fey, the spirit medium who has been abducted? Yes, you may. Allow us to apologize for the criminal actions of our husband. Oh, no need to apologize for him. Honestly, Inga, abducting a guest in our country, how could you? Father abducted someone? Your Eminence, what about those soldiers over there? They are the Garan Royal Guard, soldiers who serve the crown and no other. Royal Guard? They are an elite force selected only from the most loyal and outstanding of our subjects. And why have you ordered them to surround the tomb? The police will not come if it is my husband who is committing the crime. We shall have to storm the tomb and take Minister Inga into custody ourselves. What? You mean? Garan, no! His hostage is in there! Dirk! How dare you set foot in the palace? Have you come to turn yourself in? We need to call a truce. For now. If only we had Trucy, the truce mascot. Garan Royal Guard, seize this traitor of the crown. As you wish, your eminence. Resist and you die. Wait a second. Slow down there, Garan. I'm here to conduct a hostage exchange. But if you take me in now, my affair is as good as dead. A hostage exchange? And why would he choose to do such a thing with you? We can talk about that later. Right now, I need to get in there before it's too late. If I can't resolve this in 20 minutes, you can storm the place. Now then, if you'll excuse me. Oh, there he goes. Dirk, wait! Guards, allow the insurgent Dirk Sadmati to pass. Barbed head, you have some splaining to do. Right. Well, while you're waiting here... Oops. Apollo, why don't you explain the situation? What? Me? Bye. Leave nothing out, Hornhead, or I'll dehorn you where you stand. Hornhead? She doesn't waste any time coming up with nicknames. And what's with the attitude? Her father's the one who abducted Faye. Maya! Yeah, look around. Would you like to see my badge? This is no time to be looking around, not until Dirk gets back. But I want to look at that and that and these and those. The butterflies. Hi, Katie. Hornhead, stop wasting time and explain what's going on now. And make it quick, or I'll yank those horns right off your head. How about we keep our hands to ourselves and I'll explain everything? Is Ball taller than Rafe or the same height? He is half her height. is what is in my brain right now. Do my ears deceive me, or did I hear talk of my father abducting someone? I think of Apollo and Phoenix as the Don't Talk to Me or My Son Ever Again. You know, when it's like Keanu and then like Squart Keanu. But well, the tall one is Phoenix and the Squart one is Apollo. And maybe he's on one of those child leashes. Maybe. I'm not entirely certain yet. But he's got a little gremlin face and he's just kind of running around in a little meter radius around him. Do my ears deceive me, or did I hear talk of my father abducting someone? That's all it is. It's Phoenix holding Apollo on a leash, and then Edgeworth holding Phoenix on a leash. There you go. That's good. You heard right. He abducted Maya Fey and... Insolent fool! Pardon my rudeness. A gentle soul such as my father could not possibly have committed such a crime. Gentle? You think he's gentle? I'm afraid it's true, your benevolence. He's holed up in that tomb as we speak. Really, I find this difficult to believe. Why would he do such a thing? You don't really pay a lot of attention to your dad when he works. And he's stamping all those death warrants and stuff. Execution orders. Inga Karkukorain. Your benevolence. You saw your father heading towards the tomb. I did. I was over on that veranda, deep in thought, when I saw him hurrying toward the tomb. I'd say it was about 10 minutes ago. Why was he rushing? Maybe he was worried he'd be late. Did you see anyone else heading for the tomb? I saw no one else after he entered. So Inga and Faye are the only ones in there besides Dirk. A sweet summer child. Who knows? I wouldn't be surprised if he had a minion or two with him. Dirk. Sure hope he's all right. I hope we storm into the tomb and both of them are dead, and then Maya's standing there with blood on her hands holding a knife being like, it's not what it looks like. And there's just text everywhere written in blood that says Maya did it. It's only been 5 minutes. Arg, feels like an eternity. Patience, Apollo, patience. Well. Were those footprints there before? Then was that urn knocked over before? It's been almost 20 minutes. What's taking Dirk so long? Was there? I didn't notice. The appointed time has come. Our royal guard shall now storm in. Can't you wait just a little longer? No, we cannot. Every second we wait puts the hostage's life in even more danger. Therefore, we see no alternative but to order our guards to storm in. But that'll put Miss Faye's life in danger, too. Guards, storm the tomb and seize Minister Inga along with the insurgent Dirk Sadmadi. Yes, your eminence. What, Dirk's under arrest too? Yes. Naturally, that traitorous snake assassinated my predecessor, Queen Amara. Now go, seize them both. Rah, we're going in. We follow me, man. For her eminence, or the Haragaran. I hope no one gets hurt. Oh, Apollo. Ah, your eminence! What the? Why are they running back out? What is the meaning of this? Something terrible has happened. Dirk, the minister! No, 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 no. He's dead! What's this? What? Apollo, quick. I'm right behind you. No, no, no. No one enters without our... Come, let us see what has transpired. Yes, your eminence. Swear to God. Swear to God. May 18th. Looks fine. Looks good. Where's Dirk? Apollo, over there. Okay, it's not quite Maya holding a knife, but it's close. Dirk? It wasn't me? Question mark, question mark? Dirk? Dirk? What have you done? Looks innocent to me. Apollo? Look! So it is. Minister Inga who has fallen. Fell over. Guards, seize this murderous man at once. Yes, your eminence. Surrender now or perish. Or perish, rebel scum. No, wait. Arg. So we're gonna have to prove he didn't do this very obvious murder as well as prove he didn't kill Queen Amara. That's fun. I'm sure that'll be fine. They're taking him away. Ow. Dirk just threw something at me. Wait, this is the... Is he telling me to keep it safe? There's no way no one noticed Dirk throwing a gigantic, important orb to Apollo. Didn't get a notification for this. Everything's exploding! Welcome. You haven't missed much. Well, as of 20 seconds ago, you've missed a lot, but generally, it's fine. Nick, is that you? Maya, are you alright? There you are. This gimmicks the obvious villain ever. Builds him over the whole game and then just kills him. Yeah, I'm mad about it. Dirk, he saved me. I feel exhausted. I can't keep my eyes open. She needs burger stat. Maya! She hasn't had a burger in an hour. Minister Inga, the man behind Miss Faye's abduction, had been killed, and Dirk was arrested for his murder. So it was that the abduction of Maya Fey came to a sudden and unexpected resolution. With this, the curtain fell on the minister, but things were far from over. 20 cc's a burger. 50 cc's a burger. That's a lot of burger. That legit sounded like it was outside. Apollo, what happened? It was like, that's not what the sirens sound like in America. I can't say for sure. But from what I can tell, it seems Dirk has killed Minister Inga. What? You think he did it to save Miss Faye? Most likely. But who knows? I'm really confused right now. My father, this cannot be. I must see for myself. Your benevolence, we cannot allow you to pass. Fools, stand aside. Forgive us. We have direct orders from Her Eminence Queen Garan. Father! Father! Dirk, you will patch for this. Apollo, let's go regroup somewhere. Yeah. I feel like standing here is gonna get us arrested. Dirk, it wasn't really you that did it, right? I don't know how they're gonna unless it's he did kill him, but it's not what you think. I don't understand how they could possibly turn this into he did not kill the prime minister. He was cutting a really big tomato and everyone stormed it. Like, how could, I don't know. Maybe some spirit channeling shenanigans. That's all I got. I don't know. God. Let's go get some frosty chocolate milkshakes. Let's get some orange mocha frappuccinos. Are you okay, Paulo? Yeah. And who is the clown boobs? I swear, Edgeworth speaking with the local police. Let's sit tight until he returns. Okay. Yeah, shenanigans are not likely. I know you must be in a state of shock right now, but I need you to stay with us, Apollo. He's right. I can't go to pieces now. Thanks, Mr. Wright. I'll be fine. That's his thing. Front-facing Edgeworth? Right. Mr. Justice, I'm afraid I have some bad news. It looks like things only get more complicated from here. God, his theme is so much. His theme sounds like you just killed a monster in Monster Hunter. And now you're watching the 60-second timer that is actually only 20 seconds, but they make it seem like it's more time. Hold on, I gotta carve! I forgot the tail! Prosecutor Edgeworth, what's happening with Dirk? As I understand it, he has been officially charged with the murder of Minister Inga. He has? However, I did manage to get us permission to investigate the crime scene, and I expect we'll be allowed to visit Mr. Sadmati shortly. Thank you. I'm sure glad Prosecutor Edgeworth is here with us. It's nice to have someone competent around. Also, it just so happens that Detective Sky is here in Kurain, so I've asked her to assist us with our investigation. What? What's she doing here? It seems Prosecutor Sadmati has grown quite fond of her. He's been ferrying her all around all over the place. A few days here, a few days there. They've almost become a team of sorts. Despite what Nayuta says, it seems he thinks highly of Emma's skills. How do you get here so fast? Do you have to take a private jet? They also have a private jet? So what now, Apollo? I think I'll go pay Dirk a visit at the detention center. Emma is pretty pog, as they say in Kurain. Extremely pog bones, Your Honor. I want to go check in on Maya at the hospital. What about you, Athena? Well, if there's footwork to be done, I'd better stick with Apollo and give him a hand. Very well. Then I will accompany Wright. He was gonna say that regardless. Okay, we'll go our separate ways for now. All right. If anything comes up, you have my cell number. Miles, I'm so lightheaded. You better hold my hand to steady my. Whoa, I'm woozy. You know, altitude sickness. You gotta hold my hand, Edgeworth. Whoa, ooh, careful. Oh, I'm falling. You gotta catch me. Oh, do you know your way around here, Apollo? It's been over 10 years since I left, but I'll try not to get us hopelessly lost. You gotta carry me bridal style. Ugh. Nah. They get their task done in 5 minutes, spend the rest of the time smooching. Mr. Wright stayed there the entire time he was here, apparently. Why would he stay at a temple instead of a hotel? Thanks for the hydrate. He says it helps to cut costs. Long stays at a hotel really add up, you know. But he had to sleep on the floor with a load of strangers. There weren't any showers either. That's worse than staying at a youth hostel for backpackers. No shower? Too much poop? We'll take it. We'll take it off your hands. There's sure a lot of temples around here. Looks like most of the buildings around here are related to Koreanism. This is said to be a sacred spring and a pathway for souls to follow. The people of Korean believe the spring draws souls to the temple, and by the truth gained in the Hall of Justice beyond, they are memorialized. Seems that legal trials and funeral rites are inseparable in this country. Yeah. Yeah. Hi. Wait, any ideas? Queen Garan sure has a lot of personal attendants. Yep, the Garan Royal Guard, they're like her own private army. More like an elite fan club made up of carefully selected soldiers who adore her. That's how I see it. That's a pretty blunt way of putting it. This reminds me of the guard in Layton versus Phoenix. And then the one who was really... Anyway, he was down bad. Dirk Sadmati, the charismatic leader of the Defiant Dragons, arrested. This is going to deal a major blow to the rebels. Yeah, Coke Shaky. I was gonna call him Smitty, and I was like, that's the wrong game. Forgot what his name was. It's fine. Yeah, I can already see Dats having a heart attack when he finds out. Speaking of Dats, he was on the plane with us. Trodden. But I haven't seen him since we landed. Did somebody say, yeah. Tread on? I think it was Tread on. Yeah. They were all down bad. Yeah, some more so than others. Dirk said he wanted Dats to go home before he caused any more trouble. Yeah, he strikes me as a troublemaker. Just hope he doesn't do anything crazy like trying to break Dirk out of jail. I would not put it past him. And now to bring Dirk to the stand, and then there's no one there, and it plays the bling noise, and you're like, huh? Where did he go? Apollo, here to see your old man, are you? Dirk, are they done interrogating you? Nope, the fun hasn't even started. I imagine they'll really rake me over the coals, though. I don't even want to think about how harsh their interrogation method will be. Yeah, that's nothing compared to what they'll do if they find him guilty. They've branded me a terrorist who killed the previous queen, and now the justice minister. If found guilty of these crimes, I'll be facing a very public execution. Public execution? This is worse than I thought. Come on, son, turn that frown upside down. You'll jinx us. As soon as I get out of here, I'll take you to this tasty hash house I know. I'd like that. I really need to focus on what happened. Time to switch to work mode. Dirk, can you tell me what happened? Oh, and there's also something I want to take a look at. I want you to take a look at. My badge. I'm proud of you, son. You've really become a fine lawyer. Well, at least it means I'm qualified to defend you. To think the day would come where you'd come to my defense. I'm one lucky man. Now I can die in peace. Thanks for the vote of confidence. Whoa, slow down. I'm not going to prove you innocent. I'm going to prove you innocent. So... Ha 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 ha. Just pulling your legs, son. Even when he's in the slammer, Dirk is Dirk. I see you got it safely out of the tomb. How did that happen? Is it really small? Why did you throw it at me like that? I want you to listen carefully, son. The orb must not fall into Garon's hands. Not ever. I thought Mr. Inga was the one who was after it. He was the one who lent it to Professor Buff to study, after all. I'm not gonna do nothing. So haven't you exposed this crime now? I have, but there's more connected to this relic than meets the eye. Much more. And whatever it is, I can't help feeling that I could turn this entire kingdom upside down. He said something like that before. Looks like Dirk's intuition's at it again. Garam will do anything to retrieve this, so guard it well, son. At least until tomorrow's trial. Okay. That's the only remaining photo of your father. Take good care of it. I will. I'm just surprised to see it after all these years. I had a tough time tracking it down and retrieving it. It was taken by some European tourists who just happened to be watching your father. I had one of my men go to Europe to look them up and ask whether he could have it. You just looked up the phone book for Europe? Started from the A's? You went through all that trouble. Yeah, I did. So don't go losing it or anything. I said I'd take good care of it, didn't I? Hopefully he's not listening. Nah, he's got his AirPods in. He's standing so still and with such great posture. Wonder if he spends his days just watching the dust dance in the sunlight. Wait a second. Don't you do that in court sometimes, Athena? You mean you noticed? Don't think you can take it easy just because I'm the lead lawyer on this one. Because it's Apollo time. Don't do it, Athena. Don't ring that bell. Ugh. Who, me? Perish the thought. I mean, would I ever do something so childish? All right. Put your bracelet away already. Talk about unfair. Ho, 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 ho. Hee, ha, ha. What's up? Whatever. Only had 2 cases, one of which was filler. It was a good filler case, though. Dirk, what happened in there? You didn't really kill Minister Inga, did you? Well, the thing is, if you don't remember what happened, I swear to God. I really don't know. God damn it. Huh? God damn it. I remember seeing the mural of the founder right as I entered the tomb, but I got all dizzy immediately after that. Is there a clock in the room at least? The next thing I knew, I was standing there with a bloody knife in my hand. And covered in Inga's blood. Yeah, shit. You got hit by the latent swamp gas. So you don't remember meeting with him? Nope. The last thing I remember after entering the tomb is feeling real dizzy. There's no way he can explain what happened if he can't remember anything. Yeah. I suppose there's no getting out of this one. We can't give up yet. I was just messing with you, son. Well, stop. It's not funny. Sorry. Sheesh. Nothing seems to faze him. Not even being arrested for murder. This is gonna be one tough case, Apollo. Not only have I been charged with Inga's murder, but I've also been charged with Amara's assassination from 23 years ago. You're on trial for 2 charges. Garan's practically licking her chops just thinking about my public execution. Guess it means we can't afford to lose our heads, huh? I don't know I can laugh at a time like this. So, son, I take it you'll be defending me at my trial? Of course. You can count on me. That's my boy. Looks like your nerves are as steely as those vocal cords of yours. After all, you've got the Defense Culpability Act to contend with, too. Oh, yeah. Oh, right. So if you're found guilty, then I'll be charged with the same double homicide, huh? Don't tell me you forgot about it. I'll be fine. Would I defend you at your trial? What's the trial for? What are you accused of? And then I'll give you my answer. I'll be fine. I just have to make sure we win. You sure? Because you don't sound very fine. Apollo? What was that about an assassination 23 years ago? Wow, conditional support. Wow. I'll take the case. About that incident 23 years ago. That was when the previous Queen Amara was assassinated, wasn't it? Thank you for the bitch. Now, is this case to the same special game over if you lose? There's actually 3 game overs? If any of them are really good and worth seeing, let me know when they show up. Otherwise, I'm just gonna keep going. Yes, someone set her private residence on fire. She lost her life in the ensuing blaze. A lot of fires in this game. And you were arrested for the crime. Why would they arrest you, Mr. Sadmati? Weren't you just a lawyer back then? What relation could you have had with the queen? Unless... about that. Amara was, well, she was my wife. I may not look the part, but I was once husband to a queen. In short, I was royalty. What? No way. You saying you won the heart of the reigning queen? Ha 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 ha. Come on, you're talking to a guy who honed his prowess against witnesses on the stand. Even a queen is no match for this dragon's glare. Wow, you're really something else. So was a verdict ever reached, Dirk? I acted as my own attorney and won. Until I was accused of fabricating evidence, that is. Then it all went south. Now, where have I heard a story like that before? What happened after that? I made a run for it. You ran? But why? I didn't kill Amara and I didn't fabricate any evidence, but if I had stuck around for a retrial, I'd have been found guilty for sure. I couldn't allow that to happen. Amara's true killer would never face justice if I did. So I left my law practice behind and went underground. That was 23 years ago. Are you telling me that after all these years, you still haven't discovered the truth? Yeah, the fact that it was an arson means that the crime scene was reduced to ashes. There's little in the way of evidence left. It's just been brick wall after brick wall. I guess that means it's up to me to figure it out, huh? Maybe we can use spirit channeling to channel the spirit of Amara and then get her testimony. Why don't we try that? Dirk, how about that idea? Along with Mr. Inga's murder, of course. I think I'm gonna be sick. Come on, son, don't look so down. With you on the case, it'll work out somehow. Hope he's right. Say, son, do you remember my office? Sure. I remember that messy, dimly lit room. The file I've amassed on Amara's assassination's kept there. I think it might help you on this case. Do you remember how to get there? Let me think. Through the sewer? Is that how the entrance was even back then? I recall going in through a manhole. How can I not, Dirk? I hated how I always got so dirty getting there. And that stench. Is there no door? That old case is important too, but I should probably focus on the minister's murder first. I'm afraid your time is up. Oh. Nayuda. Thought that was the guard. It's time for the prisoner's interrogation. So begone, you putrid-headed criminal abetting lawyer. Wait, don't tell me you're the prosecuting attorney? What? But that would mean... Is there a problem here? You bet there is. He's your father. Father! And your point is? My relation to the accused is irrelevant. The fact remains I am a prosecutor. No, that's not what I don't think I'm getting through to him. I mean, of course he's the prosecutor, but like, what the hell? Nayuda, long time no see, son. How have you been? Look, I hear you've been serving Garan, rather faithfully, in fact. Whatever happened to our dream of taking her down and changing this country, son? The past is the past. But what do you mean? Why are you doing this? It's simple. People change. The Nayuda you knew exists no more. Listen, son, I don't know what made you change like this, but you're still my boy, even if you prosecute my case. The rest of the Defiant Dragons and I eagerly await your return. Whenever you're ready, we'll welcome you back with open arms. Yeah. As I said, I've moved on. When he says let go, move on, is he telling that to himself? Now let us waste no more time, for flowers do not blossom simply from talk of the past. Okay. Nayuda, why do I get the feeling there's something he wants to say but can't? Guard, move the accused to the interrogation room. This way, you rebel scum! Wow, watch it. Not so rough, will you? Guards, take him to the PP teleportation chamber. Nayuda! Is he seriously going to prosecute his own father? Oh, okay, well, that was jarring. He's gone. Guards, remove his badge. No! Leave his badge alone. Let's go back here. Vibrant lotus flowers floating on still waters, butterflies dancing about. It's almost supernatural in its beauty. And at the center of it all rises the tomb where Amara's soul slumbers. Makes you wonder if that bridge there is a gateway to the hereafter. Yeah, especially after both Dirk and Inga crossed that bridge earlier. The palace of Queen Garan's built to impress. Its white walls and gold ornamentation lend it an imposing air. It makes Minister Inga's residence look downright humble by comparison. And it shows the difference in their tastes and which one wears the pants, so to speak. The pants? The previous Queen Amara was laid to rest in her own private tomb. Pretty impressive. They say it cost some $800 million to build and took 400 workers 5 years to complete. Seems a little excessive. Special memorial rites were also conducted at various points of its construction. That's quite an undertaking. It was built with donations from her devoted subjects and royalty of neighboring countries. It ended up giving a huge boost to the national economy. Wow, Queen Amara must have been one charismatic lady. Who would want her dead? Ooh, look at those flowers. They give the whole house such a cute vibe. I wonder if this is where Princess Rafa lives. I doubt it. She doesn't look like the type to decorate with cute flowers. I may not know her well, but she seems awfully serious and snobby. Bet she uses nothing but roses and peonies. Stuffy old people flowers, you know. Apollo. I guess it's too much to ask that you not judge a book by its cover, huh? What's that supposed to mean? Yeah, Apollo. Nah. Which son does Dirk love more? Oh. Oh, oof. What are the options you want for that poll? Apollo Nayuda himself? There are 2 polls now. Are there a couple polls? We can get to those in a sec. Somebody got a little carried away decorating this place. There's a golden lion keeping watch at the entrance. And that's, yeah, lion Nayuda or that's. That frog looks like it's cowering under the lion's glare. Oh, there's a frog! Because to me, it looks like the frog is glaring at the lion. Come on, Athena, how does that make any sense? I just call him as I see him. I guess we'll just have to agree to disagree. Holy shit, look at that. How did I miss the frog? Why can't I want to look at the frog? What's he doing? We summoned him with Froggy's theme earlier. Whoa. I give Queen Amara a 3-month Twitch subscription and 1 year Discord Nitro too. By Queen, how may I pledge my loyalty? You must gift me Discord Nitro for 1 whole year. Yes, my queen. Anything for my queen. Are these Inga's footprints? They appear to be heading toward the tomb. Didn't Princess Rafa mention something about that? You know, something about him rushing over to the tomb before we arrived? I wonder if he'd accidentally dozed off before the exchange or something. Oh, we had a poll for who wins the Super Bowl. Tomato soup, chicken noodle soup, minestrone soup, soup. I'm at soup. Make sure you vote in the Super Bowl soup poll. The Super poll. What's the option for the second poll? I don't know this game. Apollo, Nayuda, or Dats, I guess. You must give me 1 year. I can put them in the chat. Apollo, Nayuta. Is that how you spell Nayuta? N-A-H? Yeah. This overturned, thanks game. This overturned urn has spilled water everywhere. Everything around it's soaking wet. Dax the drill symbiont? Oh, Dax. Don't look at me. Rightly or wrongly, I'm guessing Athena's the type that gets blamed for a lot of things. And the more people accuse her, the more defensive she becomes. Even to the point of preemptively denying any wrongdoing. I said it wasn't me. I never said it was. I got an achievement. Always on the defensive, and it's a picture of Athena. Okay. Have I watched DS9? Nope. What does it mean to be at soup? It's like a state of mind. Dexter. Zated Atuyan Olopa. So this is the tomb of Amara, the previous queen of Khurain. 57% of chat says they're at soup. What do you mean you're at soup? It's really lavish. I guess you could say it's fit for a queen. Is the faceless woman in that mural over there Amara? No, that's the Holy Mother. She's the one who brought spirit channeling to Khurain. Oh, right. The woman in the orb. Yeah. Oh, it's you two. Getting right down to business, I see. It's Emma. Hi, Emma. We heard you'd give us a hand if we needed it. Yep, Mr. Edgeworth asked me to help where I could. So, it's been quite a while since you've been back in Khurain, I hear. Yeah, more than 10 years, in fact. Well, you sure didn't waste any time. I mean, you're already mixed up in a murder. You're as big a trouble magnet as Mr. Wright. Please don't say that. My luck's already bad enough as it is. Emma, I hear Prosecutor Sadmati has requested your services again. He seems to have really taken a liking to you. You mean his ephemeral holiness? It's going good, huh? Oh, not the sad eating noises. I don't mind that he approves of me and my abilities. It's just, his people skills need some serious work. But when he manages to smile and compliments my work, it's hard to say no. Plus, working on investigations overseas, but flying back and forth between here and there, but she's just going off. I'll have to check the court log. We have a stenographer with us, right? Sounds like they got one complicated prosecutor-detective relationship going on. What did she talk about? Well, he manages to smile, plus working on investigations overseas is a priceless experience, but flying back and forth between here and home every few days with no days off has been tough, and the lack of sleep has been brutal on my skin. To make matters worse, the defendant in this case is someone I know. I mean, how could this get any worse? Munch, 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 munch. What are snackoos? I think they're like Scooby snacks. Dog treats. We better get Emma's okay before we start snooping around. Yeah, alright. Your attorney's badge, huh? What? That normally gets a better reaction from you. I'm tired of collecting your fingerprints. Yeah, alright. Thought it was different for some reason. I forgot. Yeah, right. Look at this. Oh, you must need my forensic expertise. 76% of chat says Dirk's favorite son is Dats. Yeah, he probably is. Just leave it to me. I was wondering if you've seen anything strange about this. What about my father? No. Father! Emma, have you determined the cause of death? Blood loss from a stab wound. She's not conducting autopsies. Is it her job to determine the cause of death? That's from the autopsy. I mean, that's a fair guess here, but it seems like that's not her job. A single stab in the back was enough to cause the victim to bleed to death. In the back. That doesn't seem Dirk's style. The estimated time of death is 3 p.m., which is when Dirk came onto the scene. Meet the spy. Yeah. It could be you. It could even be me. May 18th. Blood loss from stab wound in his back. That's not a lot to go off of. There's no obvious, like, whoa, the time of death is from 3 p.m. back to 8 p.m. last night. Who knows? No, Maya and the minister were the only ones here. And Maya had been tied up until she was freed by the Queen's Royal Guard. Could someone have been hiding somewhere in here? Not likely. I was told this tomb was searched from top to bottom right after the murder. There's no, like one of those statues in the back. You can turn his head and it opens a secret passage. Kind of thing. And during that time, the Royal Guard set up a perimeter to prevent anyone from escaping. In other words, the crime scene was completely sealed off. It would appear so. No way for a third party to escape without being spotted. Great. It's another one of those convoluted locked room mysteries. Yep. Wouldn't have it any other way. About the victim, Minister Inga. He was the kingdom's Minister of Justice, correct? Yep. Inga Karkul Kurain was the second most powerful figure in Kurain. Plus, he was married to the Queen. Seems strange that someone of his status would abduct someone. Apparently only told a few of his most loyal subordinates about his plan. That way, there was little chance of the police or even the Queen finding out. What was Inga hoping to gain by getting his hands on the orb? That I don't know, but I'm working on it. He was keeping it a secret, but the moment Dirk on the phone was like, "Yeah, it's you, Inga. How the hell are you?" He dropped the act and was like, "Yep." I wonder if it really was for what politician Wimperson said. I must deliver it to my benefactor at all costs. What do they want with that relic? It's something to do with an old legend. He seeks the great power said to be granted to whoever solves the secret. The great power that's said to be bestowed on whoever solves the orb's secret. In Korean, only those who can channel spirits are said to be fit to rule. Maybe the Queen can't summon spirits and she wanted the orb thinking it would give her the ability to channel spirits, thus ensuring her continued reign with increased pressure from the dragons. She had a tenuous grasp over her reign, and something it gives her a motive. Same part of case. This case is long. Why was it Was it why Inga wanted such power? Did he want to be king? I don't think that was it. That seems too simple. So this is the tomb of the previous queen. Yeah, Queen Amara was laid to rest here. She lost her life in an arsonist blaze. What a tragic end. I heard this tomb sits on the actual site of her residence before it was burned down. They built it on the same spot so her soul could rest in peace. So this is where the fire happened, huh? Why do you think Minister Inga was holding Miss Faye captive here? It's the perfect spot if you think about it. It's close to his private quarters, which made it easy to keep an eye on his prisoner. And the courtyard is only open to the royal family, so he had little fear of prying eyes. Plus, the tomb is normally locked, and only the royal family is allowed access. So that's why he picked this place. How long had Miss Faye been held captive? About 6 days? Really? That long? It appears that she was severely weakened by her prolonged confinement. She passed out as soon as she was freed, and is now on an IV drip at the hospital. And the IV stands for, I can't think of any snacks that have that initial. Ingested vitamin gummies. I don't know. No burger! I did intravenous burger. Get her the burger drip. She's been asleep ever since. Burger? When will you eat burgers? Iced venison. Yeah, I guess that works. Venison burger? Can't believe Maya killed that guy despite being in a weakened state. I know, right? What are the chances that she summoned the spirit of Macho Man Randy Savage and snapped him in half? Like a Slim Jim. What are the chances? Poor Miss Faye! I hope she gets better soon. Emma, do you mind if we start looking around? Sure. I've already got the okay. Knock yourselves out. Oh, and here. Thank you. Oh, yeah! Someone say burger? Booger. Just imagine the giant tube of sausages being shoved into her sarcophagus. Hey, how come one of them statues at the top is all fucked up? What's that about? It's the diagram the police drew of the tomb. Thought I'd give you a copy to help your investigation along. Wait, that's one on the right? There sure is one broken on the right. Thank you. Tomb diagram of the court record. I bumped into it. Oh, you gotta be careful. Let me know if you need my forensic expertise. Don't you dare keep all the fun for yourselves, you hear? You don't need to worry about that. Hard to classify this as fun. Think I played video games for fun? No. No. It's probably nothing. Nah. It looks like the Holy Mother was painted here to watch over Amara's sarcophagus. So it's like this tomb is protected by the founder? That must be so reassuring to those she left behind. Only one problem, they didn't paint the eyes. She needs to do said watching. Come to think of it, she doesn't have a mouth to smile down on the tomb with either. It's actually kind of creepy. I wonder if being watched over by something like that gives the queen nightmares. Hey, keep that up and the founder just might come and watch over you too. Oh. Paint the Gorngalon. There you go. I know her face. Doot doot boo doot. So this is Amara's sarcophagus. Let's take a closer look. Oh boy, I'm gonna touch it. Moth? It's a butterfly. Moth? These curtains open, Apollo. What are we doing? This doesn't seem like we should be doing this. That's one big sarcophagus. They say the mummy of Amara, the founder queen, rests inside. Sorry, former queen, rests inside. A mummy, huh? Rats. To make that kind of noise, he had to like grab the entire lid and shaking it around like rats. It's locked. It has a psych lock. Hey, Viz. Now Apollo's cursed. Don't touch that. I mean, we can't search inside it? Not a chance. Besides, it's not something anyone try opening anyway. What if the real killer's hiding inside? Hey, anyone in there? Don't do that. You're gonna get us cursed. Bonk. Cursed? The queen likely bears a grudge toward the living after such a violent, painful death. So no one dares touch the sarcophagus for fear of incurring her wrath. And now both of you touched it. Oh no, Apollo, what am I gonna do? Don't look at me. In any case, the sarcophagus is temperature controlled. What? It's kept really cold to preserve the mummy. What? So even if someone did decide to hide inside it, they would eventually freeze to death. What? I see. Still, if they bundled up, I bet a person could hide in there for a little while. It's the mummy on VHS. It's the only remaining copy. of the mummy on VHS. So it's a fridge. Yeah, they got a mini fridge. For when you come in here to pray, but you get a little bit thirsty, crack open the sarcophagus. I mean, listen, I know it's not as convenient as the fridge that's upright with a door. I mean, there are like standing ice chests and stuff, but imagine like a little sarcophagus. Like one of those desktop mini fridges. And it's just a little sarcophagus with like a hinge, and it creaks open, and it has like a pivoting action. So as you open it, it raises up, like imagine like a vampire raising it up. But it's, you put one can in there, and you close it, and then you lift it up, and it stays chilled. And then you open the sarcophagus, and then the can like rises up with the lid. Yeah, it'd be spooky and delicious. Cost slightly less. Yeah. Anyway, it's full of ash. They must burn incense in here. So I was wondering, Apollo, did the ash come from the incense sticks that were burned in this? Or do people put their incense in after there was already ash in here to hold them up? Don't be silly, Athena. The answer is simple. The ash is the product of prayers from the countless visitors who came here. It's not a chicken or the egg kind of thing. Oh, that's an interesting take on it. It's so much more poetic than mine. I agree. An Alucard pops up. There's a really shitty speaker in there. There's a painting up there, but I can't see it very well from here. I better rotate my view. It's like a small army of monks all neatly lined up. Looks like they're facing the sarcophagus in prayer. If you look carefully, each one has a slightly different expression. I wonder if they used real people as models. Some are frowning, some are smiling. There's one that looks like he's trying his hardest not to burst out laughing. Really? I wonder why. Maybe it's like those times where things are so intense you can't help but laugh. You know, like at funerals and stuff. They went through all the trouble of depicting that. Talk about going overboard. What about... Oh, is this one different? It's full of ash. This is an incense burner. Hey, look, Apollo. There's something in the ashes. Let's see what it is. Wow. Hum. Is that a gemstone? Wonder what that's doing here. Heh. I've got this one covered, Apollo. Would you like to hear my brilliant theory? Well, I guess it wouldn't do any harm. You know how people make wishes by throwing coins into a fountain, right? Well, you know, on second thought, I'm good. What? You sure you don't need to hear my theory? I was about to get to the good part. Let's just ask Emma. That'll be much quicker. Excuse me, Emma. What's this gemstone doing here? Oh, that. It's not a gem, it's a button. Albeit a very expensive one from the victim's jacket. Must have fallen off and gotten in there somehow. See, every puzzle has an answer, Athena. Wait.
That should do it. Every puzzle has an answer.
Every puzzle has an answer, Athena. He said the thing. Well, I thought my idea was pretty good. Wait, what's with this soot here on the gemstone? Hey, you're right. Caked in soot. Soot cake. Good. What about the one that's broken? Look, one of the statues is broken. Yeah, but it's kind of hard to see from here. Let's check it out when we get a little closer. Same thing with that. All right. Let us spin around the room. Guess this is where Inga collapsed when he died. Better take a closer look. Whoa, huh? What? Oh, okay. They've already taken the body away. It's kind of sad how familiar I've become with body outlines. I have a photo of the body if you're interested. Yeah, you know, why not? Huh. Does that pistol have 4 barrels? He was stabbed right in the back. The poor guy was practically skewered. Maybe the coffin opened up and like a can of soda, Queen Amara's mummy stabbed him in the back and then went back in and it closed. Well, it stabbed him and then handed the blade to Dirk and then went back into its restful sleep. What's he wearing on his arms? Those are the cuffs of justice. Seems to be a tradition here for the Minister of Justice to wear those forearm cuffs. I think I'm onto something. They look like they're made of a thick fabric, so I guess they aren't for protection. Maybe they're for keeping his sleeves out of the way when he's handling documents. Yeah, that's probably their original purpose. But over the years, the reason for wearing them was probably forgotten. So now they're just one of many traditional things that people do without knowing why. Oh, I get it. Kind of like the way you roll up your sleeves, huh? Or your psychology, if we're going there. I happen to know why I started, thank you very much. A tradition that no one remembers the origin of. Like saying pog bones. We don't know why we do it. We just do. So this is the murder weapon. Now, did you find any prints on it? Yep, and they were super clear. They belonged to one Dirk Sadmati. That's not good. Were there any others? There was one more print from another individual, but it was too smudged to identify. It's probably an old print from someone else who handled the knife. Oh. Yet another piece of unhelpful info to add to the ever-growing pile. Praise be. I wonder if this is Inga's cell phone. Caught up at 1.5 speed, time for normal Barry. Do I sound super slow? Hey, welcome back to my stream. It should be. His fingerprints were all over it. You know if he talked to anyone recently? There were a few calls logged between him and his underlings. I've been there. They were all members of the secret police who were directly under the minister's control. You mean like spies? I don't think that's quite it. What about the gun? So the minister was armed, huh? Yeah, 2 of them. That's a 4-shot pistol. He had it for self-defense, apparently. But it won't be firing anything anytime soon. He was carrying a broken gun around for show? No, we recovered a bullet here, which means the gun probably broke as the minister fired its last round. That's convenient. Also, did he shoot that in here, surrounded by guards, and no one heard the gun go off? The gun's chambers are all empty. Yet that one bullet is the only bullet we could find. That is strange. Where'd the other 3 go? He ate them. Maybe Dirk ate... Maybe Dirk ate them. Just when you think you could out-stupid... Okay. We can ask the next time we see him. Just be ready for his predictably shocking answer. Don't make jokes. I should shut up and just read the game script. Okay. Great. Well, that blood on there. Ugh, wow, it's covered in blood. With a blood spatter this large, it must have gotten all over the killer, too. Come to think of it... Wait, why would there be blood there? There was blood on Dirk's clothes. If he was standing and stabbed him on the back and blood exploded out of him, how would it get on the... If he was... I don't know. There was blood on Dirk's clothes. Eat your hamburgers. Dirk's clearly stabbing Inga, saying, I, Dirk Sadmati, am the one who killed Minister Inga. Yeah. But you see, you gotta read between the lines, between the stabs. The circumstantial evidence points to Dirk being the killer. That's what I'd conclude if I were a cop, too. Why are things always so bleak? Peck your beak. The sarcophagus is surrounded by a curtain. I bet someone could have hidden behind it. True, but that's one of the many places the royal guards checked after storming in. Wow, they were really thorough. Yes, well, apparently one of their members loves mystery novels. He appeared into every nook and cranny with an almost frightening amount of gusto. And when he was done, he said... Very interesting. It's like one of those locked room mysteries. Except all signs point to Dirk. We're the only ones claiming it's a mystery. Sounds like he's in the wrong line of work. Maybe he just says that for every murder, no matter what. Even when it's not a murder. It's like, help, my cat's stuck up in a tree. It's just like one of those locked room mysteries. A baby on a lotus blossom, that's one strange painting. Apparently, that's part of a mural depicting the life and times of Queen Amara. You know, like a storyboard or something. So that baby's supposed to be Amara? This one depicts Amara preaching to the faithful. And a dog! It's hard to put into words, but I've never seen anything like it. Let's see. The next one is... Is that Dirk? Why does he have horns? My best guess is it depicts the first time Amara and Dirk met. So he's supposed to be some kind of demon who's seducing her? Well, he was successful since they got married after that. It's a guy stabbing another guy in a room. What a mystery. The mural continues on the opposite wall. Yeah. Chair. Miss Faye was apparently tied to this chair. Let's take a closer look. We should try to cover every angle possible here. Let's use the stick to change our perspective and take a careful look around. Okay. I bet you didn't know, but I happen to be a bit of an escape artist myself. Trucy showed me how to do a rope escape trick. Uh-huh. And why would you bother learning something like that? Because we're always getting into trouble when working cases with Mr. Wright. So I thought it might come in handy someday. Don't they use trick rope for that? Or is it just normal rope? I guess you're right about that. Miss Faye could have definitely used that knowledge. That's right. So now you just sit right here and we'll get started. What in the world gave you the idea I wanted to learn? Stop it. Every tomb cut the cook chair. Poor Miss Faye, she must have been tied up to this chair. I can just imagine how much her backside must have hurt after sitting here for so long. It would have been torture for you, I bet. I mean, you don't know how to sit still. If by that you mean I like to stay active, then I have to agree with you. Yeah. Rotate. Yeah. Oh, ooh. Oh. Some ketchup. Look, there's a blood stain on one of the chair legs. Really? Hey, you're right. That's where for the first time in this game, they had a mechanic where you can kind of rotate as you're looking at a thing. You're right, I completely missed that. Let's move the chair so we can check under it. There's more blood under the chair leg. I wonder what's doing there. I have some luminol here. Why don't you do some testing around it? The fact that it's got right angles around it. Whoa. Makes it seem like there was a lot of blood here that was then cleaned up. Is there not? Is not? Is that? Oh. Look! Huh. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. How did Emma miss all of this? The mummy wakes! The mummy rises! The bloodstain leads all the way to the sarcophagus. Emma, is this Minister Inga's blood? Hold on 1 second. Huh? That's strange. I didn't get a match. So then, whose blood is this? Dirk and Miss Faye weren't wounded as far as we know. And the blood's been wiped up by someone for some reason. Yeah, that's strange too. Huh. Can we determine how old it is? Huh. That's strange. It's probably nothing though. Huh. Someone could have hid behind these curtains. Here, I'll go give it a try. Well, can you tell I'm hiding here? No, I can't tell at all. That's it. That's the perfect hiding place. We did it, Apollo. We solved the case. Sorry to burst your bubble, but the Royal Guard searched the tomb high and low right after they stormed in. And they said no one else was in here besides Minister Inga, Dirk, and Miss Faye. Well, did they check behind the curtain? Back to the drawing board, I guess. My brilliant deduction destroyed in 3 sentences. If Maya channels someone, does possessed Maya blood match the channeled spirit? That is a good question. I don't know. That would complicate things tremendously. What? Huh? What? This is the grape juice Inga was drinking. He was probably nervous before his meeting with Dirk. What? So he drank grape juice. I'm not seeing the logic here. Mr. Wright told me all about it when he was hospitalized a few years ago. He said grape juice has something in it that helps you relax. Really? This is a lot of words to just get out of saying it was wine. You know, it's like that fancy grape juice that makes you feel good. Are you sure he was talking about regular, plain old grape juice? Because it sounds like he was talking about the fermented variety. Nope, he couldn't have meant that. I mean, we're talking about a medical facility. They wouldn't have allowed something like that in. Right, let's just leave it at that. Fermented grape juice? You, Athena, you. Who would do such a thing? Is this supposed to be Amar channeling a spirit? Looks like the spirit of some country's sultan or something. And she seems to be conveying something to his retainers. She's on fire! That Dirk is really good. This must be Amara's assassination as allegedly carried out by Dirk. They really made him look evil. This is the weirdest one of all. Kumi thought it'd be funny. Yeah. Is that supposed to be Dirk facing his punishment in the afterlife? That's not tickle hell, is it? Anyway, I guess that's the last one. Or is it? I guess we're supposed to see this as a happy ending? Yeah, except nobody came out of the story happy. Alright, what else is there? Oh. Okay, there's something else I'm missing. Let's do another rotate around the room. Looks good here. And then over here... Oh, I can better look at the one that's broken. One of the statues is broken. Let's take a closer look. Yeah. This is what I like about the scenes being 3D. It's one of the big things I would say is just a net improvement. Ooh. Over the original GBA/DS games. They did a good job with just having backgrounds and sprites and stuff, but this makes it feel more like an actual investigation instead of just point-and-click adventure game pixel hunting. This thing's more splinter than statue now. The bullet from the victim's gun did a real number on it. Seems like something you get cursed for, you know? In Minister Inga's case, it's like getting your ticket punched is curse enough. Don't curses extend to the afterlife? You need to stop taking what Nayuta says so seriously. I'm capable of thinking for myself. Yeah, huh? The power of the 3DS. It's a Magatama, I think. Did it come from the broken statue? There's another one. But the other statues only have one each. Hey, you're right. Maybe this statue is special or something. Look, there's a bullet here. It's from the pistol the victim was carrying. My guess is he tried to shoot his attacker but missed and the bullet ended up here. We've already determined the rifling marks be a match to his gun. Rifling marks, aren't those? Oh ho, shall I explain? The science behind it is absolutely fascinating. No, we're good. Lawyers, think they're so smart. You do realize we can hear you. Lawyers and their good hearing. There's something shiny down there. It's a pendant. There's blood on it. I wonder who it belongs to. All we know is it's not the victim's. No one in the royal family recognized it. But did you lift any fingerprints from it? I did, but I wasn't able to get a clean one. That's too bad. But the blood turned out to be the victim's. That means it must have fallen here in the course of the murder. It might be Dirk's. I should ask him about it later. They couldn't find the bullet. They found one bullet, but there should be 4 in total. I think we've covered just about everything. Maybe we should go over what we learned so far. We're dealing with a locked room murder. But instead of the tomb being locked, it was being cordoned off by the royal guard. And after the murder, no one was found to be hiding inside. Right. In addition, we also know that Dirk's fingerprints are all over the murder weapon. The curtain around the sarcophagus was drenched in the victim's blood on one side. The blood must have also gone on the killer when they stabbed the minister from behind. Are they seriously saying that... I don't have a picture of it. Because there's like 2 splotches of blood. So he was standing there and it was like a shotgun blast of blood that coated him and missed him on the sides. That seems like a lie even for this game. Dirk had blood on him when the crime was first discovered. Unfortunately, he doesn't remember what happened. It's always ice. Well, they confirmed the sarcophagus is a fridge. This is not good. So what we know so far is things couldn't be worse for our case, and there's still an understatement somehow. That's still an understatement somehow. Very high blood pressure. It's looking pretty grim. Oh, if you two are done here, I'll have to ask you to leave. Go on, scoot. Something wrong, Emma? Why are you trying to give us the boot? It's just easier if you're not here when his ephemeral holiness arrives. There! Speak of the devil. Prosecutor Sadmadi? Detective Sky, it seems you've spoken at length with these 2 lawyers. I do hope you've also kept an eye on them. Yes, of course. Like a hawk, they didn't touch a single thing. Ha 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 ha. We're cursed because we touched the sarcophagus. I figured as much. Give a lawyer an inch and they'll take a mile. Never forget that. There's that look of distrust again. Hey, Nayuta. Do you really believe that Dirk's guilty? And are you seriously going to prosecute this case? I mean, he's your father. You were once part of the Defiant Dragons, weren't you? Hey, Nayuta, wait! I said wait! Come on, Athena, after him. Huh? Right behind you. Gotta go. Get him, get him. Chase him down. Tackle him in the mud. Nayuta, would you stop already? Emma deserves better. Damn. What do you want? It's about Dirk. Would you please hear me out? I fail to see why I should. Now, if you'll excuse me.
Hold it!
Nayuta, are you afraid of what I might have to say? If not, then there's no harm in listening, right? Very well, speak. But make it quick. There's much I must do. Why does everything have to be so difficult with you? I'm an attorney. Why is that badge before me? Remember how we used to talk about what we wanted to be back when we were kids? I wanted to be a lawyer, and you, a prosecutor. You said you wanted to prosecute bad guys to make sure they got punished. Yes, passing judgment upon evil. That is my calling, and that is why I've taken this case. You saying Dirk is evil? He who goes against what is righteous and holy, I shall reap his soul with all my power, whoever he may be, for that is my role. Then I'll just have to defend his soul with all my power, Nayuta. The putrid-minded lawyer seeks information from me? Throw me a bone here. I think not. Why aren't we stingy? Show him the orb. Alas, another soul has departed this world and must now be guided to the Twilight Zone. You would even hold the last rites for a kidnapper like Minister Inga? Criminals, too, must be given funerary rites. Deny that and their soul will turn malevolent, bringing woe upon the living. That is why all who pass on must receive a proper requiem. Makes sense. I mean, if I were murdered, I'd probably be pretty keen on revenge, too. You know anything about a button? Know anything about, this mysterious blood? Know anything about that? Okay. Alas. Alas. I don't think there's anything here. So, I know you'll be prosecuting Dirk's case, but aren't there any other prosecutors in this country? Why does it have to be you? Her Eminence, Queen Garan, personally requested that I serve as prosecutor. She did. That would make it hard to say no. Her Eminence thinks highly of my prosecutorial skills. Still, she didn't have to ask you to handle a case against your own father. Be honest, you really don't want to do this, do you? Ah, you speak of love and sentiment. I guess so? I do not deny such human emotions, but the law is the law, and placing personal feelings above it is beyond reprieve. Do you disagree? Well, no, I don't disagree, but civilizations only exist due to the confines of the law. Without them, love and sentiment would lack the fertile soil they need to flourish. Do you disagree? No, but the law must be obeyed. This truth sits above all else, including personal feelings. Therefore, whether or not I am the son of the accused is of no consequence. It is that simple. Or would you say otherwise? But come on, Apollo, tell him how wrong he is. But don't you know, wish it wasn't that way? He has this big eloquent speech about the law and emotions and humanity and civilization. He's like, but what if it didn't? But what if it wasn't? You know, like, what if? You know, the way that, you know? It appears I've wasted my breath on you. And the winner is Prosecutor Sanmari. Still spewing empty words devoid of meaning or consequence, I see. You putrid red pepper. I know I'm right, but did he have to be so eloquent about his point? It's like he's trying to cover something up with his pretty words. It's like his entire character. Apollo, I'd cut back on the debates with him if I were you. Just stick to questions like the one you wanted to ask. Did they say if Gaspin did well here, he is chief prosecutor? I don't think he's chief anymore. He kind of disappeared. Also, he did well because prosecutors had a 100% conviction rate because of the Defense Culpability Act. So, I don't know if he did a good or a bad job. He just maintained the win streak. You know, I wanted to ask you about that hostage situation. Inga said he had someone dear to Dirk in the palm of his hand, and he was using that person along with his hostage as leverage in obtaining the orb. That's news to me. Well, that's what Inga said. Yeah, remember. You can kiss your church, get the orb goodbye. I own the insurance. I got someone else dear to you in the palm of my hand. I got the impression Dirk had no choice but to follow Inga's demands after he heard that. So who do you suppose this special person is? I wouldn't know. Oh, but perhaps you do. Huh, my bracelet's reacting. Hey, Nayuta, about what you just said. Huh? Yeah! Ouch, my bracelet's crushing my wrist. Youch, what the heck's going on? I'm wise to your tricks, you putrid pepper. That bracelet reacts to the anxieties of the people around you by squeezing your wrist. But now that I know how it works, I can make it tighten around your wrist anytime I wish. He's weaponized his anxiety against us. Holy shit. Consider this a warning. I don't know how he did it, but this renders my bracelet useless. Such devilry is powerless in the face of the Holy Mother's blessings. Anxiety beam, go! Looks like your special power won't work against Prosecutor Sadmari, Apollo. We'll have to try something else. Yeah, you're right. Just have to ask Dirk about this. I was trying to think who else fits the bill. And if it's not Sadmari, the only person that comes to mind is Rafa? Like, what if Rafa's dad is actually Dirk? I don't know if that makes sense, timeline-wise. But I'm not really sure who else could be a person that Inga would have access to. No. He's always anxious. Yeah. It appears you intend to go through with this trial. You have no hope of winning. How many kids will this have? 2? Including Apollo adopted child 3 that we know of. Grow up, Mr. Justice. We're no longer children, you and I. I'm not the one who needs to grow up, Nayuta. In case you didn't hear, I won my last case against none other than Mr. Wright. You tell him, Apollo. Is he mad? I can never tell with him. This trial is different. Your foolishness will only earn you a death sentence for aiding and abetting a criminal. And those who die as criminals are doomed to be reborn in the next life as something lower than a bug or vegetable. Lower? You would be lucky to return to this realm as a patch of mold. Mold? That's pretty harsh. If you wish to avert such a fate, abandon this folly before it is too late. I don't care if I end up as a doll with blue cheese dressing in my next life. I'm gonna defend Dirk in court. Blue cheese. You fool. Know this. I intend to prosecute the accused with all my might, no matter what you say or do. Consider yourself forewarned. Now, if you will excuse me. Oh, even crossfade. Prosecutor Sabai knows his father will be publicly executed if he's found guilty, yet he won't show even an ounce of moisty. Nayuta, is this the real you? Have you really changed? Do you really plan on sending Dirk to his death? Do you even hear me? Don't Dirk and I matter to you anymore? Nope. People change. That's the end of... Oh, to be continued. Alright, chat. Well, good night. See you later. Great, we got a lot done. And by got a lot done, I mean just got mad about a lot of things. Let's go. To try... No, not to trial? Okay. Maya passed out right after we found her in the tomb. Oh, meanwhile... Phoenix and Edgeworth. Hand-holding simulator. I feel exhausted. I hunger. She's been out cold ever since. We haven't been able to get a word out of her. The doctor said it's just exhaustion, but I can't help but worry. What is it, Wright? Are you alright? Yeah, just thinking is all. I'm glad you're here, Edgeworth. We wouldn't have gotten the permissions we have without you. Well, I didn't come all the way to Kurain to be useless. Speaking of the investigation, I received a few things from Detective Sky. These should prove to be useful to us as well. Oh, nice. We also have the same evidence. Sure. Makes sense. I can't thank you enough, Edgeworth. Honestly, I'd have been so lost without him these past few days. You there, the barbed-head lawyer, Phoenix Wright? Hello. You're from the Grand Royal Guard, right? I am Lucky. Lock-key or Lucky? Lucky, Royal Guard member and Her Eminence's shoulder rubber. Oh. That's... Or just lackey. There's 3 options. Lackey is... Yeah, that's very specific. And what does the royal shoulder rubber want with me? Wait, come to think of it, my shoulders are a bit stiff. Don't be absurd. I'm here for one purpose only. I'm to bring you before Her Eminence, Queen Garan, Grand Priestess of Kurain. Will you comply? The Queen? What could she want with me? And why does he have to shout like that? I can't fathom why Queen Garan would summon you, but I advise you to accept Her Eminence's gracious invitation. Royal shoulder rubber Locky, was it? May I join Mr. Wright in his audience with the Queen? The name's Locky, La apostrophe key, and... Is that not what he said? Oh, he said Locky, and he's like, La key. All praise the omnipotent Queen Garan, for she has already foreseen and approved your request, Chief Prosecutor Edgeworth. You are both to come with me. You mean to say Queen Garan sees our every move? Yes, indeed. Her Eminence's spiritual power is immense. She can even see what's going on thousands of miles away. Right. I fear I'll lose my hearing next if we don't hurry. Yeah, me too. Why would the Queen herself summon me personally? What could she possibly be up to? Any ideas? So you've been here all this time. I wondered where you'd gone. Don't tell me you missed me, Edgeworth. As if. Kingdom Hearts. The courts have been so peaceful without you around. You make it sound like I leave legal devastation in my wake. Well, don't you? Maybe. Hi, Edgeworth. You are so handsome. I hope you have a good honeymoon with your husband. That's why they're here. Well, Wright, what do you intend to do now? I was thinking, I want to help Apollo win this case. It just reminds me of the concept art for post-time skip Edgeworth, where his neckerchief is just going all the way down to the floor. Gets longer the older you are. So why don't we try to gather whatever information we can? You're quite the considerate boss. Well, I kind of forced him to take care of the office in my absence, so it's the least I can do. We missed out on Dracula goatee Edgeworth? Yeah. There weren't any hotels available, so this is our home for tonight. The cravat grows with age and wisdom. I suppose it'll do. It's a bed to sleep in and a roof over our heads. Why? What? I thought he'd be like, that's poppycock. I'm gonna go rent a hotel room. But he's like, well, guess we have to. Sorry to disappoint, but there aren't any beds here. We'll have to sleep on the floor next to a bunch of strangers. What? Tell me there's a shower at the very least. The kitchen sink works just fine, I hear. If all the... Right, you will work to bring this case to a swift resolution. The sooner the better. Yes, Edgy Poo. There appears to be many temples in this area. Yeah, there are always a lot of monks and worshippers praying around here. And then there's tourists like us. It's unfortunate we have more pressing matters to attend to. Then again, sightseeing with you, of all people, isn't exactly at the top of my list. As if you have the luxury to be so picky, Edgeworth. How dare you? We are on our honeymoon. How dare you? The water's so clear, it's like a window into the soul. I wouldn't stare too hard into it, right? Or you may find all your bluff staring right back at you. No pool gazing in front of a client. Got it. Yeah. Bitch to bitch banter. Still at it, I see. I guess borders mean little in the face of your incurable habit. Well, I heard you used to present evidence left and right during your investigations, too. Is that true in the investigations games? Does he go around doing that? That was a long time ago. Besides, who did you hear that from? Oh, I have my sources. Well, tell your source that I look forward to his next salary review. Oh, damn. No, leave Gumshoe alone. It's ironic that the man tasked with upholding the law should end up breaking it. Well, it's not like we don't have our fair share of that back home. That's a thing of the past. The worst offenders have already been removed. Now you mention it, wasn't Gaspin Payne expelled from the prosecutor's office? Yes, he was a particularly troublesome individual. I was shocked to see him resurface here in Korain with considerable sway, no less. I just hope he doesn't end up making a mess of things here as well. I looked up Gumshoe on the wiki and said last known status alive at least 2028. That's when we learned that we're all full circle. Is this 2028? This game? What the hell? What the fuck? And still using flip phones? I guess flip phones come back in a couple years. We got that to look forward to. May 18th in the palace chamber. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Hello. The bobbed-head lawyer has arrived. We bid you welcome. What? And you as well, Chief Prosecutor Edgeworth. What? You're really far away. They have thumb drives too. That's true. The judge was like, ooh, what is this? It's not because thumb drives are so new and he's old. It's because the judge is a zoomer. And he's like, what do you mean? Just upload it to the cloud. Why would you have a physical thing to store like a kilobyte of data? Thank you. This place is still as magnificent as last time. We've heard much about you, Barbed One. It seems your bluffs and tomfoolery tend to leave our court devastated in their wake. Well, you know, it's not that much tomfoolery. Is that what people have been saying about me? Dick Gumshoe, Wright, where are your manners? Your Eminence, I am both humbled and delighted to be in your presence. Oh, Your Eminence, glad to be here. Looks like you're doing well. It's all right. There is no need to keep your head bowed all day. Yes, Your Eminence. Rafa's not looking too good. I guess even she can't just bounce back from her father's murder. Yes? So what can I do for you, Your Eminence? We wish to question you about something related to the case at hand. Perfect, because I have a few questions of my own. First of all, I want to root around in here. Poke at everything. That's one swanky throne. Wouldn't mind taking a seat there myself. He said that out loud. The jester and the crown, I imagine it'd make quite the interesting picture. You know, Edgeworth, I hate to say this, but you're absolutely right. Yeah. Turns out your dad dying can be pretty sad. The brilliant mind of Phoenix Wright. It is the Gone Royal Guard. The one who came for us earlier said that he's the royal shoulder rubber. Excuse me, are each of you charged with your own specific task? I'm the royal tea server. I'm the royal taster. I'm the royal bed maker. Fitness trainer. All right, I'm sorry I asked. At this rate, one has to wonder if there is no task left unassigned by Her Eminence. I'm the royal Pogsbone. I was gonna add an ER at the end of that and then change my mind halfway through. That's everything there. Hello. The royal Pogbones? We fear we do not completely comprehend what has transpired. So it is that we summoned you here to further elucidate the situation. Elucidate's another good word. Is it true that our husband Inga has been seeking the Founder's Orb? That is a good Urple. That's right, he wanted to trade a hostage for it. That's why he abducted Maya Fey. Insolent fool. Ow. Just bonk him on the head. That is a lie, I say. Father would have never done such a thing. But he did abduct Maya, that much is... I will not stand here and listen to this nonsense. You will pay for this, you... Ow. Ow. Please, your benevolence. I'm being concussed by the royal priestess. Sleeping. That is quite enough, Rafa. We understand your feelings, but we fear he speaks the truth. For we believe we know why your father would do such a thing. Huh? He's throwing snackus at him. We believe he was seeking the orb as a means of obtaining spiritual power. And with it, he intended to usurp the throne. What? Mother? What do you mean, Your Eminence? Inga was planning a coup, for he was dissatisfied with the current administration, and his secret police was the primary instrument of his treason. This just reaffirms my theory that he was working for her. Because now she's trying to throw him under the bus. And that's kind of sus. The secret police, they came up during the High Priest murder trial too. An elite force under the direct command of the Minister of Justice, in this case, Inga. Here a coup, there a coup, everywhere a coup. Susbus. All aboard the Susbus. The man who was hunting down rebels as Lady Kiro is a member of that group. Indeed, Inga turned that one proud force into his own private army. And he intended on using them to launch a coup and assassinate us. So Your Eminence had no control over them. As much as it shames us to admit it, Khurain is not the unified realm it would appear to be. We are truly sorry you have had to witness the dirty underbelly of our kingdom. How could father? But know that Inga could not have become king simply through our assassination. For in Khurain, only those who possess spiritual power may sit on the throne. I see. That explains why Minister Inga was seeking the orb.
Bobbed one. Do you recall the man known as Peace, Love, and Understanding? How could I forget? What about him? He too was involved in Inga's machinations. Inga had bought his loyalty, ordered the man to steal the orb, and covered up the theft. And then he sent the orb to the US for Dr. Buff to study. It's all coming together. Understand? The capture of the infamous villain Dirk Sadmari. It may prove to be the crowning achievement of our reign. Now perhaps the kingdom may return to the peace it once knew. Oh, what a joyous day. Hail to her eminence, Queen Garan, Grand Priestess of Khurain. Hey, Conquer. Evil Conquer. This applause is for you. Thanks for the sub. Welcome. Death. Wrong chant. Her eminence's spiritual power invoked a blessing straight from the Holy Mother. I could see how her cronies would be elated at the prospect, but the queen herself seems almost giddy for someone whose husband was just murdered. Yeah, also sus. Father. I love Twitch Mobile's new feature where if I mute and add and unmute when it's done and go back to stream, it immediately gives me the same ad again. What a great feature. Rafe, on the other hand, doesn't appear to be taking it so well. About that incident that occurred 23 years ago. The one in which Dirk was accused of assassinating Queen Amara. Yes, he set fire to a private residence, burning my dear sister alive. Murder by arson? Only a demon would be capable of such a heinous crime. But that event also set the stage for you to become queen, so, you know. What did you do before you were crowned queen, your eminence? As part of our training to be queen, we served in many different governmental positions. The longest of which was as the previous Minister of Justice. You don't say. Oh. It was in that position that we were best able to support our elder sister, Queen Amara. You don't. That also emboldens my theory that she doesn't have the spiritual power that she claims to. The longest con. Gonna get tacos. Get enough for the class. Thank you. Interesting. That was her husband's position. At least it was. Yeah, Queen Amidala. And when you ascended the throne, you passed the Defense Culpability Act. How are we not? We are playing a dangerous game, talking into the queen's face and being like, so you had motive to kill your sister. Those who would support criminals would be deemed just as guilty. What prompted you to pass something like the Defense Culpability Act, your eminence? DT mode as opposed to BK mode. The assassination of our dear sister Amara. When the infamous villain Dirk Sadmari was apprehended. Also, if she is somehow responsible for her sister being assassinated, and then was also ascended to the throne, and was responsible for the $800 million pagoda tomb thing, there's definitely more shenanigans with that room. There's no way they spent $800 million to install a cooler for the mummy. There's other bullshit in that room. There's gonna be shenanigans. Mark my words, here be shenanigans. I'm pointing at the part of the map where there's dragons in the water. I'm saying here be shenanigans. When the infamous villain Dirk Sadmari was apprehended, he announced that he would act as his own lawyer. That's right, Dirk used to be a lawyer. Dirk had been an extraordinarily talented lawyer and highly esteemed by the people, but he falsified evidence in an attempt to win his own case. I see. But when the truth of his fabrications and the assassination of the queen came to light, the people were devastated, and trust in the legal system plummeted. Now, why does that sound so familiar? Yeah, I wonder. Ahahaha. In Khurain, the Hall of Justice is a sacred space where victims receive their last rites. Should the people lose their faith in it, the kingdom would be shaken to its very core. That is why the Defense Culpability Act had to be passed. It was the only way to keep our legal system from tumbling into the abyss. So that's how you sought to eliminate the use of perjury and phony evidence, huh? But that law is what made lawyers go extinct in your kingdom. Now there's no one left to defend those who have been accused. We see how you could take issue with such a reality. However, we have not banned the act of lawyering itself. No, not directly, no. Those who are confident that they can prove their client's innocence are always welcome to mount a vigorous defense, as you yourself has shown. Yeah, we were literally threatened by Inga
for successfully defending a client. Well, I guess so, but... And our client was a child. Without lawyers, there's the possibility of false charges being filed and prosecuted. So long as our prosecutors continue to run nothing but perfect trials, there needn't be fear of such nefarious dealings. Do you disagree? Perfect prosecutors and their perfect trials, huh? Let's not get started down this path. Furthermore, here in Korean, we have the divination seance. And so it is, we no longer need lawyers, for the dead do not lie. No, but human perception is a fickle thing, so... Well, in the short time I've been here, I've beaten back false charges twice. And I found that cases built on the memories of the dead are less than perfect. So, yes, I do take issue with the Defense Culpability Act, to say the least. Ho, ho, ho. Such relentless rhetoric, your reputation precedes you, barbed one. She having a giggle? At our expense? It feels as if we ourselves were being cross-examined. Yeah, about that. Oh, no, that wasn't my intention. It is true that some feel the Defense Culpability Act is a necessary evil at best, but it is a small sacrifice upon which the peace of our kingdom has been forged. Hey, Haley. I have a bit of a letdown recently. I want to thank you for your positive content. Enjoy the VODs. Thank you for the bits. May future times be less shit. Amen. The deadline on their backs. Or they're staring at a paper as they spin in a circle to mislead the public. If you consider executing innocent lawyers a small sacrifice, then sure. Innocent lawyers? It's a little bit of a oxymoron. The fact is that following its passage, the crime rates here in Korean dropped markedly. Therefore, we have no regrets concerning the enactment of the DCA. None at all. Okay. Right? Why don't we leave it at that? This isn't a court of law, after all. Yeah. Ace Attorney at PNG, right? About the Founder's Orb that was to be exchanged for the hostage. It went missing after the murder. Would you happen to know anything about that? It's missing. I'm sure Dirk had it when we went into the tomb. If it wasn't there, I have no idea where it could be, Your Eminence. In that case, then perhaps Dirk has hidden it somewhere. He said, "Here, Apollo, hold on to this." And he wrestled free from the guards, and everyone was looking at him, and they took this big orb that's about this big and really heavy and fragile, and he put it on the ground, and he pushed it and slid it across the room, where it made a really loud grinding noise. And then Apollo picked it up and said, "Huh? What am I supposed to do with this, Dirk?" And he yelled, "Keep it secret! Don't let the police know you have it!" And he said, "Okay." And then later visited him in a jail cell and said, "Hey, remember this? You gave it to me? What's that about?" And he was like, "We just don't know where it is. There's just no way to know where the orb went." There is the matter of that horned youth you were with. Oh, you mean Apollo. From his odd hairstyle, may we assume him to be a relative, perhaps your younger brother? Ex-nay on the orb, nay. Luckily, Pig Latin never made it to Korean, so we're allowed to freely communicate that way. No, you got it all wrong. He's Dirk's son. More like foster son. They're not actually related by blood. Dirk's? Royal Guard? Your evidence? What is happening? What's she whispering in that one guy's ear? They're related because they have shitty hair. They have cool hair. How dare you? Thank you for your time. The two of you may go now. Yes, Your Eminence. We'll be on our way. Okay, now what? Apollo and Athena have the murder scene investigation covered. Maybe we should go speak with the locals over at the bazaar. You may leave now. Oh, just one more thing before I go. You said you used to be the Justice Minister? Interesting. Have a nice day, ma'am. Yeah, we got nothing else for her. Goodbye. How bizarre. Not the Foster Son Culpability Act. Oh, that yak is still yakking. Holy shit. Hey, Psycho. Celebrating my new PC? Or I spent a wad of cash, run out a little extra. Hey. Best of luck with new PC. From one recent new PC owner to another. Can relate. What? Was that a lion? Oh, that caught me by surprise too when I first heard it. It's the cry of a local bird known as the warbod. That's what they sound like? A bird that sounds like that? That's a terrifying bird. Sounds more like a beast than a bird if you ask me. It's a form of mimicry. You know, to help protect them against predators and stuff. Yes, well, can't say I've heard one quite like that before. Oh, it's more than unusual. It's endangered. It's extremely rare to encounter one in the wild these days. If it's so rare, then what's one doing out here in the middle of the bazaar? You got me. Maybe it's got something to do with it being their national bird. Was that a gunshot? Ha 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 ha! Startly PW! Oh. But what was that, Dance? Why are you still in the country? That bird has a gun! The Defiant Dragon's newest weapon. I call these puppies Dragon Snot Snaps. Uh-huh, and you need those, why? Because our hard work is starting to pay off. He came back to the... Right, he was... Yeah. Oh, yeah. Why are you here? Thanks to our TV signal hijacking and stuff, more and more people are joining our cause. But on account of that, the regime's been cracking down on us real tough-like. Yeah, there's been a lot going on lately. You can say that again. I mean, what with the High Priest's fake murder / suicide. Thank you for the Prime, WTV Soul. 62 months, that's a lot. People are calling it the DCA tragedy, and it's causing real public uproar. Hopefully this means Tarrus's death won't be in vain after all. Sure, they're on the same flight going back and forth. So how exactly is a handful of firecrackers going to be of help to you guys anyway? Simple. First, I supply them to our fellow rebels. Then we use them as a diversion when we need to shake Garon's goons. Thank you for the treason hype train. True. Like this. Stop it. Will you cut that out? I'm not with the regime and I'm not chasing you. Hey, your reaction, that was priceless, PW. I guess it started that war bod too. It's a miracle no one's trying to arrest him while he's too busy laughing. You there? Oh, hi. Vice turn to Mr. Krabs. That's what happens. It's carcinization. All things turn into Mr. Krabs. You are one of those insurgents, are you not? Yikes! Take that! Hiya! He's gone. And he's gone. Those firecrackers are more useful than I thought. Mr. Tensei, thank you. 4.5 years. Adding my sub-baby to the treason train. That's rough. What's your son's name? I will name him Little Baby Treason. Your benevolence, what can I do for you? I wanted to speak with you. Did she just walk around without a royal guard? Yeah. I mean, considering what earlier when she was, like, guarding Phoenix, it wasn't like she... I mean, she has, what's-her-face, her handler. She could probably... She's like Impa. She could kick some butt if she needed to. About what my mother said. Tree son, son of tree. I do not believe a word of it. My father could not have been planning a coup. Well, I can understand why you'd feel like that, but... It was a setup. Someone must have been plotting against him. And how do you know that? I just do. Because the Holy Mother guides me. And as the Royal Priestess, I must uncover the truth for all to see. Maybe this is just how Rayfa expresses her sense of duty? Naina, secretly a Sheikah. They just guarded more after her dad was literally just killed. Yeah, she's not exactly hiding, like she slipped out. You're investigating this matter, are you not? Then rejoice, for I shall accompany you and bestow upon you the Royal Priestess's wisdom. That's the best news I've heard all day, your benevolence. No one would dare get in our way with Rayfa by our side. He's just using her. We humbly accept your offer, don't we, Edgeworth? As you wish, Wright. Excellent. Then let us begin with my father's private quarters. The one thing I wish this game series did that the Layton series does is have little pixel art versions of you bobbling up and down to represent your party. Because when people join you and leave you, you just get this little guy in the corner bobbing. I just want to see like a little upset Edgeworth bobbling up and down, and like a little Rayfa slides in with a little Naina after next to him. Yeah, like that. Just like those little pixel art guys. We should be able to find some clues. I shall expose this false charge for what it is, if it's the last thing I do. Parents do not have a high survival rate in the series, or a high competence rate. Could it be, is the reason she's so defensive about Inga because she's a daddy's girl? Barbed head, let us not waste any time. My father's private quarters are located within the royal residence. Now follow me. Wait, she's sure in a hurry. Right, the minister's private quarters may hold evidence related to his murder as well. Yeah, maybe we can kill two birds with one stone. Don't say that so loud next to the warbot. Rafe was actually awfully fired up. I just hope she'll be ready for the truth we find. After all, it's hard to believe that Inga was not in full control of the whole affair. Look at that, Boyd. I never thought the day would come when we'd investigate a case side by side. Oh, because I never thought the day would come when you'd get sentimental on me. Come on, Wright. The time's a wasting. Wait, exactly which one of us was wasting time here? No. It feels like the Lord of the Rings Two Towers. Never thought I'd find myself standing side by side with a dwarf or an elf. Forget who says the line. How about standing side by side with a friend? Royal residence? No yakking. Yeah, it's Gimli. Never thought I'd stand side by side with an elf. Yeah. It would be weird for Leyless to say that to Gimli. Now, if we could figure out which one of these buildings houses Inga's private quarters, that's where we'll find Rafa. I'm assuming it's the one they already pointed out as being his residence. Now, that's what I call an extravagant exterior. Is this where Inga's private quarters are? Watch your step, Wright. That urn's been knocked over, spilling water everywhere. I hate water. It's smooth and slippery and gets everywhere. Yeah, the ground's soaked. I wonder who did this. I think someone's in there. I thought that was the frog. Father! Is that Princess Rafa? There were still so many things I wish to tell you. She always puts on such a brave face. But hearing her crying all alone, maybe we shouldn't go in there? Can't help but think of Trucy. Father! Knock knock, are you in there? Just a moment, I'll be right out. Hello? Time to adopt a princess. I see you're finally here. Well, let us commence our investigation, shall we? Your benevolence? Maybe you should rest for a minute first. You were eavesdropping on me, weren't you? No, yes, sorry. Couldn't help overhearing. Wasn't like I was spying on you or anything. Thank you for the trees and train. Choo-choo. You stupid barbed head! Katonk! Don't katonk me! Ouch! Also, I did, for the December highlights intro, I did add a sound effect combo that, you know, a good old-fashioned... Sure did. You could have feigned ignorance. Also the inspiration for the intro, for anyone that's seen it already, was I was sitting down to record the intro, and my next door neighbor was blasting really bassy music that was picking up on my mic, and I was mad about it. And I was yelling about it in a private Discord chat, and people were like, just make that part of the intro. And I was like, shit. It was a banger. so I bought dubstep jingle bells for $5 and just made that the intro. You could have feigned ignorance. It's as if your brain-to-mouth filter shuts off the moment you step out of the courtroom. No, it shuts off when I step in or out of the courtroom. How about that, bad Edgeworth? Hey, stud, how you doing? Did I commit a murder this game? How could you? Good job. It was me. Yeah, I probably did it. What took you so long? I thought you would never get here. You have a lot of nerve keeping the crown princess waiting. Sorry? This was my father's residence. I've already unlocked it, so you can go right in. Oh, and be careful. Some dingbat dog got in the courtyard and spilled water over there. A dingbat dog? That's right. The yappy mutt spilled a whole urn's worth. Never mind. I'll say it anyway. Was the dog's name Jugaboo? Was by any chance was the dog's name Jugaboo? That's right. The yappy mutt spilled a whole urn's worth. That's Edgeworth's twin brother, Urnsworth. I wonder how it got in this area. Do you know what it looked like? What a coincidence! That's not a dog, that's Gumshoe. I wish. Scrounging around for garbage, edible garbage. Emptied the urn for her dad to go into. Neat. Ugh. Hell, I have better things to do than to memorize what some stray dog looks like. Anyway, it's not worth talking about. Let's search my father's room, shall we? I really hope she's alright. She's not, but we'll continue. Where is Gumshoe? I don't don't know. Apparently he still works for the police department because Edgeworth referenced his salary. Yo, he up pondering his orb. That's pretty cool. What's the syringe for? What a mess! You can definitely tell a guy used to live in this room. I guess Inga and I had at least that much in common. Bah, this staff keeps getting in the way. Nana? Oh. Where's Nana? Normally. Is this important? Did Nana do it? She can teleport. We've established this. She comes running whenever Rafa calls. Doing Francisca's doing now? Nope. That's right. Nana's what? Oh, well, you, barbed head. Come, hold this staff for me. Why me? Just take it. It's too heavy and I'm tired of holding it. How does Nana put up with this day in and day out? I'll just set it over here for now. Good. Poke around a bit. Orb. Sure, the crime scene photo? That's fucked up. I don't want to do that. His desk is crammed full of documents. They appear to be paperwork for executions. This many cases. Indeed. Something is rotten in the kingdom of Krain. Oh, Shakespeare. This one dates back to 5 years ago. Something tells me he simply kept putting them off because he hated doing paperwork. Chat's chanting, traumatize the child. Traumatize the child. Remove that vile badge from my sight. If you insist on tormenting me, I will take matters into my own hands. Hey, don't bite it. It's much harder than I thought. What did you think it's made of? Chocolate? Your benevolence want to ask you about this. Nana, where are you? I thought you said she wasn't around. Oh yes, of course. Well, you're sadly mistaken if you think questioning Nana will clear things up. But I'm trying to question you. It's so full of mercy. It looks like he's holding a Wiimote instead of a gun. Your benevolence? Now she's sad! Father. Oh, sorry. Didn't mean to hurt you like that. Do not underestimate me. I am the royal priestess, and as such, I will experience my father's death tomorrow. So hand it over. A photo of a corpse will not phase your benevolence! Right, you fool! Put that picture away. There is no need to worry. I simply lost my footing. That's all. Now I'm really worried about tomorrow. That sucked. Boo. Boo. What's this? Je suis le belle? Oh my god. If I didn't already know he was a bad guy. Now we know. He's been working with the Jonkler this whole time. Never thought I'd see this brand again. It appears to be a sample of some sort of spray-on hair color. Color jet black. I wonder if Inga was going gray. Here, Edgeworth, maybe you can use it. I like my natural hair color just fine, thank you very much. Yeah, it suits you. The Bell kept it for himself. He's got connections. This is most likely a special ink pad for the Justice Minister's stamp. His insignia is carved big and bold right on the lid. Talk about overkill. Did he really have to mark everything he owned? What's this about? It's a syringe and a vial. Those were for my father's back pain. He said it really helped when the pain was particularly unbearable. It was that bad, huh? He must have been injecting some sort of painkiller directly into his back then. And then he got stabbed in the back? How ironic. Yes, my father said his back pain could knock him off his feet. I know the feeling. I've experienced some pretty severe back pain of my own. Well, we can't have you throwing your back out in court, so why don't you take a vial? No thanks. I hear your body builds up a tolerance to that sort of thing. Okay. I thought you didn't want them. I'm going straight to a chiropractor as soon as I get home. Make sure you do your stretches. It would kill the pain. Inga's 24 years old. I checked the record. Where is he? Yeah, he's in his mid-20s. It's crazy. There are some muddy shoe prints, come to think of it. Wait, then the footprints, they were leaving. No, but that makes sense. That means someone came in here after. Okay, no, I got it. There was some spilled water by the entrance. Somebody must have stepped in it before coming in here. Go to a doctor instead of a chiropractor. They're already dry. That means they're at least several hours old. Then someone must have been in here today in the early afternoon. For our servants clean this room every day. Here in Korean, we have a saying, leave not today's untidiness to the morrow. Mine is, why clean up today when you can leave for tomorrow? Leave for Apollo, more like. Oh my god, there's a clock. I can't interact with it, though. That's one luxurious and comfy looking bed. I've slept on nothing but hard floors since coming to Korean. Can't wait to sleep in a nice soft bed again. Then take it. It's yours if you wish. We'll have to clean this room out anyway, now that my father's gone. Don't you want to keep these things as a memento of your father? Besides, I don't need a spirit haunting me late at night. Do you suppose if I slept on it, I could see my father once more? Princess Rafa, I don't know how to answer that. Why do you have booze really high up? Wow, that's one gaudy sculpture. My father sculpted it himself from a block of solid gold. Why does it not surprise me that he was also a narcissist? Ha ha, it's pretty detailed. He even included that personal stamp of his. The stamp's a little loose. What do you mean? What do you mean? Okay. Alright. Ah! Look, there's a secret safe inside. Oh my, to think such a thing was here all this time. Rats, looks like we'll need the combination to get in. Well, I'm sure we can't guess that, so. Thought he was Taskmaster. This notepad must have belonged to Inga. Let's see. Inga's notes. That's strange. Naina, purple hat, glasses, diamond-shaped tattoo on forehead. Dirk, long hair, eye patch, blue clothes. Phoenix Wright, spiky hair, blue clothes, pink necktie. These appear to be notes detailing people's most prominent characteristics. There's even some stuff about me in here. Why would he bother doing this? I'm afraid even I can't answer that. Whatever the reason, it's giving me a case of the heebie-jeebies. Heebie-jeebies. It's as though he was taking down descriptions of people over the phone. That's what it reminds me of, anyway. What a brilliant deduction, one fitting of a chief prosecutor such as yourself. I commend you. That's high praise coming from you, your benevolence. Edgeworth's right, they do look like dictation notes, but I don't know. I mean, why bother describing Naina, who he must have seen every day? This chair looks like it was modeled after Inga's suit jacket. I was gonna say, but that's not draped over the chair. The backrest even has those fancy buttons of his. I imagine they make the chair awfully uncomfortable to sit on. Actually, they serve to massage the pressure points on his back. My father suffered from terrible back pain, you see. I wonder if it really works. Yeah. Show me that safe. We can't open this without the combination, but I doubt Princess Rafa would know this. Would know it. Well, if we can't open it, we can't open it. For now, let's continue our investigation and come back to this dilemma later. What else? What have I not poked? Have I poked everything? I've poked everything. Everything that needs to be poked has been poked. Yeah, just try kicking it. Barbed head, I, the royal priestess of Korain, shall share my thoughts on the abduction. You will. Listen carefully, for such opportunities do not come often. Yes, of course. We'd be grateful to hear anything you'd like to share. My father was very likely seeking to obtain the Founder's Orb, but it was not for the purposes of a coup d'etat. It was all for my sake. For your sake. The Founder's Orb is capable of bestowing great spiritual power. My father truly believed that. And he wanted that power to be mine. I haven't finished my training and I still can't channel spirits. He was doing it for me. Right, I see. Well, do you understand why he did it now?
I do, but it doesn't change the fact that Minister Ingo is a kidnapper. Yeah. But I guess you don't believe he is, do you? No. New information is sure to surface upon further investigation. Suffice to say, he did this all for me. End of story. Was he really trying to obtain the orb for Rafa? Somehow I doubt it. Speaking of powers, I wonder if Rafa will be performing the divination seance tomorrow. That's fucked up. I should probably ask her about that. That makes no sense. Well, it would speed up her process. I don't know. If she's been struggling to channel, if she's supposed to have been able to channel by this point, but she hasn't. It's not what happened, but it's a plausible theory to say he was doing it for his daughter's sake, to give her a little cheat code. Your benevolence, I notice Nana isn't with you today. I know not where she has gone. I have not spoken with her since this morning. I assume she must be quite busy today. I did catch a glimpse of her a little after 2 o'clock. I tried calling out to her, but she went off somewhere again. A little after 2. That's about an hour before the murder. Indeed. Of all the times for this to happen, she normally comes to me the moment I call her name. I know it's hard to believe, but even nannies have lives, you know. Your inability to find her after the murder is slightly alarming. I wonder if her absence is related to today's incident somehow. Do you think she was unwittingly caught up in them? Who knows? At the very least, I don't think she was at the scene of the crime. Nana, I hope she's alright. She seems really worried. Yeah, I bet. I take it you'll be conducting tomorrow's divination seance? Who else if not I? Good point. The thing is, divination seances are all about what victims experienced in their final moments. So, tomorrow, Rafa will experience her own father's death exactly as it happened. That's more than anyone should ever have to deal with. That's rough, buddy. Do you really have to go through with the seance tomorrow? There's really no one else? What about just calling the whole thing off? It's not as if I'm doing this because I want to. No. Never mind. I misspoke. The divination seance is a very important duty of the royal priestess, and it is one I intend to fulfill. Here's that word, duty. Duty. Your benevolence. As crown princess, you're destined to rule one day. That means there must be many things you must determine, like how to keep your people happy, and what role you must play therein. I wonder if I'm up to the task. They didn't say the word duty. Performing the divination seance is very important for a priestess, but duty or not, it's a heavy burden for someone so young. Even worse, she'll be forced to watch her father's murder. Will it be a weight too heavy for her to bear? You're gonna carry that weight. Your benevolence, has Nana served you long? She's been at my beck and call for as long as I remember. I have heard she even cared for me as an infant, right down to changing my diapers. Your diapers? Almost sounds like she could be your mother. Indeed, but that is a simple fact of life when your mother's busy being queen. Nana takes care of my every need. She is my teacher in all things as well. Rafa's pool of knowledge seems rather lopsided in some respects. Could that be the result of Nana's teachings? Could it be that my trusted attendant has come to dislike me? Now that I think about it, perhaps I've been acting rather spoiled as of late. I'm sure she'll be back. I suppose Nana would never truly abandon me. Upon her return, I will do something nice for her. Perhaps she'd like a shoulder massage. And yet I can't shake the feeling that Nana's connected to this case in some way. Something's going on with them. I've returned with 530 tacos. All right. Chat, make an orderly queue to get your taco. I'm really beginning to wonder what's inside that safe. Any idea what the combination might be, your benevolence? None whatsoever. Looks like a 4-digit combo locks. Maybe it's a date. You gotta pause the stream. Everyone get a taco. But it's probably not anything that would be easy to guess. Let's try some dates and see what happens. I wonder what date Inga would use as a combination. I don't think it's Rafa's birthday. I don't think he was a good enough dad for that to be... Yeah. When's your birthday, your benevolence? You are wasting your time. It could not possibly be my birthday. Ah, come on. It's worth a shot. Fine. It's December 24th. Edgeworth? Edgeworth? Mouse is just vibrating slightly. Christmas Eve? Well, let's give it a try. 1, 2, 2, 4. It opened? Ah, shit. That's why I saved. Damn it! Did he actually care about his daughter? Oh, don't make him redeemable. Alright, it was the DCX.
How about the date the Defense Culpability Act was enacted? You know when that was? Nana? Nana? Your benevolence. Yes, of course. I believe that date would be June 14th. Really, Edgeworth? Is whispering in the ears of elites the secret to your success? Maybe partially. All right, let's give 0614 a try. Nope, that's not it. Time to try something else. Maybe 1406, you know, maybe the... How about your parents' anniversary? I have not the faintest idea of when it is. Yeah, I guess you wouldn't, huh? It's December 11th. How in the world do you know that fact, Edgeworth? I don't. I simply deduced it using elementary school level logic. Though I doubt you'd grasp how I arrived at my conclusion, so I'll save my breath. There's no way you didn't use some kind of superpower to come up with that. How you deduce that? Here goes, 1211. Nope. I wonder. It was almost Christmas, Your Honor, which means it wasn't Christmas. Mariah Carey was still encased in her icy tomb. It opened. It did. Yep. And it looks like the bottom safe was a fake. Yeah, that's stupid. Or is it? Something meant to mislead would-be thieves, no doubt. Still, it was rendered quite ineffective by his use of such an easily guessed combination. Look at these gay dads, they're great. Why, father, why my birth date? Don't know if it's a reference to 1-4. It could be coincidence. It feels like Phoenix or Edgeworth should have had a little wink if it was meant to be a reference, which would have been obnoxious if not done well. But he just likes Christmas Eve. I can't say I expected the sculpture's chest to open as opposed to the safe. What do you suppose is in there? Probably nothing. It's most likely just a decoy for unsuspecting thieves, after all. It seems Minister Inga kept his most valuable possessions much closer to his chest. Stick to your day job, Edgeworth. Where they're bound to stay safe and sound, huh? Boo. Boo. Oh, not the -2s. Okay, let's see what's in here. This looks like a letter or something. Dear Father, I wanted to wish you a happy birthday. You're always so kind, and I love you very much. I hope you live to be 100 years old. Love, Rafa. I wrote this to my father when I was 8 years old. Father, why would you hold on to something so childish and stupid? There's some other papers in here. And then the rest are just gonna be all the horrible crimes he committed. God damn it. Oh my god, he was a good dad. How I planned to murder my wife. Once I poison the queen, the throne will be mine. Why did he write this down? The spiritual power from the treasure will back up my claim. In the meantime, the secret police are to keep a watch on Garan. Holy shit. Gah. Huh. Ooh, this is the plan for his coup. What? Give me that. It's so stupid that I think it's fake evidence. I don't understand. It seems Justice Minister Inga was plotting the assassination of the Queen. I made this. This can't be true. Father would never harm Mother. Poor Rafa, this has to come as a terrible shock. What's this? There's a photo in here too. Uh-huh. It's of a woman and a baby. I wonder who they are. Is that baby Nayuda and his mom? That's my first thought. But then how would that make sense? On the far left, there's a law book with the mark of the Defiant Dragons branded on it. Wait. That's your benevolence? How can this be? Well, there she goes. Princess Rafa! What's happening? She's looking incredibly pale. Your benevolence, are you alright? How can I be alright? Eh? All that I've believed. It was all lies. I'm afraid I don't follow. What the heck's she talking about? Can I ask who the woman is in this picture? How should I know? It seems I didn't know anything that was going on. Doesn't look like I'm gonna get much more of her while she's like this. Okay. Mother! Huh? I must ask my mother about the secret she is hiding. What secret? I must go. Goodbye. Okay. See you later. What was that all about? It's like her mind was off somewhere else. It appears this photo really upset her. I thought she was upset about the assassination notice written out. Signed, Inga, I made this. I wonder who the lady in this picture is. Stop! Shadow, come back here! Shadow! Wait, that sounds like I'll be in shadow. That's odd. Commoners aren't normally allowed in this area. I wonder what's afoot. What's afoot? What happened? What happened? Of course it was Shadow making a ruckus out here. No! Ah, Edgeworth! Whoa! I caught you. It's okay. Phew. Oh. It's very good. I hope one of you has a good explanation for this. Oh, I'm so sorry.
Wow, 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 what's this?
Greetings, this is Spirit of Justice. Everything's normal. Hi, Albie. No, Shadow, bad dog. Leave the man's frilly thingamajig alone. Oh, he doesn't like that. Love to be that dog. God, I wish that were me. If you would kindly detach your dog from my cravat. Do it right away, sir. Just hold still and... He's not wearing a cravat, but a jabot? A jabot? They call it a cravat incorrectly. This is a jabot. It's a jabot. Jabot. And... Stop pulling like that. You only stretch the fabric. Come on, Shadow, let go of his cravachamacollet. Jabo. Thank you. This isn't working. I'll just have to pull harder then. 1, 2. Wait, what are you? 3. Yeah. And then it's gonna cut to Edgeworth, and his shirt is popped open. He's glistening in the midday sun, and then Phoenix is like, "Oh, no! I need air." What? Why does he need air? What? This isn't Google. Just keep typing it in. Are you trying to kill me? It was choking him. Oh, it was oh yeah, fair enough. I'm really sorry, mister. My dog has a habit of attacking frilly things like that. I mean, for his sake, you should stick to more traditional targets, like cars or his tail. Yeah, look at Shadow, though. He's having a thought. He's sorry, baby. What's worse, he snuck in here again today and stole some weird-looking hat. We need to get the fuck out of here. We're gonna get this kid executed. I don't know what to do anymore. Bad dog. Very bad dog. No. Wait a second. I've seen that hat before. May I have it? May I have? Shadow 8 Nana. What a beautiful place this is. But I'd be enjoying this a whole lot more if we weren't investigating a murder. Commoners aren't normally allowed access to the royal residence. It would be impossible to take in such a spectacular view. The murder is certainly a unique reason to be offered such a rare opportunity. Yeah. This overturned urn spilled its water all over the place. It was already knocked over when we got here earlier this afternoon, so we can rule out Athena at least. That's good. That's good payoff. Right? What does it say about you if your first suspect is your own subordinate? Good. Athena catching strays. There are footprints coming from this residence. Too bad they just kind of end. Wonder who made them and where they went. Where they come from? Where did they go? Here's the perfect part of the joke. This place is decorated with all sorts of colorful flowers, and that the view from the veranda looks like it would be amazing. If I had to guess, I'd say Rachel must live here. Amara's tomb, the scene of Inga's murder. Poor Maya was held captive in there. To think she was actually being held here in Kurain. If only we had found out sooner. No point in dwelling on that now. All we can do is keep moving forward. Of course.
Garan Police. Garan Palace. The heart of the kingdom's government and religion. I can words. The two are inseparably intertwined here in Khurain. The religious beliefs of its people touch every aspect of their lives, including legal affairs. Like how they commune with spirits in court. I suppose Khurainism is the glue that binds their faith, law, and politics together. It may seem strange to foreigners like us, but for them it's perfectly natural. How odd. How very, very odd. Different cultures are different to ours. How peculiar. I'm an attorney. Oh, that's an attorney's badge from your homeland. I've studied all about it. Allow me to explain. There's a reason why the badge is shaped like a sunflower. You know how sunflowers always turn to face the sun, the source of their well-being? Well, lawyers are like that. They chase anything that will make them money. That checks out. I guess people hate lawyers in your country too, huh? Where did you get your information from? A proud sermon Chief Prosecutor Payne gave in the middle of the bazaar the other day. I guess he hasn't fled the country. Lawyers already have a bad enough time here without his lies. Wanna see a dead body? What do you know about this? I don't know anything about it. I'm the worst tour guide ever. No, it's my fault. Don't worry, I'll study hard. I'll be ready to answer all your questions next time. Now I feel like a jerk. You know who this woman is? Okay. Still got a job, apparently. Albie, could I see that hat again? Sure. Isn't this Nana's hat? I thought she disappeared. Shadow swiped it from someone. Albie, how exactly did Shadow get this? Allow me to explain. It all started while we were on a walk through the bazaar today, when suddenly Dats popped out of a manhole. I believe you. How? Whoa! The fangs of the defiant dragons. Hi-ya! Ha! That's a rebel is here. Say, you want to join our cause, kid? Oh, you want to be a child soldier? Be really cool. Naturally, I was super startled by that weird sudden appearance. Naturally. Back, dog of the Garan regime. Huh? But this is my dog, Shadow. Defiant dragon's secret weapon, dragon snot snaps. Achoo! Whoa! Ha ha ha! Oh, the look on your face, that was classic. Thank you, Dats. The sudden bang of the firecracker spooked Shadow and he ran off into the crowd. Ah, Shadow, come back here. Ah, that'll teach you, Garon's lapdog. That sucks. You there, what do you think you're doing? Oh, not good. That's when a policeman came running over and hauled Dats away. Oh. Well, good. That happened right around 2 p.m. if I remember correctly. There was a clock nearby, so I know the time. I'm not even gonna pretend I know what Dats was trying to do. I chased right after Shadow, and when I finally caught up to him, here in the palace courtyard, he had this in his mouth. 2 p.m. That's about an hour before the minister's death. Nana supposedly went missing after the murder. This would place her here at the palace at around 2. Actually, I just remembered I saw something pretty amazing around that time, too. Something amazing. Chinese Larry, yep. So Albie, what was it you saw that was so amazing? I saw Her Eminence Queen Garan channeling a spirit. Yeah? Is it really that big of a deal to see her channeling someone? You bet it is. Commoners are never allowed to behold the sacred rite. Can you tell me more? Of course, I'm always happy to explain. I believe it was around 2:10 p.m. today. That's quite precise. I got lost in the palace grounds while looking for Shadow. Ooh, what is this place? It gives me the creeps. Where could Shadow have gone? In my search, I took a peek into a small room, and that's when I saw Queen Garan. She was channeling a spirit for a neighboring kingdom's king. I saw her transform right before my eyes. I was so excited I had to take a picture of it. Yeah? You took a picture. I know I shouldn't have, but I just couldn't help myself. Okay.
Between this and the treasure room, Albie's not exactly the picture of self-restraint. Arrested is gonna be the least of it. Her channeling Wright ended right after that, so I ran off before anyone could spot me. He could have been arrested again, you know. Yeah, I know. Anyway, here's a copy of the picture. Just he made copies. Going to the photo store and like, can I get a copy of this? And guy by the counter's like, I'm going to be executed for seeing this. Here's a copy of the picture. Don't tell anyone I was the one who took it. Don't worry about his future sometimes. Channeling photo. Let me take a look at that real quick. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. There's nothing that immediately stands out as sus. But there's probably some detail we're gonna learn later that's like, oh, when you channel it, you do this. And they'll be like, wait a sec. That means she didn't. Or she did. Or, put it on his Insta. Yeah. How did you and Shadow get into the royal residence anyway? She doesn't look different. Yeah, not really. It's not open to commoners after all. Allow me to explain. I'll be. There's a way to get into the palace from the bazaar. It's a bit of a tight squeeze, though. Shadow can easily fit, but anyone bigger than me is out of luck. You don't say. Yeah, part of the palace wall is damaged, and there's a hole I can just make it through. Go on. Bet you didn't know they have some really tasty food here. Then this isn't your first time in here, huh? Trespassing's illegal, you know. No, it's not like that. I didn't mean any harm. It's just, I want to help change this kingdom. What do you mean? Oh. Playing the rebellion music. Well, after Miss Faye's trial, I started thinking. Uh-oh. Should be quiet. We're in the middle of the palace courtyard. Ixnay on the rebellion, Ray. After Miss Faye's trial, I started thinking, like maybe there was something I could do to help the revolution, too. Maya's trial, huh? That tragically happened because of how twisted Korean's legal system has become. We radicalized the child, hooray. That's one way to cover up the crime. I had done so my wife would rush to the defense, and the kiss of the child should have the same fate. This cannot be. Radicalization of the youth. Woo. The DC Act led to the false charges against Maya and the High Priest's suicide, but that trial also caused the public to start questioning the current state of things. And it seems even Albie has some pretty strong feelings on the matter. I knew there had to be something I could do to help. That's when I remembered the hole in the palace wall and started thinking, maybe I could sneak in and take a picture of one of the royals up to no good. I just want to do my part. The spirit of revolution seems to be catching on even with one so young. Right? The momentum is still steadily building, and the tipping point is fast approaching. It's just a matter of when. I agree. And the public's perception of the Defiant Dragon seems to be changing too. But Albie, you can't go trespassing like that, even if it's for a good cause. It's not right. Okay, I won't do it again. Albie, is that really all you have to confess? You haven't been up to any other mischief? And when I say you, I mean Shadow. I don't know what you're talking about. 30 Cyclops up here. Nice try, Albie, but the proof is literally right in front of us. Can I... Okay, look at it again. Oh, but you wouldn't happen to know how this urn got knocked over, would you? Because her benevolence told me something rather interesting. Be careful, some dingbat dog got in the courtyard and spilled water there. Dingbat dog? Dingbat dog. Kinda looks like a dingbat to me. The dingbat dog she mentioned wouldn't happen to be Shadow, would it? Oh! I guess the dog's out of the bag. Sorry I lied, but I was worried I'd get in trouble. I know I shouldn't lie to a lawyer. No, it's not good to lie to anyone. So let's try to only tell the truth, okay, Albie? Okay, Mr. Wright. Also, I almost forgot. I saw a couple of Americans a moment ago. Americans? They had really weird haircuts, so I thought they might be friends of yours. That's fair. Fair assumption. Really now. Seems your little friend thinks all us Americans have strange hairstyles. I suppose we have you to thank for that, right? So what exactly did their hair look like? There was a guy with 2 crops of hair sticking out of his forehead like antennae, and then there was this lady with a long bunch of hair that looked like a big orange spider leg. It sounds like Apollo and Athena. What were they doing? They were racing through the bazaar with the Garan Royal Guard in hot pursuit. But what? Also, Albie, don't make this a lesson that just because they're Americans means we know them. That just is the instance in this case. Why were they being pursued? I'm not sure, but I have my suspicions. I'm just hope they're all right. Sorry for not mentioning it before. It just kind of slipped my mind. Great. Why is Edgeworth here? We all came here together on Edgeworth's private chartered jet because he cares. We're still not at the court case? Oh my god. All right. Yeah. Huffing and puffing and huffing and puffing. Those guys sure are persistent. Yeah, they even wore me out, and that doesn't happen often. Why are they after us anyway? Apollo, it's the Royal Guard again. Quick, hide. Wired Horn had Spidey hair go. Spidey hair? They're not talking about me, are they? Is that a trick question? We know you're hiding somewhere around here. Apollo, that weird looking bird over there, did it just... Yeah, it did. It's called a warbot, and you know what? I'll tell you all about it later when we're not being chased by masked men. Come out, wherever you are. Hand over the orb if you know what's good for you. It figures they're after the orb. I don't want to know what they'd do to us if they were captured. If they grill us in those obnoxious loud voices, I'd cave after the first hour and confess to whatever they wanted, truth or no. Come out now, you foreign devils. This has gone far enough. You must not keep our eminence waiting any longer. We gotta get out of here. There must be a safe place to hide somewhere. What do you think? Apollo, we shouldn't be standing around talking like this. Who knows what they'll do to us if they catch us? You're right. Let's find somewhere safe to hide. We hide inside the bird. Maybe we could hide here. No way. They'd find us in no time. Stay where you are. They're closing in on us. We gotta find a place. We hide inside the yak. We could hide here. No way. All right, fine. Yeah. Courtney's Mike Meekins. Oh god. Maybe we could hide here. Wait, why not the... Not the manhole? Oh, I was a pixel away. Okay. Look, a manhole. That's right. Say, son, you remember my office? Even though he was a legit lawyer, he still went in through the sewers. Athena, I know where we can hide. Follow me. Where are we going? Hey, yep. Wait, you're not seriously thinking about going down there? It smells like rotten eggs. Are those rats I hear? We've got no choice. I can get us somewhere safe, but this is the only way in. Quick, before it's too late. Yeah, it's going to take forever to get the stench out of my hair. Apollo Foster was our rebellion time. I guess they did live in the mountains. That checks out. I always forget how old Apollo is. Looks like we lost them. That was close. Dirk's office. How long has it been since I last set foot in here? At least we're safe now, but... Why is Athena all huddled over in the corner like that? Bella! That's... AJ, what the heck are you doing here? Quran's royal guards are after us. Haha, once a rebel, always a rebel. Don't worry, the regime doesn't know about this place, so you can relax now. Good. But since when am I part of the rebellion? I don't recall signing up. Apollo? Phoenix? Mr. Wright, what are you doing here? I saw you two going to that manhole. How did no one else see us and then them follow? You narrowly escaped the guard's notice. No way Edgeworth crawled through a sewer. No way. Disagree. It was like watching a pair of ostriches burying their heads in the sand. I guess that was a closer shave than I thought. Anyway, you're safe and sound. Now. And that's what really counts. Sorry, I got distracted by the spider and the moth in the corner. I have some evidence for you. Thanks, Mr. Wright. Evidence received from the boss. So what is it this dubious hovel we found ourselves in anyway? It's the Defiant Dragons' safe house, also known as the former Sadmati law offices. I see. Well, though it might just be happenstance, here I am, a chief prosecutor, hiding out in a rebel base. Please don't report this place to the local police, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Might as well take a look around while we're waiting for the heat to die down. Come on, Athena, stop moping over there and help me check this place out. Please tell me there's a shower here. There's a sink in the kitchen. If you're lucky, maybe there's soap. I'm sorry I asked. Hi, Dats. Edgeworth is loving this. He never gets to go on adventures. So Dats, you guys still using this office? Yep, except now it's the official HQ of the Defiant Dragons. But as Dirk said, and I quote, "We must keep it for the day when Kurai needs lawyers once more." Restoring the legal system to its rightful form through popular uprising, you can tell how much Dirk believes in his cause. Oh, and AJ, Dirk said something else that might interest you. He said he hopes you'll come back and take over this office someday. Take over, me? Those were his words. He may have been half joking, though. Dirk, guess what I heard from PW? AJ's become a lawyer. Yeah, I've been meaning to tell you. Must have been because of you, Dirk. I'm not so sure about that. I imagine he's already forgotten about me. What are you talking about? I bet he can't wait to follow in your footsteps. When there's trouble, you call PW. Nothing would make me happier. Maybe one day he'll return to Korain and take over this office. This dingy, falling apart office. Just a pipe dream, though. Pipe dream? Dirk really said that. Dirk was never a hands-on kind of dad. But not a day went by he wasn't thinking of you. That much I'm sure of. Doesn't get more paternal than that. Dirk. And to think, I really did spend my days trying to forget you. And I'm looking forward to a nice long talk once you're free. Will Powers contact the Phoenix specifically? Oh my god. Also, it's in the sewers. I'm surprised to see so many appliances. There's even a TV. Speaking of which, we gave the people of Korain quite a shock when the Plume Punisher, Warrior of Neo Twilight Realm, was last on TV. That show where actors play the parts of Dirk and Rafa. You hijacked that in the middle of its broadcast, right? Yep. All their writers do each week is try to ruin the Defiant Dragon's good name. So we decided to hit him where it hurts. That must have been real shocking, especially for the kids who waited a week to see it. The show's main villain was actually hijacking the very show he's in. That would be pretty rad, though, as a kid. He's real, and he's threatening everyone. That's cool. Ew, is that a newt? Come on, Athena. Can't you tell a gecko when you see one? What's the difference? Geckos like to live in houses, while newts prefer to be outside near water. That's the primary difference. They're totally different creatures. How do you know this one wasn't caught outside near some water? It could very well be a gecko. No, I'm pretty sure it's a newt. Oh, so then you agree it's a newt, Apollo? Ah, I fell right into her trap. One's an amphibian, one's a lizard. You're both wrong, it's just a plain old lizard. Step lizard. Amphibians are step lizards. Who's the kid? Wait a second, that's you, Apollo. I'd recognize those horns anywhere. Is that really the only way anybody recognizes me? Hee, you were so cute. And who's that fine-looking young man? That's Nayuta, back when he used to smile. Wow, his smile's absolutely angelic. Sure brings back memories. That was taking the day we all went out fishing. What was Prosecutor Samadi like when he was younger? He was kind of quiet, but passionate when it came to his convictions. When he finally made prosecutor, he was all fired up to change Korain for the better. But now he's nothing more than Garan's lackey. Seems like Dats has a lot to say about Nayuta. I'll ask him about his thoughts later. Well, I'm done snooping. That's what's with the altar. It's where we pay our respects to the victims of the DCA. The DC Act is a heinous law that puts innocent people to death. A law that's supposed to protect the people sends them to their graves instead. Talk about insane. There's a scary looking knife sticking out of the Queen's picture. If anyone saw this, they'd think the Defiant Dragons were a violent group. Oh, that was actually me trying to kill a fly. I threw that knife at it, but I whiffed, and the thing ended up stuck right between her eyes. You mean this wasn't on purpose? The cabinets are full of Homestuck? Oh. They're fans. This is Dirk's old law book. Look, there's a mark on the cover. Looks like it was branded with a hot iron. Yeah, I think it was done in protest against the DCA. There's an entry on the DC Act right here. Oh, that's the infamous anti-lawyer law you guys are always yapping about. Yap, lawyers. Yap. I wonder what's in this file. Oh, it's full of newspaper clippings. About Amara's case. Seems to be a collection of documents and information on Amara's assassination. So this is what Dirk was talking about. We already know most of the stuff here on top. Let's see what else there is. Wow, where'd he get all this? Anything important here? Page 20? Apollo's father? I'm just gonna read through it one second. Like, I'm just gonna read through it right now. Except now there's no music. And it's not added to my thing yet. Apollo's roving musician father got caught up in this incident and lost his life. What? This is about, it was the same fire? This is about your father, Apollo? I guess that makes sense in a way. Looks like it. I was never told much more than what's written here. Really? How come? Dirk always skated around the subject. Maybe he thought I was still too young. Plus, I always thought of Dirk as my dad, so I never really brought it up. I see. Still, feel kind of sorry for your real dad. Man, real dad. I was never really interested in learning about him. But after seeing his picture, I can't help but feel a little curious. I wonder if dads could tell me anything about him. Apollo, this file looks like it might be useful, but there are so many pages I can't tell what's important. We need someone to help organize all this, and I think I know just the person to ask. The incident involving Amara's private residence. Amara slipped a sleeping pill and perished in the fire. The lighter found at the scene had Dirk's fingerprints on it. Apollo's roving musician father got caught up in the incident, lost his life. He was struck in the head by the culprit. The victim's passport and any pictures of him were burned up in the fire. Without knowing his real name, no divination seance could be performed? This trial's gonna become sad as fuck, isn't it? This trial's just gonna turn to back-to-back sobbing as a puddle on the floor, isn't it? Oh, God. Sadmati Law Offices. That's the sign Dirk used to display out front. Hey, Dads. I heard the office used to do quite a bit of business. And it did. Dirk was a famous lawyer with countless courtroom victories, after all. He was the dauntless dragon who turned trials upside down, snatching victory from the jaws of defeat. His fame as a lawyer spread far and wide across Korean back in the day. Hope the day comes when we can proudly display that sign again. Maya's got a lot of channeling to do. Dirk's jacket. I bet that's gonna be a plot point that we need her to channel, but she's still tired and recovering. You should try it on, Apollo. It might actually suit you. Really? There's also a spare eye patch here. Why not try that on too? He. Sorry, just picturing you and all that. It's just too funny. My pride. Happy Pride, Apollo. Wait. Don't tell me you have to go back through the manhole to get out of here. The only reason the safe house is still safe is because the front door's been boarded up. Fine, then I'll just have to live here till the revolution begins. What if I told you rats come out at night? Then we'll just have to start the revolution before sundown. I bet the revolution never thought to get a new ally this way. Ugh. What's with all the spider webs, Dats? Don't you ever clean the place? Not the webs. We have what you call a symbiotic relationship. They catch the bugs that get in here and I don't clean them up. You know, that actually makes a lot of sense. Good job. Okay. Dats, wasn't Yuta once part of the Defiant Dragons? Yep, Yuta was a rising star in the Resistance. He vowed to fight for the cause through the legal system. Said he'd become a prosecutor and give Inga and Garon the smackdown they deserved. But now he's, a puppet of the Garon regime. Not only that, but now he's gonna prosecute his own dad. It doesn't add up. I wonder what happened to him. Me too, but if I had to guess, I'd say Garon has some serious leverage over him. Leverage? Like what? Wish I knew, but it seems like Dirk knows. I tried to press him about it, but he wouldn't say. Come to think of it, Dirk did say. Nayuta is suffering? Yes, he knows the rightful state of Kurain's legal system, but something forces him to bend to Garon's will, and it's tearing him apart. If that's the case, I bet Nayuta doesn't really want to go through with Dirk's prosecution. I wonder if Nayuta's not Dirk's biological son, maybe? Something with that photo. It don't add up. Something's going on. Was it, yeah? That's what I want to ask you about this picture. That's the picture of your pops that Dirk found. And he had a heck of a time tracking it down. He said he searched all over for it. Why? Why would he go through all that trouble? Please tell us everything you know about Apollo's dad. My father. Nayuta's a baby? Yeah, I mean, it seems likelier that that's Nayuta. than Rafa or someone else. But what's the significance? Do you know what my biological father was like? Dirk once told me about him. He was a modern minstrel, walking the world and making music in his travels. This file has information on your real dad. It says he died in the blaze at Queen Amara's residence 23 years ago. That's right, Dirk had invited him over. Dirk's the kind of guy who can become fast friends with just about anyone. And it seems your pops was like that too, AJ. They hit it off at a bar. And the next thing you know, Dirk's asked him to play some tunes. And then the place went up in flames. Yeah, Dirk had just stepped out for a sec when the fire broke out. Apollo, you were there too, but you were still just a baby. I remember hearing about that when I was little. Yeah, it was a crying shame. Your pops just happened to take you along that day. So you were there with him when the fire broke out. But Dirk risked his life to save you. It's like Dirk's done nothing but save me all my life. All your pops' stuff got burned up, including anything that could have helped us identify him. All we knew about him at first was his stage name, Jangly Justice. Or something like that. No way he went around calling himself Jangly Justice. Dirk did everything he could just to dig up what little we now know. What about my mother? Do you know anything about her? All we know is she was traveling with your pops. That day, she was off doing something on her own. Since she probably didn't even know my father had been with Dirk, huh? But she must have been desperate to find you and your father once you'd gone missing. No doubt, but the Queen's assassination threw the kingdom into chaos. The police were so overwhelmed, they were probably hardly of any help to her. We searched and searched till our legs gave out too, but never found her.
We're a man, so we back in the mine.
Whoa.
Got a pickaxe swinging from side to side, side to side. This task a grueling one. Hope to find some diamonds tonight, night.
Another classic ham? You spoiled me, Zekro. I just remembered another question for you. Did you ever do your Tears of the Kingdom spoiler rant? If so, do you remember which stream it was during so I can watch the VOD? Starting my second full playthrough. Nice. I don't think I did. I don't think I did do my full Tears of the Kingdom spoiler rant. If I did, I forgot. And that's probable, because I forgot anything. Thank you for thanking me. Yeah, at some point I should probably yell about that game. I have a lot of thoughts about it. I did debate for a long time making a video about it, and I got like halfway through a script, and I wasn't happy with it. And it was just sort of like, didn't really have a focus, and I wanted it to. And then like 3 videos came out back to back that were like, the main point is like, I really enjoyed Tears of the Kingdom. I'm gonna keep this very brief, keep going with the game. I really enjoyed it, but I had a couple major problems with it that were just kind of annoying throughout the whole game. And then people put out videos that were like, Tears of the Kingdom fucking sucks. And I was like, I don't agree with that take, but it feels like that's sort of where the opinion is leading. And like, I'm not swayed by public opinion, but I want a video I make to like satisfy my interests as well as hopefully be interesting to watch. And for the point that I was making to be like, it's good, but it's flawed. It wasn't like a very engaging premise. So I kind of left it alone, but more like Tears of the Poopy. Yeah. But anyway, maybe someday I'll yell about it on stream, but for now, thank you. And with your father's stuff all burned up, we had 0 leads, not even a photo. I like Breath of the Wild. I like Breath of the Wild better. I was talking to a bunch of friends about it back when we were all playing it and going through it and talking about it. And something that Todd said, and I wrote it down because I was like, this is the smartest thing that I've heard anyone say about this game. Todd said that Breath of the Wild filled him with awe, and Tears of the Kingdom filled him with purpose. There's something too long. I might be mixing up the words, the exact words he used. I wrote them down somewhere. But just the idea is like Breath of the Wild, we were like, oh my god, wow, everything's amazing and wonderful, and I'm finding all these cool things. Tears of the Kingdom was like, I've already been here, I have intent. The decisions I'm making are driven by, I know what's here, but I'm curious what's changed, or I'm going here because I have a goal in mind. And that's a very fundamentally different way to approach an open world game. I found it fascinating. But anyway, I don't want to just keep talking about Tears of the Kingdom, or I'm just gonna be here for an hour. That's how I became an orphan. Who knows? Maybe your mom read about the details of the fire in the newspaper. There was a 0 by for so long. Calamity War. And maybe she figured you died along with your pops. I'm excited to okay, last thing I'm gonna say. I never finished. I beat the game, but I didn't do my, okay, I beat the game, let me go clear up the rest of the map that I didn't finish. There were like 3 or 4 shrines I didn't do, and like, I think I finished the underworld, the depths, but there are things I hadn't finished that I wanted to do, and I was like, oh, wait till I finish the game, because at that point, a lot of people I knew I'd finished it, and I was like, I don't want to see spoilers, I want to play the game. and then I didn't go back after I beat the game to finish stuff up. And at this point, I'm like, I'm just gonna wait until the Switch 2 is out, and then hopefully I can play it at a decent frame rate, because that's one of the main sticking points about it. Is it just is a rough time on the Switch. I had no idea you've been through all that, Apollo. Exactly, just gonna wait for the Switch 2. Okay, let me. Tears of the Kurain. That's about this file. Can you help me figure out which pages are the most relevant? Yep, sure can. I got the whole thing memorized. Got it memorized? See, this page? Definitely worth a look. Page 34. That's the Rule 34 of the law. As the son of the terrorist Dirk, Nayuta was expelled from the royal family. The idea that the sins of the father are visited upon his children is deeply rooted in the minds of the Kurainese people. Huh. Prosecutor Salamati was part of the royal family, wasn't he? Yeah, I didn't think about that. If Nayuta was Dirk's biological son, and his mother wasn't Queen Amara, then I could see why that would be a secret he was holding against him or something. But he was expelled after that whole thing with Dirk happened. He must have gone through hell once he entered the legal world, though. Because of the sins of the father visit upon his children thing. Yep, in the eyes of the people, Dirk is not only a traitor to his kingdom, he's also the terrorist who assassinated the previous queen. So as his son, Yuri no doubt got the cold shoulder at every turn. That must have been really hard on him. Yeah, the ties between father and son aren't something you could break, even if you tried. No matter where he went, he was probably labeled the son of a criminal. But despite it all, he made a name for himself through blood, sweat, and tears. You think he would at least, like, change his name? Or something. Try to distance himself and be his own man? I wonder what else is going on with it. Yeah, just look at him now. He's a star prosecutor working cases around the globe. But also he's a jerkwad. Yeah. He's become a hero, the pride and joy of Kurain. Now that's the Nayuta I know, super smart and never willing to give in. Must have studied and fought like his life depended on it to get to where he is today. So then you believe me? You believe in my son's innocence? Old man? What? Oh. Your poor son, imprisoned for a crime he didn't commit. Let's petition the government for his release and a declaration of innocence. Oh, thank you, I'm forever in your debt. Who's that? Hey there, Mrs. Inmi, hard at work, I see. Yes, I have my own battle that I must wage. After all, there are many who suffer under the Defense Culpability Act. Mrs. Inmi, please don't forget about our case, too. I won't. I will look into it as soon as I am able. That's what's Mrs. Inmi doing here? She's lending an ear to all those suffering under the regime's wrongful accusations. A lady whose husband's been imprisoned, parents whose son's been falsely charged. She's helping all those types of people. So she's trying to help with the revolution along, in her own special way. Yep, and thanks to her, more and more folks are coming over to our side. All the people who've been unhappy with the regime have been waiting for just this chance. And they're starting to speak out in support of us. The people are responding and a grassroots movement is growing. Dirk's dream of revolution may finally come true. I just noticed that the pattern on Datz's scarf kind of looks like a piano. Maybe he knows about our dad, the musician. He knows more than he's letting on. What should we do about the Founder's Orb? We'll probably run into the Royal Guards again the moment we leave this place. Well, we can't stay here forever, so we'll have to think of something. I've got it. Why don't you hold on to it, Dats? It should be safe here, right? You can count on me. I'll get it back to you in time for tomorrow's trial at the Hall of Justice. Orb left with Dats. This is a good idea. What now, Apollo? Well, we've got a handle on what happened 23 years ago. Maybe we should pay Dirk a visit. There's something I want to show him. I'll join you. I want to talk to him before tomorrow's trial. Maybe I should wait here then. We'll attract undue attention if we go in too large of a group. No, Edgeworth, stay. Alright. Let's roll out. We'll be immediately apprehended. No, we're fine, see? We're just gonna walk to where all the guards are. It's chill. Everything's chill. Hey there, son. Came to see your old man again? Alright, Dirk. Guess they're done questioning you? Yeah, you think Nayuta might have cut his old man a little slack, but no. He really laid into me. Seems they're really keen on recovering the orb. When I wouldn't tell him where it was, he confiscated what few possessions I had left. Dirk's not wearing his attorney's badge. Oh no! They even took that from him. That's rough. That's rough, buddy. But the Queen's on the rebels' side? I don't think that's the case, but if such a twist occurred, I'd be like, yeah, right. He confiscated all my prized jailbreaking tools. What'd you expect? I mean, no prosecutor in the right mind would let a prisoner keep stuff like that. Did he take your attorney's badge too? No, I thought it strange, but just when it looked like he was going to take it from me, he changed his mind. I wonder why. Indeed, I find it hard to understand anything he does these days. But then where is it? Your badge. Your Kuraini's attorney's badge. You've worn it all these years even though all the lawyers are gone. And the skies are gray. Because the dragon's eye is the embodiment of my creed. To show the world that a dragon never yields, huh? Hey, Dirk. Why you still wear your badge? You're not a lawyer anymore, right? This badge is my heart and soul, son. I'll never stop trying to realize my dream. Not until my very last breath. A dragon never yields, right? Exactly. Nayuda, Apollo, I vow to restore Kurain's legal system to its rightful state one day. I want to pass on to you a world where you can live free from the fear of tyranny. Let's go fishing. I don't give a fuck about that. He was always saying stuff like that to the two of us. Nayuda, is the reason why you didn't take Dirk's badge because you still remember those talks too? I really hope that's what it is. Son, would you keep my badge for me? Are you sure? I can't take something so important to you. That's exactly why I want you to hold on to it, Apollo. I'm placing my fate in your hands. Alright, I'll make sure it stays safe. Oh. Never confiscated. Well, that's gonna come up in trial. Can't wait. That's the only remaining photo of your father. Take good care of it. Surprised to see after all these years. I had a tough time tracking it down. Alright, this is the same dialogue. Beep. I found this in the tomb. Look familiar? Bah, that's... Dirk? Where'd you find it? Down between the monk statues and the tomb. Is it yours, Dirk? Oh, it's something I bought. Why is he suddenly acting all awkward? I wonder when I lost it. Let's have it. It's very important to me. Of course. I'll just make a note about it for future reference. Seems to belong to Dirk. Apollo, remember how Inga said he had something dear to Dirk? Why don't you ask about that? Alright, I'll give it a try. Thanks, Phoenix. What did the minister mean when he said he had someone dear to you in the palm of his hand? Who was he talking about? Now you just seem to know, but he wouldn't tell me anything. Well, I have no idea, so... Well, you obediently followed his every word after he said that, so it seems to me the minister was in close proximity to someone you really care about. Oh, someone you really care about that isn't Nayuda? Wait, don't tell me. Is there a new lady in your life, Dirk? What? No, don't be ridiculous, son. There is, isn't there? The love of my life was Amara, but she's gone now and there will never be another. Oh. Oh, is that so? My bracelet, does this mean... Have you really not met somebody new? My God. I perceive everything. The love of my life was Amara. Yeah, he's thinking about stuff. Looking up at the sky. There will never be another, huh? What? At the end, he stopped moving his hand? I don't know if that's it, though. It might be a different part of his body, too. No, he stopped when he was saying Amara, too. Ooh, Schwarlies. What about his other hand? What about this one? Is it not that one? Yeah, that's why I don't like these segments. I wish it was like a lot of the other mechanics where you're able to kind of skip around through it. It's just part of his lip. Yeah, I don't think that is the thing. Oh. Oh, what? Huh? What's that?
Gotcha!
What's that? Out of the corner of mine eye? Dirk, you can't fool me. You tensed up when you said, but she's gone now. And you unconsciously moved your arm, causing something to press up against your jacket. Bah! How did you do that? Oh, so that's it. You're hiding a woman's photo up your sleeve. You don't have to keep secrets like that from me, Dirk. You're an eligible bachelor now, but you'll introduce her to me at some point, right? I keep telling you, there's no other woman. Fine, let's see it. What are you hiding up your sleeve? It's just this, satisfied? But that's the pendant we found in Amara's tomb. See, I wasn't trying to hide anything. Then why did he tense up? Dirk, let me take a look at that. Hey, what's this button for? Wow! It's a picture of Dirk and some lady, and she's really young looking too. Mon Dieu, are you into younger women, Dirk? He's also younger in the photo, Athena. Dirk, you old dog, you got yourself a younger lover. Will you stop with this nonsense? This is Amara before she died. That's Amara? If you look closer, you'll see that I was younger too. So does that match the same picture as the picture over here? Sure does seem to. Does that match the depiction of her we saw in the murals? I don't remember if I took the murals as evidence. Okay, well. Oh, that's a rebel. Oh. Hey, you're right. No, that's no fun. Wait a second. Haven't we seen this woman before? Now that you mention it. Isn't this the same as in this photo? Is it over here? The woman in the pendant is also the one in this photo. Apollo, where did you get this? From the safe in Inga's room. Hey, Techno. How you doing? Thanks for the rhyme. Apollo, if this is Queen Amara, it had to have been taken at least 23 years ago. How old is Nayuta? Just out of curiosity. 25. That's just not possible. Yeah, I just noticed the same thing. Here's why this photo couldn't be 23 years old. Because it's the mark on the book.
Take that!
Because it's the mark of the book. Take a look at the law book. It has the mark of the Defiant Dragons branded on it. But that mark didn't exist until after you started your revolutionary activities, Dirk. So this photo must have been taken after Garon came into power? Did she fake her death? What's happening? And that's not... Is that Raifa? And that didn't happen until after Amara was assassinated. Gurk? Don't just gurk. So then how could Amara even be in this photo? Wait a second. That would mean that Amara is still alive? I think the person in chat called it. That it very well might be Nana. Looks like you found me out, son. Wait, so it's actually true? A female ghostant? Dirk, what do you mean Amara's still alive? I thought she'd been assassinated. So did I. But it seems she made it out alive, only to be held captive by the Garan regime. Why would they do that? When I fled from the law and went underground 23 years ago, I heard some shocking news from a Defiant Dragon's spy. There were rumors of Queen Amara being sighted in the palace. And those rumors turned out to be true. Yep, I snuck into the palace to see her for myself. She was confined within the grounds, but otherwise she was as fit as a fiddle. So then the sarcophagus in the tomb, it's empty? Yes, that entire tomb is one big charade. I thought it was gonna be like, no, they just killed some random peasant girl and mummified her. For the lulz, you see. Garan had it built to stage Amara's death. So we're not gonna be cursed by her vengeful spirit. That's relief. Why keep it cold? There's something up with that. She was being held under virtual house arrest, so I freed her and we made a run for it. This photo was taken back then. Look at how they're both grinning from ear to ear. There's a fingerprint on the metal part. I guess Dirk must have left it by accident. Give that to Emma. Oh, Mr. Sadmati, I want to hear all about how you ran away with Queen Amara. Updated pink butterfly report. On the run. So the one who died in the fire was Jove? Is that his name? Jove Justice? They're so mean to him. You keep the white wine chilled. It's just a wine cooler? I'm surprised Amara agreed to run away with you. I mean, Garan must have told her that you tried to kill her. I tried to convince her that I wasn't the one who set the blaze. And she believed you? She said, and I quote, I shall accompany you so I may ascertain the truth myself. That's Apollo's father in mythology? Oh. You mean old Jangly Justice. She always was a tough one to read. I bet she was thrilled you came to her rescue, Mr. Sadmati. Is there visual lag? Bop, 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 bop. If it's laggy, I can take a look at it after stream. To be set free by your beloved, it's like something out of a fairy tale. You Gucci? Alright, then yeah, refresh on your end. To be set free by your beloved, it's like something out of a fairy tale. Yeah, well, there was no happily ever after once Garon's people caught up with us. They took Amara away to who knows where. I snuck back into the palace and searched high and low for her, but to no avail. They probably moved her to some remote mountain prison or the like. Dirk, does Nayuta know about this? He knows she's his true mother. I told him as much. Wait, is that why Nayuta's following Garon's orders? Most likely. So then, do you think that deep down he doesn't really want to prosecute you? Well, he's not one to show his feelings, and lately I've had no idea what he's thinking. Apollo, we need to grill the queen about Amara when we have the chance. That seems dangerous. I was wondering about something. The little baby the lady's holding. Is that Prosecutor Sadmati? It can't be. Not necessarily. It could just as well be me. After all, we're only 1 year apart. I don't know. I mean, the kid in the picture is too cute to be you. Let's settle this by asking Dirk himself. Yeah. Dirk, about the cute little kid in this photo. Is that me? Huh? What are you talking about? See, I told you it was Prosecutor Sadmati. Oh, I see. Well, either way, it's not you, son. So then, if it's Nayuta, it was taken when he was about 1 year old, right? And that would mean you ran away with Amara around 22 or 23 years ago? You're pretty good with numbers, son. Impressive. Huh? What kind of answer is that? Dirk and Amara's life around about 23 years ago. But he didn't confirm or deny the identity of the baby. Before you go, son, there's something else I need to tell you. Something important. What is it, Dirk? I've never seen you act so serious before. Importante. So what's this something important you have to tell me? Listen, son, even if you manage to prove me innocent tomorrow, I don't have long to live. Huh? What are you talking about? What I mean is, I can already hear the Twilight Realm calling my name. There is no escaping death now that it has its sights set on me. What? Is this another one of your jokes? I wish it was. Ha ha ha, you can't fool me, Dirk. That's strange. Why isn't my bracelet reacting? Are you sick? It's something like that. He got incuritis? I hope not. So you're not joking? I'm afraid not, son. Sorry. Isn't there a cure? Or at least some sort of treatment? Unfortunately not. Not for what I've got. If you need some kind of surgery, I'll work hard so I can pay for it. So, please. It's too late. There's nothing more to be done now. I ate a bomb. What do you mean? It looked yummy. But you always say a dragon never yields, so why are you giving up now? Apollo, I'm sorry. I really am. I don't understand. Why is this happening, Dirk? Why?
Well, you see, I wasn't outside at the time of the fire. I was inside. And then there was a time traveling machine, and it exploded. And it sent me here to the future. He's got dilfitis. Why is this happening? Listen, Apollo, I've got a favor to ask of you. Would you keep quiet about this? I don't want my fellow dragons to find out. They'd lose all hope if they knew I was dying. Would you do that for me? Of course. Why is this happening now? Just when I was finally starting to feel like you really are my... Father! Father! No! I thought that this time we'd finally, but now... Fuck this case! Damn it, why? Apollo. Living parent detected alert. Listen, son, the closer he gets to Dirk, the more in danger the writers put him. I don't have much longer to live, but I'll never let them execute me, not before I finish what I need to do. I know, Dirk. There's no way I'm gonna let them prove you guilty. Before he goes, I'm gonna turn back time by righting the wrongs that have been done. I'm going to restore Dirk's freedom. And return a real smile to Nayuta's face. I'm gonna win this case. I just have to. Gonna time heist the truth. Son, I have one more big secret. What? There's something else you've been hiding from me? I'm afraid I can't tell you what it is. Just know I have a big secret. Wink. I'd be betraying a certain someone if I did. What do you mean? What's that supposed to mean? Hey, Zaid, thanks for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. Hope you had a great stream, Zaid. We're in the middle of the shit. Forgive me. Everything's great. You'll just have to find out for yourself. Ooh, glass. Glass is yummy. I got Nayuta's Switch for Christmas. Don't tell him. But the Switch 2 is coming out. He's gonna be kind of whelmed by that. No, it's fine. No, that's the only way. I don't understand, Dirk. I killed Mufasa. It was me. Apollo in court tomorrow. You may find yourself faced with a truth that is difficult to accept. But I know you, and I know you can handle the truth, no matter what it turns out to be. I know that because I believe in you. You're my son, after all. Dirk, what is he talking about? He's not gonna reveal that he actually is the killer, is he? Because that'll get us killed, and he knows that. Looks like we run out of things to discuss. Apollo, you okay? I'm fine. Free him now! Release Dirk! What's going on out there? The revolution. Sounds like the party's getting started without me. It's coming from the temple. Let's go, Apollo, and take a look. Okay, bye. Okay, bye. See you later, Dirk. Bye. Gotta go. May 18th. Boy, it's been a long day. What is all this?
What are they? Huh? Well, look at that. The people are coming to take their courts back.
Don't hold back, man! Arrest them all!
What is happening in my gay lawyers game? Dirk belongs to the people. Give him back. Where were you holding him? Quiet, you. They have my big sister, but she didn't do anything wrong. Yow, stop pulling my hair. Release my son. Stop it. No biting. This is really something. And it looks like Dats and Mrs. Emmy are leading the charge. You unenlightened fools. Do you honestly think this will change anything? Yuri, why do you keep serving that witch Garan? It's... Hey, Nayuta. Thank you, Hazel. Ugh. You again? What's going on here? It would appear the insurgents are fanning the flames of rebellion. But I never thought it would grow so large. They will all be under arrest shortly. Reinforcements are almost here. They'll be arrested just for protesting?
They are aiding and abetting a criminal by seeking his release. Her Eminence, Queen Garan, has ordered they be arrested and judged en masse. En masse? But weren't you once a member of the Fine Dragons too? How can you go along with this? I'm shrimply following the orders that Her Eminence has handed down. It can't be as shrimple as that. Stop saying shrimp. No. Listen, Nayuda, there's something I want to talk to you about. Now's a good time, right? Hey, you're not getting away this time. We need to talk. Seems like a bad time. I see there's no reasoning with you. Very well, then speak. Dirk. Nayuda, do you really have to serve as prosecutor on Dirk's case? I mean, prosecuting your own flesh and blood. It's just not right. Again with this drivel. Your ethical standards are not the be-all, end-all of the world around you. I'm not getting into another debate with him. Nayuda, did you know that Dirk is sick? What? He apparently doesn't have that much longer to live. If found guilty, he probably wouldn't even make it until his execution day. What are you talking about? Knowing this, are you still prepared to send an already dying man to his grave? Well, Enough with the Zen monk act, Nayuda. Tell me how you really feel. Mr. Justice, each person is born with a role to fulfill, and I must fulfill mine. Well, I'm not convinced that taking Dirk to trial is part of your lot in life. As for why you've been at Garan's every beck and call, I think I might have the answer. He's just classist. Now, you know the truth about your mother, don't you? About how the former queen is still alive and being held somewhere? So Dirk told you, did he? Yes, it's true. My mother was spirited away to some remote corner of this kingdom to keep her safe from harm. Safe from harm? But Dirk said the Garan regime is holding her captive. No, they are keeping her safe. So you don't know where Amara is being held? I only know that it is some secluded hideaway where visitors are not allowed. I have heard she leads a simple life akin to that of monastic disciples. Sure sounds like she's being held captive to me. Listen, Nayuda, aren't you really doing the queen's bidding because she's holding Amara captive? And this whole thing with Dirk? You know he didn't really kill Inga, don't you? Dirk doesn't have much longer to live, so I want to help him however I can. This time, it's our turn. It's up to us. You could have been killed, but you risked your life to save us. I'm your father. Oh, oh. It's our turn to help Dirk however we can. What you speak of is futile. Let it go and move on. The guilty verdict, the hopelessness, you must resign yourself to it all. Clinging to false hope now will only serve to magnify your future despair. So let it go and move on. Nayuda, you really gonna just roll over on this? I have no more time for idle chatter. I must prepare for tomorrow's trial. Now if you'll squeeze me. Boop. He's saddled by his feelings, Apollo. I sense the whirlpool of emotions coming from within Sadamatirai just now. Anger, shock, bewilderment, and an icy sorrow as deep and dark as an abyss. Yeah, I picked up on that too. Looks like Dirk really won't be the only one who needs my help tomorrow. I think it's about time to pay Queen Garan another visit and ask her about her sister Amara. I think it's a bad idea. Personally, I think it's a bad idea to go to the queen and be like, hey, by the way, I didn't know Dirk was sick. What's wrong with him? I mean, he looked fine to me. I really don't know. The Dirk I remember would go out hunting in the middle of winter while everyone around him was dropping like flies with the flu and whatnot. Come on, everyone, cheer up! The worst of times are when lawyers have to force their biggest smiles, right? Apollo, you don't have to put on a brave face for, no, I'm fine. Besides, Dirk will have his day in court. I won't let this get me down. So you don't know Queen Amara at all, Apollo? I thought that since you used to live with Dirk, maybe you met her. Dirk escaped with Amara 23 or so years ago. I was still just an infant. Even if I had met her, I wouldn't have remembered it. I guess not. But that means you may have been cared for by a queen. And if you had been, then what? You would have turned out, I don't know, better? What's that supposed to mean? Damn. How we doing back here? Looking good? Apollo's getting all the trauma today. Mr. Wright stayed there the entire time he was here, apparently. Why would he stay at a temple instead of a hotel? He says it helped to cut costs. This is the same. What about this? Look at all these people. They've got the whole temple surrounded. And it looks like Dats is fanning the flames. The police are going to really have their hands full with this many protesters. This whole thing's like a powder keg waiting to go off. We should keep our distance for now. I agree. Sure, a lot of temples. Yep. Let's go. To the the chamber? The chamber. You're physically in the background. The royal guard isn't around. That is utter hooey. You cannot continue to deceive the people like that. Who taught Rafa such language? Hooey. Rafa, justice is much more than simply speaking the truth. Is that Princess Rafa and Queen Garan over there? You deceived me too, mother! How can I ever believe a word you say again? Yeah, there's your permit. You nincompoop! Ah! Your benevolence! I couldn't up it over here. You impudent! Or... Are you okay, Mr. Wright? I can't believe she actually punched you. He's dead. Oh my god, werewolf. Oh my god, werewolf. This is a lot. This is quite a lot. Oh my god. He really got in there, didn't he? By the gods. By the gods. Oh, got in. He really ripped out all the shreds. To shreds, you say? Yeah, Steel Samurai tattoo. He got matching ones with Phoenix, obviously. It's good. Thank you, werewolf. This is literally art. This is beautiful. I can't believe she punched you. Yeah, I'm used to it by now. Chain bonk on the stick. I think we left the stick in Inga's room. I don't think we gave it back to her. What's the matter with the princess? It sounded like she was arguing with her mother. Maybe it's something to do with this picture. Rafa said she had asked her mother about some secret or another as soon as she saw it. So then, does that mean that Princess Rafa knows what really happened? That Amara wasn't assassinated and is still very much alive? It would seem so, and she doesn't seem to be taking Garan's lies very well. Well, that's no surprise, considering how much Rafa reveres her mother. Unless she's not really her mother, and Amara's her mother, and then Naina's secretly Amara in disguise, so she's been leading her own daughter, and she's been learning from her mother. Oh, it's beautiful and tragic at the same time. That would definitely cause her a great deal of anguish and sadness. Eavesdropping, are we? How very rude. Buh. You there, are you not Dirk's son? Nice to meet you, your eminence. We're actually here to speak with you, if you could spare a moment. You got nothing else going on, right? Everything's really chill. Your eminence, Dirk told me about Amara. About how she's still alive, that is. We know not of what you speak. After Dirk learned Amara was still alive, he rescued her and they ran off together. But she was captured and remains captive in a secret location to this day. As for Nayuta doing your bidding, it's only because Amara's life is in your hands. Ho ho, what an active imagination you have. Ha 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 ha. A lawyer and a comedian, how droll. Where'd they come from? Anyway, if she's gonna play dumb, I'll just have to jog her memory with some evidence. Some evidence, like my badge. Hey-ya! It's the attorney's badge used by lawyers like me back home. Well, in this country, lawyers are a loathsome breed, and we would advise you not to needlessly advertise your place among their ranks. For even now, the bad karma Dirk has engendered brings woe to your kind. My woe's gender. It is a simple matter of cause and effect. Yeah, an effect you caused. Yeah. Do you know my dad? I was wondering if we have no intention of bestowing any information upon you or any other lawyer. Guess someone doesn't like to play nice with others. You want to check out this picture? His own ill will was visited upon him, so it is within the cycle of karma. Others might call it divine retribution, the punishment of the gods. You don't seem particularly sad, even though it was your own husband. We were betrayed by the man we had called husband. Moreover, we are the Grand Priestess, summoner of spirits from the Twilight Realm. For us, death is not the end, for we can still speak with those who have passed. I guess being a spirit channeling queen gives you a different take on life and death. Yep. Your Eminence, I asked you to take a look at this photograph. Why, it's a photo of Amara. And here you can see a law book bearing the mark of the Defiant Dragons. I believe you know what that means. Very well. Royal Guard, stand down. Yes, Your Eminence. Where's our command? Thank you for the bits, Azul. Are you sure? I know she's using the royal we, but are we sure she's not secretly Venom? We don't know. It seems there's no need to perpetuate this charade any longer. We shall speak of all we know. Great, I'm sure this will be really useful. So then, you admit that Amara is still alive? Yes, she is under our protection in a safe location. I think you mean being held prisoner. And where is she being kept? Ho, now why would we tell the son of a traitor that? Guess she has a point there. Now, heed our warning, horned devil. It would not be wise to inform the people that Amara yet lives. It would only serve to plunge public order into chaos. I have no intention of doing that. Besides, there are real terrorists out here and might try to kill her. Good! Now, there was something we have been meaning to ask you. Do you know what has become of the Founder's Orb? The what? I've never heard of such a thing. The orb went missing after Dirk took it into the tomb. As his son, we thought you might know something of its current whereabouts. Ooh, me? I knew it. I suppose I should thank you for that free running tour of Kurain. That was the Royal Guard's own doing. Nice try, lady. But now you're definitely not getting the orb ever. Why do you want the orb so badly anyway? Because it would be most dangerous in the wrong hands. It must be recovered. Is the legend true? Can the orb really impart spiritual power? Are you worried that someone could overthrow you with it? The Holy Mother's power is without equal. Should Her Holiness once again return to our world, she could conceivably bestow great power upon the one who unlocked the orb's secret. I guess it makes sense, considering spirit channeling is a fact of life here. So we ask you, Horned Devil, did you receive the Founder's Orb from Dirk? Does it look like I did? He's probably sweating like crazy. So you like to play games, do you? Royal Guard. Yes, Your Eminence. Search this devil and his belongings. Oh no! I do have a lot of stuff on me. It's probably fine. What? At once, Your Eminence. Don't move, you're only making this harder on yourself. Yoinks! What the? Thank you, Public Key. 34 months. Eek, Apollo, don't strip here. Stop resisting, just submit to our strip search already. Good timing on that 34-month resub. No, wait, hey, cut it out. Why'd you bring the orb? We didn't. We left it with Dax. Back at the hideout. Hey, thanks for the prime. Bean Age Dream. It's an amazing name. Thanks for the prime. Hope you enjoy the emotes. Welcome, welcome. Rest in pieces, my poor tattered dignity. There's no sign of the Founder's Orb, Your Eminence. Dax is outside. Where's the orb? He left it. I even invent that. Yeah, you have it hidden somewhere. You've hidden it. No matter. We shall recover it one way or another once you are found guilty of abetting the accused. Dirk was right. She really is bent on getting the orb. Mother? Mother? Looks like the princess is back. I took a stroll to try to calm myself, but I still find this situation unacceptable. The people must be informed about Queen Amara. So she does know about that. Rafa, you do not yet possess a clear grasp of how a government and its people interact. There will always be secrets that must be kept from the ignorant masses. You have little faith in our people, Mother, but it is the royal priestess's duty to always speak the truth. And as such, I cannot remain silent. I will not. Ha! The truth, you say? Your mind has been poisoned by the barbed one. Yep, I do that a lot. It was an honor and a pleasure, Your Eminence. Gotta go. Where's the airport? How do I get there? We must speak with our child. It is a mother's duty to discipline her child, after all. Now, if you would excuse us. Discipline? Coming from her, I don't like the sound of that at all.
Well, Apollo, let's head back to the safe house for now. Let's not talk about that here. We need to go over what we found and collect our thoughts.
Alright. Let's go back. Yep.
It feels like they're trying to get themselves killed, honestly. Ah, you're back! Thank you for holding down the fort, Chief Prosecutor Edgeworth. Sorry it took so long. Hope you weren't too bored. I watched the plumed Punisher, warrior of Neo-Twilight Realm, while you were gone. And my verdict is, it's an outrage, especially its theme song. Even worse, the people here believe it's an original Chinese show. Can you believe it? Well, I've already spoken about it at length with Mr. Rebel, and I'm not sure what he's babbling about, but at least it seems he wasn't bored. Moving along to things that actually matter. Damn, we've gathered all about the information, and evidence we can concerning this case. I think it's time we go over everything we've learned so far. What have we learned? Have we learned anything? The Orb trial, Maya's abduction, and the murder of the mastermind behind it all, Justice Minister Inga. It's a lot to consider. Think you have all the facts straight in your head? No. Yep, I've got it covered, Mr. Wright. How you doing, weeb? I want to listen to what Edgeworth has to say. Subscribe to Edgeworth's Pop Culture Podcast. It's the truth about what really went down that's going to be the problem. Yeah, it's like the more we learn about this case, the less we understand. Understand? I agree. There's a deep darkness enveloping this case. I'm almost afraid of what we will find once we lift that black veil. Suffice to say, the real killer is certainly waiting underneath. The real killer, huh? Now that's the million-dollar question. Who killed Inga, and why? Think, Apollo. Who would you say had a motive to commit this crime? I, for one, am drawing a complete blank. I want to know how the killer slipped into the tomb, killed Inga, and slipped back out without ever being seen. That's a bona fide locked room mystery right there. They've collected plenty of evidence and statements. Just hope the rest comes out in court. There'll be a thinner tightrope than usual, that's for sure. Probably the ghost of Jangly Justice. You can tell it's his ghost because you hear the jangling from far away. This case is one big fly in the ointment. In order to prove Dirk completely innocent, we'll also have to exonerate him of the crime committed 23 years ago. Amara's supposed assassination. Right, we know Amara's still alive, but Dirk could still be charged with plotting to kill her. He couldn't discover the truth, not even after 2 decades of investigating. So our biggest hurdle is going to be the complete lack of evidence. The fire made sure of that. Mr. Wright, have you ever won a case without any evidence? Nope. That's one thing I've never done before. A trial unprecedented even in the decorated annals of the Wright Anything Agency. Still, I can't help but wonder, was there really no evidence left behind? No, and we can't forget about the Defense Culpability Act. Those who would support criminals will be deemed just as guilty. In short, if Dirk is found guilty and sentenced to death, we'll likely join him in a very public execution. Only Charlie's done that before. Beat the charges or die. Beat or die. What kind of crazy upside-down legal system is this? Don't worry, I can't ask someone as young as you to risk your life, Athena. So tomorrow it'll just be me and Apollo on the courtroom floor. But you can support us by watching from the gallery. What? No. I want to help. I'm part of the agency too, after all. Sorry, but this is a direct order from your boss. Plus, there's Prosecutor Blackwell to think of. He said he'd use me for sword practice if I put you in harm's way. Simon. Well, at least promise me this, you two. Promise me you'll make it back alive. Ha ha ha. Make it back alive, huh? What's with that face, Apollo? You'll never inspire confidence in your client like that. And it'll play right into the prosecution's hands. Remember, the worst of times are when lawyers have to force their biggest smiles. You're right. Even when it seems hopeless or when there's not a shred of evidence to be found, we can never let it show on our faces, right?
It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be good. But will I actually be able to do that tomorrow? When push comes to shove, will I be able to force my biggest smile? We'll see.
Finally going to trial after hours. So many. The longest goddamn investigation ever. Well, I say we start the trial. We're definitely not finishing it today.
8:50 a.m. May 19th.
Whoa. 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 Oh. Cool. $9:28. It's complete chaos outside. Let's just say the Defiant Dragon supporters demonstrating for Dirk's freedom have taken a very special interest in the outcome of today's trial. Thank you for the bitch. How I feel about these later two games? I'll talk about that later. I'm gonna keep going for now, but thank you. They look about ready to string us up if we lose. Trials here are pretty much like the ones back home, but with one major difference. The divination seance. The victim's final memories will become a matter for deliberation. I've heard about that. They haven't stopped you from winning your cases here in Khurain. True, but it wasn't easy. Still, the memories of the dead are simply another piece of evidence. There's always a way to deal with them if your client is truly innocent. I know Dirk is innocent, but I do like that Apollo's the main defense lawyer and that Apollo's backing him up. Sorry, Phoenix is backing up Apollo instead of it just being Phoenix's time to shine again. I have one more big secret.
What is it? I'll never tell.
Thank you. Any thoughts on a time to wrap up? I mean, I'm just gonna keep going for now. Hopefully there'll be some break in the trial where it's a good stopping point later on.
Dirk, what is this secret you're keeping?
Hey, AJ.
There he is.
Here you go, just like I promised. Orb. Thanks, Stats. Wait, weren't you arrested by the police yesterday? Yep, and I spent the night in the slammer. I had a fine meal, a shower, even a bed. What more could I ask for? Har har. That actually sounds way better than where we're staying. Just remember, AJ, if Dirk's found guilty today, we'll all probably be found guilty under the DCA too. Yeah, no, you just said something to that effect. That witch Garan wants to take advantage of today to crush our revolution once and for all. The fate of the revolution and every Khurainese person rests on this trial. The stakes have never been higher for any case. We're counting on you, AJ. Everyone's gonna die if you fuck up in court today. We'll be fine. I'm gonna win this one. You'll see. Oh my god. The trial begins shortly, Apollo. Let's make our way into the courtroom. Right. It's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine. It's gonna be chill, easy case. No mysteries, no magic. It's gonna be straightforward. It's gonna be a good time. Day 1, court is now in session. This better not turn into a 2-day trial. On top of everything else.
Let the trial of Dirk's odd body begin.
The defense is ready, Your Honor.
The prosecution is ready, Your Majesty.
So it's really come down to this. He called him Your Honor. The judge's gonna be like, guilty, guilty, guilty. You said the wrong thing. Well, don't expect me to hold anything back, Nayuda.
This trial will examine both the murder of Justice Minister Inga Karkul Khurain and the assassination of the former queen, Amara Sigatar Khurain.
Sigatar?
First, I believe we should address the murder of Minister Inga.
Smile or diddles, your choice. What if a 3-day trial? A 3-day trial.
Would that be acceptable, Sadbadi? Prosecutor Sadbadi?
Yes, of course. Please proceed.
What's with him? How very unlike you, Prosecutor. Is your mind elsewhere this day?
Not at all, Your Majesty. Are you really going to be able to go through with this, Nayuda?
Well, Prosecutor Sadmadi, I would be remiss if I failed to voice a concern of mine.
Oh, there was a... Okay, vote in the poll chat, smiling or diddles.
I have heard mention that you are son to the accused, Dirk Sadmadi.
You have heard true. Does that fact pose some sort of problem, Your Majesty?
A father being prosecuted by his own son? Could one possibly deliberate such a case without having personal feelings intervene?
Yes, without question.
Can he really handle this? Even if it is Prosecutor Sadmadi, going against his own father?
How can the son of a criminal even be prosecutor?
Oh.
The winner gets to live, the loser gets banned from chat and never used again. Oh my god, weep.
Dirk, Fellow citizens, you would do well not to underestimate my son. He's not one to allow personal feelings to interfere with the execution of his duty. Isn't that right, Noyuda? I will not stop until my work here is done. See, so all you doubters, just sit back down before you trip over your own stupidity. Ha 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 ha. He who ho ho. The accused will not take the stand without first being summoned. In any case, if Prosecutor Sadmati has no issue with this arrangement, then let us commence the deliberations. Who is objecting to starting the trial? Oh, that's a fair... okay. One moment, if you would. Your Eminence! Your Eminence, what brings you here? Hello. Your Majesty. It would appear that Prosecutor Sadmati does indeed have some reservations. No, that's not true. Did you truly believe you could deceive me, Nayuta Sadmati? One should hold no reservations if one is to stand on these hallowed funerary grounds. I have none, Your Eminence. No, it is clear we cannot leave this matter to you. 68% of chat? Oh. Pick diddles. So close, chat. We shall handle the prosecution of enemy of the crown, Dirk Sadmati, personally. But remain by our side and bear witness to how a true prosecutor enforces the law. Excuse me, but is the Queen going to prosecute the case? Weeb has banned the phrase smiley face. Not like the words, like colon right parentheses. Damn. Weeb was not fucking around. Chat can no longer smile. Is that, you know, kosher? Oh my god. Some of them are slipping through, even though Automod is grabbing... Oh, they're appearing on stream chat, huh? Oh well. There is no need for concern. Before we were crowned queen, we served as a prosecutor. Really? As a foreigner, your ignorance can be excused, but know this. The prosecutor in charge of the Queen Amara assassination case 23 years ago was none other than Her Eminence, Queen Garan Sigatar Kurain. Oh, that's... She prosecuted the case. First your Majesty and now this. Why doesn't anyone tell me these things? Holy shit, that's a good emote ranged adaptation. I've heard she served as the Minister of Justice, but she was also a prosecutor? Guessing she probably moved up the ladder from prosecutor to justice minister. We prosecuted that case 23 years ago, but no verdict was ever rendered. We had won guilty verdicts in every case until then, for no lawyer could stand up to us. Seymour, but I am at a loss for words. To think I would once more bear witness to Her Eminence at work in the Hall of Justice. Our first trial in 23 years. No quarter shall be given to criminals. We shall prosecute them with all our might. This is, good. This is good news. It's fine. What? What? What is happening? Oh! She got JoJo-ified. The Queen's attire from her prosecutor days? What the? Seymour from Final Fantasy X? That's Queen Garan? Talk about an extreme makeover. Ooh, the music. Also, my god. It's all coming back now, the feel of my blood pumping through my veins. She got the yaoi paddle ready to go. And she's looking straight at Phoenix. Woe to you, O enemies of Kurain, for I shall personally slice, dice, and grind you up into hog feed. I don't suppose I can ask her to roll back to her polite pre-makeover personality. She has 5 mitamas. What? She do? Aren't those, yeah, those. They're mitamas, not magatamas. Know this, lawyer? Yes? Now that I stand as prosecutor, consider your defense's bench a headsman's scaffold. If you wish to leave any last words, I advise you start thinking of them now. Weep! While you still have a head with which to think, that is. Meep! He just actually said meep out loud in court. She's dead serious! Now it is time for the divination seance. Rafa, come forth. Okay. Myorp. Mweep. Your benevolence, thank you for gracing us with your presence. How you doing, girl? Your benevolence? I understand it may be difficult, but may we proceed with the divination seance? Is she gonna do the dance but she's sad the whole time? Let us proceed. Forgive me for asking, but are you feeling physically unwell? If so, I would advise you to avoid any undue exertion. Your benevolence? What's wrong? It's like her mind's anywhere but here. A lot's happened since yesterday. On top of the murder of her beloved father, she found out that he'd been planning a coup. And today she'll have to experience his death through his own eyes. Can't she start the seance and then, like, run away? Isn't that fine? Yeah, that would be enough to shake anyone up. Still, it seems like she's worse off today than she was yesterday. Yeah, I don't remember her being this depressed. We must speak with our child. It is a mother's duty to discipline her child, after all. Discipline, huh? Wait. Garan didn't do something to her, did she? Your evidence about today's divination seance? As I understand it, the prosecution has yet to review its content. Oh. Why? Is this deviation from protocol a part of your plan? Prosecutor Sadmadi, would you care to explain your actions? Your Eminence, the accused was caught at the scene of the crime. Therefore, I deemed no seance would be necessary for such a clear-cut case. Oh my god, that animation. You and your bleeding heart. You seek to spare Rafa the trauma of witnessing her father's death. Is that why you have done this? Not at all. You are concerned for me, Prosecutor Sadmadi? That's oddly compassionate of him, all things considered. Your Eminence, your Majesty, regardless of what is best for her benevolence, this case is blessed with a bounty of incontrovertible evidence. So I believed we could reach a swift verdict without devoting precious time to a seance. You have a point. Personally, I would like to spare her benevolence any undue misery. Yeah, seems good. Experiencing the murder of a loved one is a burden no one should have to bear. I mean, although there might be something very important in the... I'm a little bit conflicted right now. Prosecutor Sadmadi, your Majesty, can this trial truly proceed without a divination seance? I can't blame her for not wanting to experience her father's murder firsthand. Your Eminence, what are your feelings on the matter? Shall we have her benevolence return home for some much-needed rest? We shall not. You fools spoil her with your feckless words of compassion. Okay. I mean, yeah, they'd make anyone sympathetic standing next to Garan right now, so... Yeah, it does make Nayuta look so good compared... Listen well, Rafa. You have spoken time and time again about how grown up you are now. Yes, but... So, let us see if the royal priestess has truly come into her own. Are you prepared to fulfill your duty and perform the divination seance as you should? You know what's fun about this too? If I was not already suspecting the queen as being behind almost everything, this alone would be like, maybe she knows more than she's leading on. Maybe there's more. Yes. That's better. See, problem solved. Is Garanapana missing? Yeah, I don't know either. She turned into a JoJo villain. She sure did. Poor Rafa, is this really a good idea? I guess we'll see. Very well, let us begin. The divination seance. Nana, my robe. Oh. Looks like Nana's still missing. It's been a whole day already. Barbed head. Yes. You remove my robe. What? Why me? Don't keep her benevolence waiting now, Mr. Wright. Can't you see she's ready to begin? Great. I've been reduced to royal robe remover. It's like she's grooming Mr. Wright to be Nana's replacement. I was hoping to get a little him slide behind her. Take the thing off, slide back. Very well, your benevolence. Please start when you're ready. Come, Rafa. You know what must be done. There's no turning back now. I know. The final memories of the deceased. This should be interesting. She's a professional.
Oh, Holy Mother, we hold this
Nice.
divination seance in your name.
Nice.
Let the eyes of everyone here be clear, and our ears be unstopped. O dance of devotion, guide the victim's soul to me, so that we may receive their final memories in the pool of souls.
Get dancing, chat. We gotta summon the spirits one more time. I mean, there's probably like 5 more of these in this case, but... I am gonna watch this one. If there's more in the trial, I'm gonna skip them. Yeah, sad dance. There you go. Nick collecting daughters like infinity stones? My god. I do wish she just had a sad face the whole time. Just... Woo! Encore. Do it again. Again. Sad woo. What are you gonna do? Stab me? And he gets stabbed, and that's the whole thing. Oh. Hag! I. Arung! What do you mean, ung? It's because she missed one of those steps. Boy, she's having a really bad time right now. Holy shit. Gasp. Well. No. Your benevolence? What's wrong? This is unacceptable. Bailiff, take her benevolence to the first aid station at once. This is not good. Did she fuck it up? Or is he using a fake name? She was having a bad time, though. Your Eminence, do you have any idea why her benevolence collapsed so suddenly? It seems she was not ready for what the deceased was to reveal. It overwhelmed her. Her inexperience and immaturity left her ill-prepared to face her father's death. And she said she could go through with it. How very disappointing. I know someone who's not winning Mother of the Year ever. I mean, of course Rafe was gonna be overwhelmed. She's just a child. It seems we have no choice but to move on to witness testimony. Your Majesty? We're just moving on. Oh yes, let us proceed. Bailiff, summon the first witness if you would. Who's the witness? Who was witness? Shoes. Fancy shoes. Oh. What? Oh. Okay. Well, shit. Is this not the accused? It is indeed. I thought I would give him the opportunity to plead his case. For true justice is more than a unilateral presentation of the facts by the prosecution. It's because they interviewed him and know he doesn't know anything and makes him look guilty as fuck. That seems uncharacteristically fair of her. However, should the accused fail to produce convincing testimony, he, along with his cabal of traitorous lawyers, shall immediately be found guilty. Oh, cool. So he has to lie about what happened, or we die. Or he tells the truth and we die. This seems good. And their heads will roll from their shoulders. Heads will roll. I should have known there was a catch. Your court, your rules, same as it ever was. Same as it ever was. Now then, Mr. Dirk Sodbody, if you could enlighten us as to what happened. Well, I would if I could. This is gonna go good. This is gonna go well, I think. I was struck by a sudden dizziness the moment I entered the tomb. The next thing I knew, I was standing there with a bloody knife in my hand, and lying right in front of me was Inga, dead as a doornail. I have no recollection of what happened in the interim, but I didn't kill him. At least, I don't think I did. I did go against everything I believe in. It's true. You believed in non-violence, mostly. That didn't explain squat. Not so much as a hyper squat. For the record, let it be known that the accused's fingerprints were all over the murder weapon, and since he was caught in the act, there was no chance of a third party to tamper with it. Well, that certainly seems to point the finger at you, Mr. Sodbody. Even as a lawyer, I have to agree with you there, Your Majesty. Ha 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 ha. Seriously, Dirk, this is no laughing matter. This is exactly what Garan wanted. To have Dirk try to plead his case only to fail miserably. How low can she go? Prosecutor, behold this most unpleasant of spectacles, and let it be etched into your soul. See how instead of accepting the inevitable, those fish-brained lawyers flounder and flop themselves straight into the abyss of despair. Yes, Your Eminence, show me the way. Now then, would the defense please begin their cross-examination? I do like the idea of Garan being the prosecutor for this case. I was ready for it to be Nayuta, and I'm also glad that Nayuta is here. It's not just you're dismissed, it's only the Garan show. I'm glad they're both there. It's fun. Dirk explains it. Explain it all. Hold it. No Frampton? No Peter Frampton? You were struck by a sudden dizziness because of his illness? Was that something that has ever happened to you before? Can't say that it has. Maybe age is catching up with me. I'm no spring chicken after all. Oh yeah, he's 45? That's not the issue here. A most cunning excuse. One befitting an insidious insurgent. Oh? A killer who does not recall his crime. How very convenient. Next, I imagine you will plead insanity. You aim to seek a lesser sentence through excuses and subterfuge, do you not? Don't make me laugh, your malevolence. Hit her with the malevolence. How dare you? I'm merely stating my innocence. I have no intention of offering excuses. It's your baseless speculation I would decry as foolish. You deceitful witch. Is it your wish that I should claim your head right now in this very hall? Well, that would certainly speed things along. Hold it! Dirk, why don't you let me handle it from here? And if there's anything you need to say, you can say it through me, okay? Anything to stop you from needling the queen. Next time you have an objection, you'd better have some proof to go with it, Dirk. He has no reason to fear death, but if he gets killed in court, then Phoenix and Apollo also get killed. So unless that's his plan, he needs to shut up. The accused will continue with what he does recall. Yep. Next thing I know, there's a bloody knife in my hand. By bloody, do you mean in the British phrase of like, I had a bloody bloody knife in my hand? That's what you mean, right? Do you recall anyone putting the knife in your hand, Dirk? Wish I could say I did, but I don't remember a thing from before I came to. You'd think there might have been a third party in the tomb, son? Yeah, because if you didn't do it, then the real killer must have been there with you. What? You called, Your Eminence? Did she go anywhere without those goons? Was there a third party in the tomb when you were securing it? No, Your Eminence. We searched high and low, but found no one of the sort. And there you have it. All right. They did search the place. Furthermore, my guards had the entire tomb surrounded, so there is no way for anyone to escape. That's right. No one got in or out without our knowledge. Her Eminence's on-site directives were absolutely flawless. Yeah. Do you see now? The presence of a third party is beyond the realm of possibility. The tomb was, for all intents and purposes, completely sealed off from the rest of the world. What a waste of time. How can it be any more obvious? Dirk must be the killer. Thanks for nothing, gallery guy, as if our graves weren't already deep enough. Accused, what do you believe about the possible presence of a third party? Well, based on the situation you presented, I'd say the chances are slim to none. You didn't have to agree with her, Dirk. Let the accused's statement be added to his testimony. Very well, Mr. Sudbody. It's like the more we press, the thinner our case gets. Well, let's keep pressing and maybe we'll work out the wrinkles in it too. Yeah, maybe. Or we're just about to be done with the case. The possibility of a third party being there in the tomb is probably non-existent. Hold it! I mean, probably. We can't prove you innocent without at least the possibility that a third party was there. Find the possible and the impossible, son. That's just what a lawyer's got to do sometimes. Isn't that right, Wright? Who, me? Yeah, you could say that. I've seen more than my fair share of trials like that. They'd start with no viable evidence, useful testimony, or any hope of winning. But through cold sweat, desperation, and a little luck, and a lot of random bullshit, I always managed to pull them off. Right? I can see we are kindred spirits, you and I. Geez, taking cases like that must shave years off your life. If that were true, I'd be long dead. To find the possible and the impossible, can I prove that it was at least possible there was a third party there? Dirk, what did you see at the scene of the crime? Well, there was blood from the third party, but we don't know how recent it was. Let's see, I came to. And lying right in front of me was Inga, dead as a doornail. Hold it! That's actually Pearl. You stated that he was dead as the doornail. How can you be so sure? It's pretty easy to spot the difference between a soulless man and the soulless shell of a man. His complexion and the amount of blood at the scene made it obvious which it was. Watch your words, or you shall join Minister Inga much sooner than expected. You can bow your head before him and seek his forgiveness there in the Twilight Realm. If you still have a head to bow, that is. You bloodthirsty spider. What happened to you? There was still a little love in your heart 23 years ago. You even used to think of me as a brother. It seems you truly do have a death wish. Ha 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 ha. Is that really all you've got? Dirk, I'm begging you, enough of the lip. Just deliver your testimony, please. All right. I'll try, but I can't promise anything. Try harder. I have no recollection what happened in the interim. Hold it! Brother, a day's passed since the murder. Haven't you remembered anything in that time? My memory's a complete blank. It's as if that part of my brain has been scooped right out. How very convenient. But even if you've no memory of the event, your guilt is without question. There is nothing more to debate. You're forgetting one thing, Garan. I have no motive. You lead a band of insurgents that seeks to overthrow the government. I would say that alone is motive enough to slay our kingdom's Minister of Justice. I've declared countless times that I lead a bloodless revolution. I forbid violence and murder, even if some younger members may have a thirst for blood. A bloodless revolution? You wouldn't really have a motive in that case. Is that an important statement? Yeah. That was an important statement. I'd like my client to add it to his testimony. Very well, then. The accused will please do as the defense has requested. Her animation hypnotizing is very good. I don't have a motive. After all, me and my ilk seek a bloodless revolution. Hold it! A bloodless revolution? A female revolution? Could you be more specific? I'm talking about dragging this pompous prosecutor here off her bloody throat. So go ahead, Garan, act all high and mighty now, because it's the last chance you'll get. You still speak of rebellion despite the charges against you. You truly are a fool. Punching isn't bloody. I will prove your guilt soon enough and display your head for all of Kurain to see. People will forever speak of you not as the revolutionary, but as the terrorist you are. You're mistaken, your maleficence? You're maleficent? It will be you the people will speak of, as the tyrant who was overthrown by your own people. I wonder if you will still be spewing such nonsense before the headsman's axe. I'm afraid I'll still be like this in the afterlife, despot. I know that self-restraint is as foreign as apple pie to Dirk, but I'd really rather go home than to the Twilight Zone after this. No, I didn't kill him. I did not. It'd go against everything I believe in.
Hold it!
Can you state that you didn't kill him more definitively? How can I, when I have no memory of what happened? Well, can you at least state whether or not you are a murderer? That I can do. I am not a murderer, and I would never kill anyone, no matter the circumstances. And do you have any evidence to support your claim that you did not kill the minister? Evidence? No, can't say I do. In that case, you will strike the statement I didn't kill him from your testimony. Wait, you can't just discard testimony like that. I mean, I'm the one cross-examining the defendant and all. Hold your prattling tongue, foreign devil. I am the queen of this kingdom. And the queen is the law. As such, I need not follow the laws that are in place. I can make and break them at will. Henceforth, the accused will refrain from stating I didn't kill him. Sure, whatever. It's the Garan show after all. Same as always. It's not illegal. There's no evidence that proves I didn't kill him either.
Hold it!
There's a lot of evidence being added to his, a lot of statements being added to his thing. Dirk, leave the evidence finding to me. Now, please, will you stop agreeing with everything the prosecution says? All right, I'll stick to the facts from now on. But remember, son, if you truly believe in me, you should be able to prove my innocence. I know you can do it. He believes I'll prove him innocent, even with all these inconvenient truths. Is that what he's saying? I think Dirk might be onto something. Even the most disadvantageous facts may point the way to the truth. So don't ignore them. Think of them as food for thought. Nom nom nom. Don't worry, I know. The worst of times are when lawyers have to force their biggest smiles, and you remember that, no matter how difficult the facts may be to deal with. If only we could establish the possibility of a third party. Has the possibility even exist? We don't have a choice. Proving it exists is the only way to start a real dialogue here. Eat your food for thought, Apollo. Possibly third party is non-existent. What do you say about the blood? Yeah.
Objection!
Thank God the music stopped. Because if that wasn't it, I was going to be grasping at straws. Miss Your Eminence, I'm afraid this trial will not go exactly as you anticipated. Because I can show how there might have been a third party in that tomb. Oh, how very fascinating. Go on, I do so love a good fairy tale. We did a luminol test at the crime scene, and we found a bloodstain that didn't match the Justice Minister's blood. I will remind you that neither Dirk nor Miss Faye were injured during the incident. The thing is, this bloodstain we found had been wiped up by someone. What's this? But who would have done such a thing? That's the big question, isn't it? Who wiped up the blood and why? And whose blood is it? Thinking about it logically, it must be someone who wanted to conceal their presence at the scene of the crime. Oh, and to whom do you suppose the bloodstain might belong? The bloodstain belongs to the real killer. It's probably the real killer. The victim. The real killer. The bloodstain belongs to the real killer, of course. Shelby. Whoever it was, they were probably shot while they were attacking Minister Inga. And since their blood would give them away, they had to wipe it up. I say this because we know for a fact that the Justice Minister fired his gun in the tomb.
Objection!
You have the memory of a flea. There was nowhere for anyone to hide. This too is a known fact.
Objection!
But a bloodstain from a third party means there must have been someone hiding there. Very well then, tell me this. Where was this third party hiding? The crime scene was thoroughly searched after it was discovered. So if there was a hiding place, it would have to be somewhere no one would dare look. Somewhere no one would dare look. Let's have your answer, defense. Now where could a third party have hidden? In the sarcophagus. In the cough part of the sarcophagus.
Take that!
There's one place no one would search, not even the Queen's Royal Guard. And that would be... inside Queen Amara's sarcophagus. Even now, it's locked up tight. No one would find you if you hid in there. I'm told that it's temperature controlled to preserve the mummy within. But if someone dressed warmly enough, they could withstand in the cold for a short time. This is sacrilege! Surely the perpetrator of such a foul deed would be cursed! But that's just it. The killer knew everyone would be too scared to open the sarcophagus. True, the guards were so scared of being cursed they wouldn't even touch it. And when the coast was clear, the killer made a quick escape from within their frigid confines. Well, now that does sound like a plausible method of evading capture. The defense requests a DNA test on the bloodstain. And then we'll see just who the real killer is.
Insolence!
Hit me with the such insolence. Bow your head and kneel, lawyer. So your head may be parted from your shoulders. Eh? But the trial's not even over. Whoa! That yaoi paddle's got a punch to it. How soon you'll forget you're already on the headsman's scaffold. As such, I could order your beheading at any moment. All I did was request a DNA test. There is no need to request such a test. Royal Guard, bring it forth now. Here you are, your evidence. The police have already identified the source of the bloodstain. The DNA test revealed that the blood is of the traitor, Dirk Sadmadi. Did you fabricate evidence? It doesn't belong to the the victim was Inga. But it was unidentified. Surely they could have identified Dirk's blood. But Dirk wasn't injured. So where did his blood come from? Also that. Maybe he coughed it up. Dirk's illness. Still, there was a lot of blood. Could he have really coughed up that much? And did he wipe it up to hide his failing health? Dirk, is it really that bad? Oh, shoot, you got me. What is he just, well, yep. Pay attention, Horned Devil, for this case has already been solved. God damn it, Dirk. You claimed that this bloodstain would lead us to the real killer, did you not? About that. Did you or did you not make that claim of your own volition, defense? Yes, I did. After she steered you in that direction, that is. Arrgh. I fell right into her trap. Hee hee hee. Do you see now the folly in opposing the very embodiment of the law? Whatever you say or do shall come to no avail. A third party at the scene of the crime? It's beyond the realm of possibility. No! Praise be Queen Garon. Her evidence's legal tactics are beyond compare. I hate to say this, but she really got us good. The key to Amara's sarcophagus is under the protection of the royal family. My husband and I are the only ones who could open it. Well, that considerably narrows down the possible culprits to literally you, because the other one's dead. So you're out if she did it? Therefore, it would be impossible for some knave to open it. Can I really discount the sarcophagus as a hiding place, though? What if the real color is still in there? No, that's just ridiculous. Wasn't she outside with us the whole time, though? Do we know that? I mean, I think she was. But do we know that? I believe we have rebels and sympathizers in the gallery today. It is to you I speak. Have you been listening, Dirk Sadmadi, the one who proclaimed a bloodless revolt? She could have had a double. It's twins. That's the point of the picture. The point of the picture that we got. It's gonna be like, oh, at 2 o'clock or whatever, she was seen at this place, and then we're like, but we have a photo of you at this other place. How comes there was 2 of you, huh? Twins. Twins, Your Honor. He has betrayed your cause by resorting to moida. No, it can't be. Dirk would never. There must be some kind of mistake. The Defiant Dragons and their sympathizers are starting to have doubts. So this is why Garon allows us to cross-examine Dirk. By establishing his guilt in Inga's murder, she's effectively damaged his reputation among those who support him. True, but now we have an even bigger problem. And now, filthy lawyers, you will honor your end of the bargain. Accept your guilty verdict for your failure to explain your client's actions. Gulp. Now I shall pass judgment upon the criminal, Dirk Sadmadi.
What's this? You shall pass judgment?
But your evidence, isn't that my role? Hold your tongue. You are but a figurehead before me, the embodiment of law. Consider yourself dismissed. Not the judge. As Queen of Kurain, I shall now pass judgment upon the accused. Guilty. Well, that was quick. Is the DLC bonus case us in the afterlife?
Objection!
Having a mock trial in jail? Wait! In heaven. He didn't even give me a chance to rebut! Your Honor, Hams. No, when you are defeated, lawyer. But just this once, I am willing to show you the depths of my compassion. Tell me why I should allow these proceedings to continue. Come, convince me. Quick, Apollo! Even if you have to bluff, we've got to keep this trial going. Show her that the crime could have been committed by a third party. How am I supposed to do that? I don't know. Why don't you start with how about the timing of Inga's murder? What? This whole case is built on a single premise. That Inga was murdered after Dirk entered the tomb. What if that's not true? Like if our assumptions are all wrong. But the autopsy report says, it says approximately, but that doesn't give a lot of wiggle room. It just might work.
Well, don't keep us waiting, defense.
Dirk became the prime suspect because it didn't seem probable there was a third party at the scene of the crime. But there is another question we should ask ourselves at this time. Was Minister Inga really killed after Dirk entered the tomb? What nonsense is this? Setting aside the assumption that the murder occurred after Dirk arrived on the scene, opens up the possibility of a third party committing the crime. The question before us is, when was Minister Inga really killed? When? I ask you, ladies and germs of the gallery, when was this man killed? He was killed after the body was found. Maybe he was murdered after his body was found.
I'm afraid I don't understand. How could there have been a body to discover before the murder occurred?
It's like one of those Zen riddles. I saw a show about them on TV the other day. They're questions or stories that can't be explained using logic. But continual meditation on the illogical can lead to enlightenment. A famous example is, what is the sound of one hand clapping? Sounds like this. It's not that hard.
I have a better question, defense. What is the sound of one penalty landing?
Better save those riddles for later, Apollo. Whoa! Fucking got him. Got monks. Let's try that again. Question for us is, when he was killed after Dirk entered the tomb. A third party committed the murder after Dirk entered the tomb.
Could you kindly tell us who it was and how they did it?
I was going to do that right now with everyone's help, of course. Say it with me now. It was What a wonderful idea.
Well, there's a classroom.
Lesson learned. Apollo, if Dirk isn't the culprit, then it should really help narrow down when the murder could have happened. Right? Could I have another shot at that, please, Your Majesty? Wayne. Let me see what the bad ending is. You know what? Sure. Why not? It's a Zen riddle. A Zen koan, Your Honor. I mean, Your Majesty. I mean, Your Magistry. I mean, Your Honor. Beep, boop, beep, boop, boop. Silk hat, cloak, white roses. I think Maya did it, Your Honor. It wasn't my client, it was Maya. He was killed after the body was discovered and not a moment sooner. The police murdered him when they inspected the scene. He wasn't dead until observed.
I have heard enough. This trial need not be drawn out any longer. Regarding the murder of Minister Inga and the assassination of Queen Amara, the defense has failed to counter the charges filed by the prosecution. I will now pass judgment on the accused Dirk Sadbadi and his defenders Apollo Justice and Phoenix Wright. This court finds these 3 individuals...
Whoa. Yeah, woo. Yeah, woo. Yeah, yeah. We did it. We've been double judged. Isn't it possible that, before Dirk even set foot in the tomb, Minister Inga was already dead?
That would certainly make the possibility of a third party more probable. Why, of course. I fell unconscious right after I entered the tomb. Even if I hadn't, I wouldn't have had a clear line of sight to his body from the entrance. Which means...
You wouldn't have noticed his body either way. This scenario is entirely possible, and so we can't rule out the possibility of a third person committing the crime.
I see. Well, that certainly does make sense.
So far, so good. This might actually work. Why is the music fading out? Very well. I shall play along with whatever little game you have knocking around in that tiny mind. Yo, Sambarina. Guilty of being awesome. Chat, what's my sentence? Thank you. I was starting to get quite bored of all this. I could do with a distraction.
Yes.
Let us hear some testimony that will shed light on when exactly the minister was slain. Death, death, death. Death, death. Streamer, you've been found guilty of being awesome. Bang, bang. Hooray!
Death.
Oh. Bailiff, summon Rafa. Surely she has recovered by now.
But what about me? Don't I serve a purpose anymore?
The game of my tiny mind is Pac-Man. Same as it ever was. Cleopatra's playing on loop, Your Honor.
Hope you're feeling better, Your Benevolence.
Your Honor, League of Legends.
Death.
Must I perform the divination seance?
What? Oh, no. We merely require testimony this time.
How could my testimony be of any value?
Your Benevolence?
Princess Rafa seems awfully depressed. After what she's been through, summoning her again is like rubbing salt in the wound. Being unable to perform the seance was probably the last straw. I hope she doesn't pass out again. I'm not convinced she messed up. You need to know their face. She knew his face. You know their name. Maybe it's not who he said he was. I mean, we won't even really know who he was in the first place. Prosecutor Samadhi, may I ask you something? Send Barry to the straight corner. That's where I already am. I'm in the straight corner with Todd. And we're looking at each other going, I don't know. Oh, how you doing? We're nodding and shaking hands going, oh, yeah. Put it there, yeah. Of course, Your Benevolence. I've been meaning to ask you this since yesterday. Did you know about Queen Amara? And about me? From where did you hear such a thing? From Mother, and only yesterday. Rafe was carrying on about telling the truth to the people.
Tell us the truth about what, milady?
So I told her what the truth really was.
Can we know?
For it is up to a mother to discipline her child. I see. Barry sentence. Death, exile, switch with puppet Barry, slap on the wrist. Soup? Soup? Is there a mod to grab that poll? If not, I can grab it in a sec. Be that as it may, Your Benevolence, it has no bearing upon our trial here today. So there is no need to let it trouble you. I know. Got it. Thank you, Weeb. Garan told Rafa about something other than Amara's status. Sounds like it. What could it be? Rafa, the defense has proposed something preposterous. They somehow think your father was already dead when Dirk entered the tomb. But I believe you can prove them wrong. Are you prepared to do what is required of you? Yes, I am ready to testify.
A puppet never yields.
A puppet never yields.
Very well then, Your Benevolence, your testimony if you please.
Why the bulb stare? The bulb stare is like the most devastating thing I can think of as an emote. When it's directed at me and not just being used. Just know the power that holds over me, Chad. If I ever say something stupid, hit me with the fucking bulborb stare. There's the poll. What Rafer witnessed? On the day of the murder, I was gazing upon the courtyard from my second floor veranda. Yeah, there you go. Dandori issue. Yeah. Thank you. Okay, the prime corner is the tomb. Yeah, okay. All checks out. Where was the dog? Where was Shadow? Around 2:30 p.m., I saw my father heading for Amara's tomb. When was, this was around 2 p.m. That was around 2 p.m. What else do I have a timeline for? That's about it. So much stuff happened at 2. Time of death is about 3. And at 2:30, saw my father heading for Amara's tomb. Why did I think it was quarter till that she said before? Oh, we showed up at quarter till. That's what it was. Then, because it was 15 minutes ago when we... Okay. Then about 2:45, I saw Barb, Ted, and company enter the courtyard. I heard this thing stare at you. Hello. I can stare back at it. I saw no one go in or out of the tomb after my father entered at about 2:30. Good. Your second floor veranda? Oh, she must be talking about that house facing Inga's private residence. Yes. Finished the divination seance? She tried to do it and it didn't work. So that's the location from which you saw your father. And at about 2:30? Have you been to the dentist, your benevolence? Death. Boom. Yes, and shortly after that, you people arrived at the royal residence. So after the minister entered Amara's tomb around 2:30, no one went in or out of there until the murder was discovered. The tomb is closed to outsiders, so no one could have snuck in before the murder. That rules out any possibility of a third party lying in wait to slay my poor husband. Chad has decreed the sentence as I will be switched with Puppet Barry. You fools, you know not what you're unleashing by freeing him from his international prison in the middle of the bottom of the ocean. Or so she'd like us to believe. Now hear me, you useless lawyer. Cease this charade and bow before me. For I, Queen Garan, shall finally have your head. Forgive me, your eminence, but first let us allow the defense to question the witness. Okay, she's just gonna go with, yeah. The queen would be like, no. Nuh-uh. On the day of the murder, I was gazing upon the courtyard from my veranda. Hold it! You say you'd been watching the courtyard until we arrived, correct? That seems like an awfully long time. There is much that weighs on my mind. I see. Could you press the then at 2:45 statement first? Oh, if I press it, is it gonna like skip over stuff? Okay. She really does sound troubled. I don't think she ever fully recovered from the previous trial. Your benevolence, as crown princess, you are destined to rule the kingdom one day. That means there must be many things you must determine. Happy people happy and etc. I guess it's not easy being a princess. Your benevolence? I'd be happy to lend you an ear if you'd ever like to talk. What would you know of my woes? Do not presume to exceed your station in life. Sheesh. Teenagers. Your benevolence, what did you witness from your veranda? Well... Yeah, I skip bed. 2:45?
Hold it!
2:45. Yes, I believe that's around when we arrived. Mr. Wright, Athena, Dirk, and I were running toward the tomb. Yes, I was taken aback as we don't normally see commoners in the palace courtyard. Even more shocking was that Dirk, a wanted man, was with you. Yeah, we got away with a lot. I suppose so. I thought the villainous leader of the Defiant Dragons was here with his minions. Because it was, you know, time for a revolution. I think you've been watching too much of that TV show. I have already banned its broadcast for containing content unsuitable for our kingdom. Besides, the actress playing Rafa looked nothing like her. She banned the plumed Punisher? Is that why there's riots on the streets? I can't have my subjects feeling so disappointed when they see the real Rafa. Mother? Oh, damn. Why are you so cruel to me? Are you so ashamed? Once I'm all grown up, I shall be just as full-figured as that actress. She's placing all her hopes on one final growth spurt. For her sake, I hope it's in her DNA. What is happening? I suppose you could always hope for a miracle. I'll show you. I shall double my milk intake and grow up big and strong. There, your benevolence. I think you're fine just the way you are. Now, may I ask that you continue with your testimony? She's 14 years old. Another Paul redeemed. I wish I could grow up faster. Is this dialogue different if pressed first? Yeah, I don't know why you were like, please press that one. Around 2:30, I saw my father heading for the Mars twin. Did your father seem different or troubled in any way? Let me think. Oh, there was one unusual thing. There was? Yeah, a shriek emanated. Objection! Cammy? Thanks for the raid, Cammy. How y'all doing? Welcome. Nothing weird or bad just happened. No. We're very deep in case 5 of Spirit of Justice. Ace Attorney 6. I hope you had a good stream, Cammy. I don't believe that. Why would I would never lie to a bunch of wonderful raiders dropped on my doorstep that everything's normal and fine, and we didn't just have an extremely weird conversation in the game. Don't all caps me. I can't possibly get you caught up. Just know everything's bad. A guy killed a guy. There was a locked room where he was holding a knife covered in blood, and we're trying to prove he didn't do it. So it's... Ugh. But just if you're gonna raid and run, I understand. Just wait for like 20 seconds so you can see the prosecutor again real quick. Just, I don't know how soon it'll be, but she's something. A shriek emanated from within my father's quarters. After which I witnessed him bolt outside, his countenance drained of its usual color. He screamed and was looking pale. That seems important. What do you suppose happened? I know not. Perhaps he had a bad dream. Maybe it was a nightmare about being raked over the coals by the queen. There she is. That's what I wanted the raiders to see. The queen with her yaoi paddle. We're having a normal one here in Ace Attorney Land today. Yeah. There you go. There you go. Yeah. Final Fantasy looking. I know, so when she first showed up, someone called her Seymour from Final Fantasy X, and I can't unsee it. Like yeah, a little bit of the little blue hair spiky scenario. FF10 Seymour, 100%. Yeah, gender bent Seymour. It seems our young lawyer here wishes to hasten his journey to the Twilight Realm. Sorry, that was rude of me. She does have a yaoi paddle. Does the defense believe the witness's last statement was important? Sure, why not? Actually, no, it's definitely important that he was stressed about something. My father let out a scream and came dashing out of his room, his face pale. Hold it! His face pale. His schemes ruined. His cigar probably dropped on the ground somewhere. And why do you think he screamed? Was he surprised by someone who didn't belong there? Did anyone else come out? I didn't see anyone else, just my father. My last statement was seriously lacking in conviction. Should I press her on this? Be nice and leave it be. Press softly. Press harshly. I've never had this choice before. It's usually yes or no. Just leave it alone. It's probably fine. His crop's dead. His hair, whack. His face, one. Poor thing, I feel sorry for her. I'll just leave it be for now. Your benevolence, please continue. Okay. Hotel? Trivago. There it is. Well. Should I be mean? Should I be mean? Your benevolence, let's have some details. The more the better. Deets, lady, deets. Details, you say? Yeah, for example, are you sure you didn't see anyone in the royal residence before 2:30? Slam on the desk. Is that a yes or a no? Foreign devil, I'd been gazing upon the courtyard since about 2 yesterday, yet I saw none other than my father. Well, if only I'd stopped him then. I think you struck a nerve, a rather obliterated one. Maybe I pressed a little too hard. Still, that last statement seemed a little off. You didn't see anyone except your father in the courtyard after 2, huh? Please add that to your testimony. Bad cop Apollo. Bad cop, bad cop. Hold it! Can I go soft with it, or is that... Let me just load the save. Okay, well, I'll load the save. Now I'm curious if this being nice isn't the answer. Your benevolence. Was this poll necessary? Chat said. Monkey. Your benevolence.
Yes. This incident was a real shock to us all. It must have been really terrible for you, but I want to let you know I know how you feel. Please stop. You presume too much. It's times like these that you need something to take your mind off things. How about we all go on a picnic together or something? This isn't pressing anything. This is... What are you... I need no sympathy from you. Go on to your little picnic alone, hornhead.
Well, that didn't go well. Apollo, you have to take a more aggressive approach with people like her.
Yeah, he's probably right. Now back to my testimony. So the answer is be rude. Be rude about it. All right. I have to. The game's trying to trick you, be like, be nice to her. She's been through a lot. No. No, be mean. Slam the desk a lot and yell and point at her. That's the only way to get an actual statement.
Bullying a grieving child.
But she might be grieving for the wrong reason. Like, she might still grieve his death, but maybe he's not her biological father. I have been gazing upon the courtyard since about 2. Father was the only one I saw.
Hold it!
Is the royal residence always so empty? Naturally, it's where the royal family lives and we are few in number. Besides Nana and the little birds who visit, I have no one else to talk to. Is there anything more stereotypically princessy than talking to birds? So Nana wasn't around at all yesterday. It seems she was quite busy. I was all alone the entire day. It's been like that a lot lately. Rafa doesn't go to school, so she probably doesn't have any close friends. She must lead a rather solitary life. I guess being a princess isn't all it's cracked up to be. Rafa, I shall buy you a new servant. I don't want you to buy me a servant like some sort of pet. I want Nana. I'm beginning to see why Rafa turned out like she did.
Your benevolence, please tell us about what happened after you saw your father.
Well, it was around 2:30 when I saw him heading for the tomb. Then at about 2:45, I saw Barbed Head and company enter the courtyard.
Hold it!
Maybe I can do I have evidence about the dog Shadow running around? Yeah. Yeah, it's still weird. Alby's statement. Yeah. I wonder if I can use that to be like, well, after 2 p.m., a bunch of shenanigans happened. I believe that's around when we arrived. He's a hedgehog. He can be a hedgehog and a hedgehog. Mr. Wright, Athena, Dirk, and I were running toward the tomb. I was taking it back. We normally look on. Right, okay. Yeah. Already did this. My bad. Oh, no. Oh, no. No, let's not do this again. Let's not do this again. I just realized why I've already seen this. Yeah, okay. Yeah, all right. Okay. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. Everything's fine. All right. After that, I saw no one go in or out of the tomb after my father entered at 2:30. Shadow the head dog. He's the chief of all dogs. Is it possible you missed seeing someone pass through? Like when you blink? How slowly you blink? See, your eyes are closed right now. No, my veranda has a commanding view of the entire grounds, and I saw no one else. That doesn't seem right somehow. Do not underestimate my daughter. She may be lacking elsewhere, but her eyes are the finest. Lacking elsewhere? Talk about a mother I'd never wish on my worst enemy. She needs Nana now more than ever. A real mother? Rafa didn't see anybody in the royal residence area after 2 p.m. That's a long time to just look at a courtyard. She was probably lost in thought. She's at the age where I'm sure she's got a lot on her mind. What happened to Nana? We don't know. She disappeared sometime yesterday. And there's clearly more to her than meets the eye. She's actually a transformer and can turn into a fighter jet. I was gazing upon the around 2:30, so my father here's the card since 2. Father's the only one I saw. Is that true? What about this?
Objection!
You saw a little dog running around.
Your benevolence. You're covering for someone, aren't you? Huh? I don't know what you're talking about. Sorry, Rafa, but you're not gonna like this. Sorry, Albie? Well, the thing is, I have a statement here that you might find interesting. It's from a witness who claims that, around 2 p.m., his dog got loose and ran into the palace courtyard. That's when the little fellow stole this hat from someone. Oh, that's Nana's. I mean, nothing, never mind.
You fool of a daughter. Seems the princess made a blunder. Classic blunder. So let me get this straight. This is Naina's hat, which means she had to have been in the royal residence at around 2. If so, then you had to have seen Naina sometime after 2 p.m. yesterday. No! Why aren't they like, wait, what's that about a kid running around the royal palace? Please, your benevolence, tell us what you really saw. With a mom like this, no wonder Rafa thought her dad was sweet. Oof! Oh god. Ugh. It is as you say, Hornhead. I saw Naina, and I saw that dingbat dog steal her hat from her in front of my father's residence. I knew it! Why didn't you say so in the first place? Because, my mother told me not to. What? Would you care to explain, Your Eminence? I requested she withhold said information, for it is of no relevance to this case.
Objection!
No. Jacques, you don't get to decide. At some point, she's literally gonna throw the book at us, isn't she? If you disagree, then prove that it is relevant to the case at hand. Oh, I will. Your benevolence, please tell us everything you witnessed when you saw Naina. I miss yelling France. It's the best part of these games. Alright. When I saw that dingbat dog attack Naina, I ran to help. I can yell France into my Xbox controller, but it's not really the same. I raced from my second floor veranda down into the courtyard. Wait, that means that while you were coming down, you took your eyes off the courtyard. France, but only for a moment. This is crucial testimony. If you took your eyes off the courtyard, it means somebody else could have entered the tomb without you ever knowing. Your benevolence? Are you sure no one else was there? Yes? She's hiding something again. What about Naina? Were you able to help her? When I got down to the courtyard, Naina was... she was gone. Gone? Yes, and I never saw her again after that. Any idea what happened? That dingbat dog must have gobbled her up. She's very small, you see. I doubt that. But how could Naina simply disappear while Rafa wasn't looking? Rafa must know something. The only question is, what? What? What does she know? Why Shadow was in the courtyard, where Naina disappeared to, why she disappeared. You know why she disappeared? Why do you suppose Naina disappeared? Even an educated guess would help. For example, maybe she got fed up with you acting like a spoiled child. Good move, Apollo. You know, something like that. Such impudence! Naina would never leave me merely for acting spoiled. You're not even gonna deny your behavior? In any case, seems I was wrong. Moving right along. Where she went to? I bet she hopped into the urn that didn't get toppled over, and then she entered a Mario 2 subspace and she grabbed the key, and now she's being chased by the Phantom Masks. And she needs our help, urgently. We should probably go help her. You have an idea where Naina disappeared to? It just makes sense. Phantom is relentless. Plausible. Not guilty. What do you mean? Well, during the time you took your eyes off the courtyard, someone could have headed into the tomb, and it just so happens that Naina disappeared right at that moment. No! Wait, you think Naina had something to do with the murder? I don't think we can rule it out. It sounds like something had kept Naina occupied since the early morning. Plus, she was seen right before the murder, and then seemed to vanish into thin air. You're right. And since she's Rafa's attendant, she could come and go as she pleased within the palace grounds. Could Rafa's attendant really be the killer? But that would mean... first my father, and now Naina? These were the people I trusted most. How could this be? The chain of pressing the second statement leads to plot progression. The reason why I wanted Beryl to see that dog is because I'm bad and I like to hurt. Thank you. Do not heed their lies. Lawyers are a foul breed, quick to claim that a third party is to blame for a crime. Naina did not enter the tomb. That much is certain. How can you be so sure? When Naina's hat was stolen, that crazed cur spilled an urn full of water upon my husband's doorstep. Is that not right, Rafa? Yes, yes it is. Yeah, go, buddy. While that dingbat dog was tugging on Nana's hat, it tipped over the urn. How would it... There's a small dog. She's normal person height. How would it... Whatever. The bottoms of her shoes would have been soaked with water. I guess it did the same thing it did to Edgeworth. Just jumped up and grabbed on. If she had truly headed into the tomb with wet shoes, she would have left shoe prints along the way. But the only shoe prints to be found belonged to my husband, Inga. Shadow takes no prisoners. He used gas control. Then the muddy prints inside of Inga's room. That's right, Nana never did go into the tomb that day. Instead, she entered my husband's private quarters. How do you know? It's quite shrimple. The muddy footprints. Shoe prints were discovered in Inga's private quarters. Shoe prints that belonged to Nana. That's right, Edgeworth and I did see some shoe prints in there. Then where'd she go? From there. Now do you understand? Nana cannot possibly have gone into the tomb. And that supposed third person at the crime scene is but a figment of your imagination. Arg! Another glorious deduction. All hail the genius that is her eminence. Bow down before her glory, witless warrior.
Could those guys fanboy any harder? I mean, sheesh. But is it really true? Did Nana not go into the tomb?
Excuse me, but... Mr. Wright? Your benevolence, what time was it when that dog attacked Nana? I believe it was about 2:15 p.m. I see. Apollo, if Nana entered Inga's private quarters at around 2:15, and Inga came racing out around 2:30, pale-faced and screaming, then...
I know what you're getting at.
Yes, that might explain his scream. She told him a scary story. Would the defense please share their theory regarding Justice Minister Inga's scream? Certainly, Your Majesty. Minister Inga screamed because he had a bad dream. He was attacked by Nana. He saw a ghost. I think the answer is he saw a ghost. Because the ghost is what's the form of Queen Amidala. He had a bad dream. He must have had a bad dream. What sort of a dream could cause my father to let out such a howl? Maybe he dreamt of you becoming a juvenile delinquent? What? Dyeing your hair purple, chasing him around on a motorcycle, stuff like that. Standard teenager fare. Excuse me? That would freak out any parent, that's for sure. But would it change anything we know about this case? Guess not. Let's try that again. He screamed because he was attacked by Nana. Maybe he was attacked by Nana. This would make the Justice Minister's private quarters the real scene of the crime. Does your idiocy know no bounds? The minister's body was found in the tomb. Or are you suggesting the body was moved? Do I think the minister was moved from the private quarters? I think the possibility does not seem very likely. I'd say there's no way that body was moved. After all, there was an awful lot of blood in the tomb. And there would be ample signs of a body being moved. I understand the scream was in reaction to our attack, but Inga died in the tomb. We need to explain how those two realities would coincide. How am I supposed to do that? Oh, maybe. Maybe where he was stabbed and where he died were two completely different locations. What do you mean? Let's look at this as simply as possible. It's not a ghost! I was gonna say a ghost. If the minister's body wasn't moved, he might have been stabbed by Nana in his private quarters, but then died in the tomb. I see. Maybe he was just hopped up on painkillers, and it just took a while to kind of lose enough blood. On the other hand, that seems plausible, and the other seems decidedly implausible. Prosecutor Sadmati, what is that fool babbling on about now? Is this a riddle from one of those fortune cookies Americans seem so fond of? Perhaps, but I believe he himself does not know what he means to say. In all likelihood, it was a poor attempt to confuse us. We should simply ignore him.
Ignore these nuts.
I wasn't finished, so hold off on the analysis, would you? The autopsy report never stated the minister's death was instantaneous, so he could have conceivably moved from one place to another after being stabbed. But then how did all that blood get onto, like, the curtain around the sarcophagus and stuff? Are you suggesting he ran all the way to the tomb with a knife sticking out of his back? Well, yes, that's the gist of it. Maybe the knife was still on his back, and then someone pulled it out, and then it went kabloosh onto all the stuff, and then he died. And then someone went, here, you hold this, and then handed it to Dirk. Case closed. That makes sense. When it's removed. Yeah, when it's removed. Yeah. In short, Minister Inga saw Nena with a knife, let out a scream, and when he turned his back to her to flee, and that's when he was stabbed from behind. Have this knife. Well, your majesty, does my theory hold water?
Insolence!
He sneezed, it fired into Dirk's hand, and he caught it, and then that's when we came in. How dare you bore me like this? Huh? You are a humorless moron, spewing an endless stream of unamusing drivel. I wasn't trying to be funny, Your Eminence. You'll know when I'm trying to be funny. Because I'll make a face where I'm like, eh? Prosecutor enlighten this ignorant clown in lawyer's clothing. Your Eminence. Ha! His brains! Nayuda? Next, you're gonna say he couldn't possibly run all the way with all the pain he was in. He couldn't possibly run in that way with oh, you dull, slow-witted, putrid-minded lawyer. Perhaps you would be too stupid to notice you had been stabbed in the back, but a normal person would have noticed due to the excruciating pain. Oh, isn't that in the? Well, we got something for that. We have something for that right there. Now hold on. Allow me to teach you the meaning of pain. I didn't mean to skip that, but it made it even funnier. It's just like, ah, for one frame. Now, Yuta has a point. Normally, most people would notice a dagger in their back. Yeah, I doubt someone could ignore pain like this. Still, in this case, it's the word normally that we should emphasize. Apollo, take another look at the court record. There must be something that explains this. Also, adrenaline is a hell of a drug, but there's also a drug which is a hell of a drug. There's a reason Inga didn't feel any pain, and the defense will submit evidence proving just that. Very well, please present your evidence. It's my badge. Why? It's my badge, Your Honor.
Take that!
Those are my father's painkiller shots. The defense will explain the significance of this evidence. Minister Inga suffered from a terrible back pain, so he often injected himself with these. We're told that one shot in the back would make all his pain go away. With this, it's easy to explain what happened. Don't tell me you didn't know about these, Your Eminence. You can't mean. Minister Inga was stabbed in his back close to where he usually injected the painkiller. Injecting himself in the back seems tricky, but not implausible. Therefore, it's entirely possible he hadn't noticed that he'd been stabbed. Maybe just gonna do it for him. He doesn't seem like the kind of guy who would. I've seen the Sherlock episode. Then, are you suggesting Justice Minister Inga really ran off with a knife protruding from his back? I am, Your Majesty. So then, when I saw my father, he had a knife sticking out of him? I mean, with that cape of his, I couldn't see his back very well. Yes, the knife was there, was just plunged in so deep you didn't notice it under the cape. Therefore, when you saw your father, he was already dead. Murdered by Nena in his private quarters. Polkunka! Omailamo. Shindeiru. Holy mother of Korean, are we dealing with the living dead here? Zombies, Your Honor. Technically, he wasn't dead yet. I know it's hard to believe, but this is a plausible sequence of events. And once Minister Inga arrived at the tomb, he could have removed the knife and dropped dead from blood loss. Nena killed my father? There must be some mistake. The defense would like to call Nena to the stand.
Objection!
You seek to drag an innocent old woman to the stand with no proof whatsoever? Well, there's no real proof, but... What a tangled web of expedient lies you weave. Yeah, I'm good at that. I can no longer tell fact from fiction. Who or what shall I believe in now? I'm sorry, Rafa. All I've done is confuse you. But I have a sneaking suspicion Nena's involved in this case one way or another. Just when I thought we'd blown this case wide open. Well, there's no turning back now. You fool of a lawyer. I know why you're so desperate to prove the accused innocent. You do? Yes, because he faces public execution if proven guilty, as shall you under the stipulations of the DCA. Yeah, that would make anyone want to do a good job. From the moment you accepted this case, you have had no choice but to fight for your lives. No, the simple fact is, I've always believed that Dirk is innocent. Bah, still you cling to your pretense? Very well, I shall offer you a bargain. If you would admit the accused is guilty right here, right now, I shall overlook your crime of abetting him. Well, this is sus as hell. Clearly we're on to something. Have a good snooze, thanks for hanging. Just the fact that she's willing to break the law that she created, if we're like, yeah, okay, never mind. Sounds like a bad ending? Oh, maybe. I can save if there's a prompt. I shall overlook your crime. You will not be subject to execution. She said, bah! Is this some sort of joke? Far from it. As queen, I have the power to grant pardons even to criminals like you. And with the wave of my hand, I can even reduce the severity of a sentence. Perhaps even for Dirk, should you be willing to cooperate. She wasn't kidding when she said that she's the law here. But to flaunt that power in our faces like that, that's just wrong. Forget all that has transpired in our kingdom and return to your own country in peace. No bad endings yet. Understood. Will you abandon your defense of the accused and accept my generous offer? If I don't take this deal, I'll be executed along with Dirk if he's found guilty. What should I do? There's no funny ending. But what if we do it anyway? See you later, Dirk. We'll be executed if we lose. Oh, hey, Trucy. Poor Trucy will lose her father. Sad. Athena will be fine. I feel bad for Athena, too. And besides, life is precious. It's not something you should gamble with. Good point, Apollo. Still. I made a promise. Take the blue pill and return to Japanifornia. And there's one more person I can't abandon in his time of need. Which leaves me with only one choice. Smash cut to an airplane taking off. See ya. Nice try, Garon, but it looks like you don't know what justice is made of. We won't kowtow to threats like that, Your Eminence. Mr. Wright, I'm sorry, but I can't back down now. I don't want to drag you into this, so don't worry. I'm with you, Apollo. To the bitter end, if need be. And while I can't say I'm used to it, this isn't exactly my first rodeo. Yeah, it's his third rodeo. If I'm found guilty, you get the death penalty too! Yeah, right, sure, whatever. See you, kid. That's how it happened. I just gotta keep believing. So keep on fighting, Apollo. You'll hear no objections from me. You nincompoops. Language. You'll die if you lose this case. Why would you ever entertain the notion of continuing? I believe that Dirk is innocent, that's why. And besides, trials exist to give the truth a chance to get out into the open. You can't give up just because you're afraid of some punishment. Even if that punishment is death, does that not frighten you, Hornhead? Who wouldn't be scared? I mean, just thinking about it. Makes me weak in the knees, to be honest. But as a lawyer, I have a duty to protect my client. I can't just abandon that. A duty you're willing to die for. And yet Duty. It's a heavy burden, all right. Rafa looks like she's really struggling. True. Trucy still has one of her dads, Edgeworth. It's true. Your benevolence, as crown princess, you are destined to rule this. How many times are they gonna flashback this exact exchange? But it's no surprise, considering the torrent of painful truth she's had to face. Yes. Can I get Burguer? Burguer. Very well, then. If the defense is prepared to face the death sentence under the DCA, I see no reason not to continue with the proceedings. But I must admit, I see no grounds for doubting the accused's guilt. Unless the defense has further evidence that would indicate a different suspect. Can we get Nana to the stand, or what? Do we have anything like that? Well, lawyer, do you have any new evidence you would care to present? Or shall I have the executioner start his preparations? If she thinks I can't do this, she got another thing coming. But first, I have some serious thinking to do. To the bathroom. I'd say that new evidence indicating a different suspect It does not exist. Such evidence does not exist. Just as I thought, which is why we need testimony. Bring her out. I was so hoping you'd present meaningless evidence and allow me to claim your head. Glad I didn't walk headfirst into that one, then. Should I go back and pick that, then? So, what now, Apollo? Well, unless we can prove that Nana killed Inga, this trial is over, and so are we. Isn't there still a way to get the proof we need? Even without evidence? You know, a key means of obtaining testimony here in Khura'in? Huh? Wait, are you actually suggesting? It certainly won't be easy, but it's worth a try. Your Majesty, a crucial step in uncovering the truth behind this case has yet to be taken in this trial, but I'm positive that I can back up our claim with this one step. You mean you will be able to prove that Nana killed Justice Minister Inga? And just how do you propose to do that? With the help of a certain someone. You need help? From someone? Well, I can't imagine who it could be. Check the nearest burger stand and you'll find the answer. But I suppose I must ask. Whose help do you need to uncover the truth? Obviously, we need the help of Miles.
Take that!
You require help from that individual.
No, what I'm saying is, let's all come together on this one. If we all think things through as a team, there's nothing we can't figure out.
We don't need to put our heads together to see how far you've reached in defense. Don't you see the Queen has a yaoi paddle at the ready? What are you doing?
There's something we've yet to confirm about the case, and do that we'll need... The power of friendship can solve any murder mystery. Where is she? There she is.
Take that!
You require help from that individual.
Oh. Oh, I see what they want. I see what they want. Okay.
Take that!
Wait, am I wrong? I thought they were talking about spirit channeling. The seance? The seance? We already tried the seance. I thought we were saying we need something else. Alright. Yeah, go ahead and bulb stare at me. I guess I'm jumping ahead then.
Take that!
But that is...
Me? Here in Khura'in, legal proceedings include the viewing of the victim's final moments. You can do all kinds of things, but that requires your benevolence's help. She was broke before? Yeah, but she's gonna be broke now. Such information is just as vital as any other piece of conclusive evidence. Yeah, the conversation with her about duty. Yeah, but... Yeah, I guess I'm operating off the assumption that she didn't fuck up, so maybe she did. If you're right about this, Rafa's power should enable her to see the very moment Nana stabbed Inga. It'll be hard to watch your father's murder, but it's the only way to uncover the truth. But if there was a gap between him getting stabbed and him falling over, won't we just see him standing in the tomb and then falling over? In front of Dirk, maybe? And as Dirk's there, I mean, it's fine. We need you and your power. Your Honor, traumatizer. You need me? Wretched simpleton, did you not see what ensued in the previous attempt? You would only succeed in wasting more time. Or is it your goal to make her collapse again? Grant's supposed to be able to do this too. True. The princess said she was prepared earlier. Besides, it's her duty as royal priestess. I'd say it's all up to her now. Am I prepared? Prepared to fulfill my duty? Isn't a divination seance required at all trials anyway? If so, I imagine there'd be a problem with handing down a verdict without one. We've already established that no law matters when the queen's in the room and can say, nuh-uh.
Indeed, it would be problematic. Under Khura'in's law, a seance must be conducted before a verdict can be rendered.
Insolence!
Yikes.
Must you try my patience so? If I must dispense with that vexing law, then dispense with it I shall. Huh? As ruling sovereign of Khura'in, I proclaim the following. She's writing with her fingernail. Oh. Henceforth, the divination seance shall be optional. What? She has the power to do that. Fingernail writing ASMR. She's so slay. She just rewrote the law with the flourish of her hand. She can, in fact, do that. Mother. I do not wish for the trial to end like this. It is as the defense said, I must not neglect my duty simply because I'm afraid. I shall go through it with it this time. I will conduct the seance once more.
Insolence!
Rafa, do not be fooled by his lordly guile. You are not prepared to witness your father's death. She was insisting on it earlier. It's almost like she knew it was gonna fail. And now that it might succeed, she's pushing back against it. But Hornhead needs my help. Lorelei Guile. That's an alt skin for Guile in Street Fighter. Rafa, did you not tell me earlier? Did you not tell me you were prepared? But despite your grandiose posturing, you collapsed in a most piteous fashion. Even worse, you have erred in your insights of late, for has not the barbed one there overturned them more than once? Ooh. You cannot be trusted to keep your word, nor can you reveal the truth through your insights. Then why don't you do it? So I say to you, begone. This sacred hall of justice has no need for such a worthless royal priestess. Wow. Worthless? How could she say that to her own daughter? So, mother, you think me worthless?
Objection!
Her benevolence says she can do it, doesn't she? So I don't see why you have to condemn her before she's even made the attempt. Very well, horned devil. If you really are so bent on having a seance, I shall give my consent. Really? However, should Rafa fail once more, you two and the accused shall all be executed on the spot. Come again. This is proving to be far more entertaining than I had anticipated. Well, lawyer, what say you? Will you wager your life and call on Rafa to perform a divination seance? I think she should go home and rest. Even if I say I believe in and want to call on her, the truth is, I really don't know her that well. Your benevolence, maybe you should go on home today. I'm sure you could use the rest. Are you sure about this, Apollo? If we don't believe in her, who does she have left? You're right. Besides, without her, we'll never get the proof we need. Yeah! Is Nayuta still here? Yeah, he's here. It would seem I truly am not needed here. It was flashing my HP, but I guess it was a fake out. I don't think you're worthless. Your benevolence, far from it, in fact. If you say you can do it, then I believe in you. Hornhead, I do not understand. If I fail, you'll be put to death. I know you collapsed during your previous attempt. I remember that. The animation is hard to watch when she's like gasping for air like that. It's really well done. Oh my god, she turned into a ghost. Thank you for the bit stop for I can't even imagine how terrible it must have been for you, but despite that, you are willing to try again. I have faith in that conviction, in that courage. My courage. Ah, so she was doomed to fail if she didn't have the courage to perform the seance. But it looks like she's got the determination to try again. Right, and that's a bet I'm willing to take. What did Tom say? Has enough time passed I can make a look, gasp, and pain is back joke? We wouldn't flashback if it was too soon, right? Ugh. But it is as Mother said, I've erred in my insights as of late. Not only have I failed to reveal the truth, I've also contributed to false accusations. Knowing that, can you still say that you believe in me?
Objection!
She is filled with determination. I wouldn't take stock in those words, your benevolence. Despite what your mother says, I don't think you've made any errors at all. Huh? In the trials I've been a part of here in Kurain, I would have never proven my client's innocence without your seances. Because even though they didn't always reflect the absolute truth, the insight they provided served as vital leads to finding the truth. Phoenix being good dad. Vital leads? My seances?
So please, your benevolence, try to perform the divination seance one more time. Why are you objecting? You already agreed to this. Rafa, stop this madness. It's for your own good. You are ill-prepared to face your father's death. Go, leave this sacred hall at once. No. What did you say? I said no, mother! Or for I am the royal priestess of Khurain. I have no need for you now. Even if you do not need me, mother. Hornhead in this Hall of Justice do. He proved that to me by risking his own life. It is because of him that I now understand. The divination seance is my sacred duty. I must fulfill it no matter the risk. Your benevolence. Mother taught me that the divination seance was a mirror reflecting naught but the truth. But I began to have my doubts after Barbed had disproved the insights it offered. And now I don't even know who or what to trust anymore. Father, mother, even Nina, I had believed in them above all others. But I finally know now. I know in what I can trust. That was gonna be the same exact conversation with Maya. The royal priestess must debate each seance with the presiding lawyer and prosecutor. So that it can be interpreted properly. As it once was. That is how I believe trials here in Khurain should function. Phoenix pointing, going, therefore the Hall of Justice needs me. It is my power that leads trials towards the truth. That is my sacred duty, and I will never shirk from it again. That right there, your benevolence, is the product of what you've learned in your struggle so far. The truth that you realize with your own strength. As my sacred duty, I must ensure that it is fulfilled. I must have the courage and resolve to see it through. Your Eminence, the Royal Priestess says she will conduct the divination seance. I see no grounds for you to forbid it. Unless, of course, you are worried that it might reveal something you find inconvenient. Mother! I am done letting you have your way. Rafa? You would actually rebel against me, your mother and queen? Though I am scared to see my father's death, I must face my fear. That is what Hornhead has taught me here today. Rafa.
I am the royal priestess Rafa Padma Khurain.
Padme. And Amidala. Oh, it's not even a... Yeah.
And I am prepared to face my father's death.
Whoa! Your Eminence. Guards? Thank you for the resub, Gamer Dome. 83 months! Thank you. It seems the princess is more grown up than you thought. Rafa? Well then, let us proceed with the divination seance. The victim's final moments. This should be interesting. I wonder what Inga's memories are gonna show us. She gotta do the thing.
O Holy Mother, we hold this divination seance in your name. Let the eyes of everyone here be clear, and our ears be unstopped.
Yeah, what was that?
O dance of devotion, guide the victim's soul to me, so that we may receive their final memories in the pool of souls.
Oh, he coughed and sneezed at the same time, and that's what killed him. Yeah. No, I get that. Every time I do that, I'm like, that just shaved 20 years off my life. I'm just gonna skip this again real quick. Unless it's different somehow. Is it different? It seems like it's gonna be the same. That's how you take a screenshot, right? When you cough and sneeze. It's fine. It's not different. All right. Whoosh. What we got? What we got? What we got? Give me some bullshit. Give me some bullshit. I'm ready to be mad about it. Okay. All right. Incense grapes. Sour. Mmm. Delicious. Holy Mother. Footsteps. I mean, he's walking. Could be someone else's footsteps, though. A man's voice. Huh. Uh-huh. Man's voice continuing. Pain! Ugh. And then footsteps again. And then he sees Dirk in front of him, covered in blood, without a face? Without a face? Why no face? Shoot him! And then explosion. Laughter? Huh? What? Huh? 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 Go, huh? What in the... A faceless being? What the heck? His face is just like... that picture of the founder. He does have face blindness. He actually has face blindness, and that's why he takes notes on who's who? Ah, shit. And anyone that knew that could just use that by just going, ta-da, it was me. Oh my god. God damn it. God damn it. God damn it. No, you didn't recognize Phoenix? No, actually. What happened? I don't remember that. I might have thought he was just doing a bit, and I didn't think anything of it. That's the last thing anyone expected to see. It's Metopia! The second time we met him. I'm trying to remember what happened with him. He literally goes blue suit, spiky hair, oh, the lawyer. Yeah, I thought he was just being a smarmy son of a bitch. It's just like, oh, Mr. Blue Suit Spiky Hair. How you doing, Mr. Lawyer? Like, that's pretty good. Played me like a fiddle. Shit. Wish I knew what a nose looked like. Ain't no way to know. Father! So the music! What was it? What was it you saw? Are we to understand that this was the last thing the victim saw? Yes, there can be no mistake. That was what my father himself witnessed. How very strange. You don't suppose the Holy Mother possessed the accused and slew Minister Inga for planning a coup? Oh, Holy Mother! Talk about a sharp left turn into the Twilight Zone. Anyone alt-tabbed the game itself said Twilight Zone, not me. I didn't say it this time. I mean, I did say it, but it's because the game told me to. You know, there's one thing in there that caught my attention. One thing? Just the one. That laugh. Who does it belong to, and why are they laughing? Who knows? I suppose it could be Dirk after he slew my husband. I figured it doesn't even have a mouth. Ho, ho, ho. I'm thinking, what if it's what if it's the statue that was broken? And they somehow moved it over there, and then, like, put his jacket on it, and he was like, oh, cause he would've, long hair, eye patch, blue clothes. That's literally all he needs to think it was Dirk. So they just put, like, a wig, an eye patch, something blue on him. Hey, that's Dirk. That's all you need. Merry Christmas. Only 10 months till nice. Only 10 months away. Can you believe it? 59 months. Thanks for the tier 2 as well. Ho ho. Ho 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 means it's almost Christmas. I think we're done here, lawyer. How so? You claim that Mr. Inga was stabbed in his private quarters and, feeling no pain, went to the tomb where he eventually fell dead. Yeah, that could have still happened. But this seance vision proves he was stabbed in the tomb and felt great pain, no less. Oh, that. Therefore, as I asserted all along, it was the accused who stabbed the minister in the tomb. Bah, everything just backfired. Big time. Wow, Gron has the devil's own luck, doesn't she? Now then, I shall give voice to the soul of the deceased. Listen well and heed these words. Rafa's insight. At around 3 p.m., my father was waiting in the tomb to make the hostage exchange. He was drinking grape juice, normal grape juice, ESRB, while gazing upon the picture of the Holy Mother. He wasn't playing Balatro, Peggy, There's no gambling rules here or anything. So everything's fine. While gazing upon the picture of the Holy Mother, he had been waiting vigilantly when suddenly he heard Dirk's voice. We heard a voice, not necessarily Dirk's voice. Don't call me Peggy. The next moment, he was stabbed in the back and collapsed. There's a lot of assumptions you're making. My father tried to shoot his attacker, but he missed, and the attacker let out a laugh. After we got witness drunk in court to progress the trial? Yeah. So what now, Mr. Wright? Well, left about 3 hours left in the case, like 4 hours left for you. I was wondering if there was a good stopping point coming up. I can go for a little bit longer, but pretty sure it's grape juice in the original because he thought it'd be funny back in Ace 34. Oh, good, Cody. Thank you. It's grape juice. It's up to us to knock holes in Rafa's interpretations of Inga's memories. In other words, we need to prove that our understanding of them could be mistaken. Okay, I'll give it a try. Oh yeah, we're not finishing it tonight, but I want to find a better stopping point than this. All right. Okay. Pretty sure that's amazing. He's went at home to make the hostage exchange. He was drinking when he gazed upon the picture of the Holy Mother. When he vigilantly he heard Dirk's voice. Did he though? He heard a voice. He heard a voice. How do you know it was Dirk's voice? Your benevolence, there seems to be an inconsistency in your interpretation. An inconsistency where? Minister Inga's far too relaxed for what is supposedly about to take place. You got him. He's vibing. When he heard the voice you claim is Dirk's, he didn't seem the least bit alarmed. That also is important. He just kept looking at the picture of the founder. We take those. That's strange, right? He was waiting for Dirk to arrive with the founder's orb, but when he heard that voice, he didn't even turn to look. Don't you think he would have been worried about being attacked from behind? Then whose voice was it? Maybe he had the radio. It was likely someone whose presence wouldn't have alarmed him. I did accidentally the right answer. Someone like a friend.
Objection!
But there was no third party at the scene of the crime. Therefore, the voice can only have belonged to Dirk. The voice of a third party who wasn't there in the tomb. Apollo, don't we have something that could reveal the owner of the mystery voice? I think we do. Something that Inga had while he was waiting for Dirk. Where? His phone. The phone! It was the phone! With it, we just might be able to figure out whose voice it was. I believe we can identify the male voice Minister Inga had heard with this. He had his shell phone. His 2028 Android Apple TV. That's my father's. I know this must be hard for you, but could you please look at the... We don't have to show it to her. There's something here that can point us towards the identity of the voice. It was him. He heard himself yapping. He was face blind and voice blind, and he thought his own voice was someone else's voice when he talked sometimes. A shell phone? Right. I believe that the voice the minister heard was of a call on this cell phone. I see. Well, that certainly makes sense. What is your eminence's view on the matter? I concede the possibility. And it seems I must refine my vision. I mean, I was correct in the assumption of, like, we don't know the identity of the man's voice. So I was still half right for the wrong reason. It appears the voice belonged to one of my father's subordinates. Why do you suppose he was talking to one of them, then? My father had members of the secret police positioned throughout the palace. They were supposed to contact him as soon as they saw Dirk and the rest of you. Okay, now we're getting somewhere. Your benevolence, I believe you have an insight to revise. I know, barbed head, don't presume to tell me how to do my duty. Updated insight report. Being vigilant, your father then took a call from a subordinate at the palace. Okay. What else does that change? The voice is coming from the phone, that's good to know. There might be other sounds coming from the phone, sounds that could be clues. I'm gonna look and really focus on the various sensations. You in the hang of this now? So any other sounds could have been from the phone. Like footsteps? Could have been from the phone? String of juice. This morning at the palace. Stand in the back collapsed. Shoot, missed. Tiger let out a laugh. The laugh could also be from the subordinate. Let's see. Let's take a look. So he walks over. The footsteps are probably his. Don't have any reason to doubt that. It's not like he hears footsteps when he's standing still, I don't think. Subordinate's voice, yapping about something. Yappa yappa. Lions roar, dogs bark. Okay. All right. I'll keep. I don't. What would I? It's like a hostage exchange. I'm gonna call them support at the oh, not at the palace. Okay, that's fine. I'll keep it going for now. Did anything else change? And then pain. And more footsteps. Someone walking around. Or maybe from the phone. There he is. He does turn and look at him, but you know. He was just stabbed, so who knows? And then an explosion. Oh my god, was the explosion fucking Dats's Pop Rocks? Not the gun going off? God damn it, Dats. Okay. No one's nice footsteps. Lions roar, dogs bark. Hit the lions roar. Man.
Objection!
Fucking Dats. What's wrong with you? I hate to break it to your benevolence, but you misinterpreted something again. It's usually the Dats. That's amore. What do you mean again? Smooth move, Apollo. I think you just hurt her feelings. But, okay. She may put on a brave face, but she feels more than she lets on. Let me rephrase that, your benevolence. Your interpretation of your father's phone call to his subordinate at the palace is inconsistent with his final memory. What do you mean by that? A lion's roar could be heard over the phone. Don't you find that strange? Also, wouldn't Inga know better than to think it's a lion? He would recognize it as being a bird. Whatever. He claimed the call was with someone at the palace. Phoenix has not been the picture of kindness to her, no. Let me ask you, do you keep lions there? No. The only animals at the palace are little birdies and my pet frog. That's her pet. Wait, that giant one in front of the minister's house is her pet? What's his name? Besides, there aren't any lions in Kurain. We don't even have any zoos. A rather sad state of affairs, I'm afraid. I mean, I would rather no zoo than an incompetently run zoo. I've been to some zoos that are just actually depressing. So, it's not really that bad. Well, I remember hearing a sound like that. The lion's roar coming from the phone is actually from something hanging out in the jungle. It's from the jungle. The answer couldn't be more shrimple. The jungle, that's where lions live. So the subordinate my father was talking to was in the jungle? Maybe he sent him there to get some savage beasts to use in his coup. What? In other words, Minister Inga was planning to have lions and gorillas attack the palace. Oh shit. That sounds rad. Why is that not plausible? That's super plausible. I've never heard anything more absurd. Ook ook. What's so absurd about guerrilla warfare? There it is. Someone in chat said it first. Let me try that again. It was from the temple. The roar came from the temple. Don't be stupid. There are no lions in or around the temple. Actually, I was thinking the exact same thing. The defense will think before it speaks. Yes, sir. For my next thought, let me continue yapping. Without thinking. Okay. Wrong gorilla. Wrong gorilla! Isn't that the cry of the warbot over in the bazaar? Oh! Your benevolence, do you think you can clarify the voice for me? Very well. I will now attempt to further refine my vision. Enhance. Just type /enhance into the console. It'll work. The warbot's cry. What's this? Just as I sussed. It was the call of a warbod. That means the subordinate Minister Inga was talking to was in the bazaar, not the palace. But why is it important where the call came from? What significance could it have? She's right. It is. Is it important to know where the call is made from? Yes. Yes. It's actually very importante. Knowing that the person on the other end was at the bazaar means that the loud explosion might not have been the sound of a gunshot. But I can think of no other item that makes such a noise in the area. Go ahead, Apollo. Tell her. Tell Rafa the real source of that sound. Will do. Well, Hornhead, I'm waiting. What was the true source of that explosive sound? Do I have that in my inventory? Do I have the thing? The symbol? The thing? Surprised by a firecracker. Okay. I thought it was gonna be like which person. I forgot that I had that in the evidence there. What is that? It's I'll be your guide's statement. In it, he claims that Dat's Rebel threw a firecracker at him while he was at the bazaar. Then... yes, the sound heard over the phone was a firecracker exploding.
Objection!
It's usually ditch. And yet a bullet was found at the scene of the crime. A bullet fired from Minister Inga's gun. How do you explain that? Have we checked his gun for prints? We don't know whether it was fired during the course of the crime, right? Or do you have evidence that proves when the pistol was discharged? Yes, what I thought. That's what I thought. No, I have none. Oh, shit. We got her to admit it. Wait a second. If that loud bang was a firecracker, then could that laugh at the end have been? It can't be. Mm-hmm. Oh, it can. And it is. The laugh came from none other than... the jonkler who got a kick out of startling Albie with his dragon snot stamps. That happy-go-lucky Dat's a Rebel. Yeah. Someone should really put a leash on that guy. Yeah. Bullying a kid. Well, during the phone call, he was bullying whoever he was on the phone with. The underling. I shudder to think how one man can be the cause of so much trouble. Ha ha ha! Hey there, AJPW, y'all can thank me later. Okay, no one asked for your commentary, Mr. Rebel. If he wasn't being a nuisance, there wouldn't be audio of an explosion confusing the trial. So no, we're not gonna thank him. Your benevolence, do you need to revise your insight? It would appear so. I'm glad he's in the crowd making it about himself, though. Isn't he wanted? Yeah, you know. Call from Sword at the bazaar. The true source of that loud bang was the firecracker Dat's threw. And that final laugh belonged to none other than Dat's himself. Mm-hmm. Well, this changes everything. Let's go over the deets again. I think I've got this down, and if I'm another inconsistency, what else is there? Or what else changed as a result? Let us take a peep. Grapes, incense, sour. Sour grapes, huh? Why was the grape juice sour, huh? If it's just grape juice? It's a little tart, maybe, but sour. Explain this to me. So when the two make this exchange, drinking grape juice was gazing at the picture of my mother, took a call from Sora at the bazaar, stabbed in the back, and collapsed. She was the final bang was the firecracker he threw. The final laugh belonged to none other than Dat's himself. So then what is the issue? Pain. The pain. Explosion. Laughter. That's it. So there's nothing new? Commit crime so obnoxious no one wants to bother arresting me. That's smart. The other one seemed more obvious to me. If I was waiting for the two to make a hostage exchange, he was drinking grape juice while gazing upon the picture of the Holy Mother. And then took a call from a subordinate at the bazaar. Yeah. That seems fine. I mean, hopefully it's not, well, shit. Because there's the warbods cry and then there's the dog bark. But I don't know how that would change anything. If he heard, I mean, maybe if the dog was at the scene of the crime, that would change something. I'm gonna try it, because if it's not.
Objection!
The music didn't stop, which is usually a bad sign. Oh, where exactly does inconsistency lie? Well, it's hard to say. Cool. Alright. I was like, well, I don't know how it would change things if the dog was running around, but it would potentially change things. As opposed to being over the phone. Unless you interrupt the court orchestra. The dog was at the bazaar. No, but this was at around 3. This was at 2. At 2 o'clock, he threw a firecracker. Dog went running. Albie chased after the dog, grabbed Nana's hat. And then knocked over the water. Then Nana went into Inga's room. They had some sort of kerfuffle. Maybe he got stabbed. I don't know. And then Inga left and went to the tomb. So presumably the dog could still be around there. But again, I don't know if any statement would contradict that or even be important right now. Smartest voice, footsteps, smelling that incense. So father got a call. He was stabbed in the back and collapsed. Yeah, he sure was. By the sounds of it. And then footsteps? Is it those footsteps that are kind of weird? Is it like, hey, who's walking around? But that's not... Yeah. Because you could argue that that's Dirk just walking around after stabbing him. I said during my previous think. I don't remember anything I say during stream. He was drinking the juice. Was it me talking about the juice being sour? Grapes. Sour. Is it actually the taste of the grapes?
Objection!
No, it's not. I didn't think it was. That would have been very stupid. Me when it's the streamer moment. What else is there? Grapes, incense, sour. Also, it could be something he's looking at. It's not just the text that appears. Because also he smells incense when he's over there, but I'm like, was there incense burning? Because the incense kind of just sort of lingers. Which is fine. Supporter's voice. Robots cry. Dogs bark. Also, I don't doubt I'd say a lot of things when I'm looking at these. Here's more footsteps. He's in pain for quite a while. And there he is. And then he tries to shoot. And there's explosion. Yeah. And then laughter. I don't know. I was in the room. At around 3 p.m., my father was waiting in the room in the tomb to make the hostage exchange. He was drinking grape juice while gazing upon the picture. My father then took a call. I mean, it's not then. It was at the same time. Whatever. Took a call from a subordinate at the bazaar. Next moment, he was stabbed in the back and collapsed. The true source of that loud bang was a firecracker Dats threw, and the laugh belonged to none other than Dats. I think I need a nudge because I don't see anything that's jumping out at me anymore. If it's thing I already said, then I forgot. But if anyone has anything they want to throw at me. The nudge is also a clock. The nudge is a clock. Was I wrong in my assumption? I mean, the whole point is that we're saying that this was earlier. Wait, but then he was at the tomb at 2? And then left and then came back? Why was he there at 2? Time heist? Maybe he's time heisting. But is that this? Is that... Wait. How do I have to... Is it the dog bark with saying the time it was? How do I... If that is the point. I was just like, I don't know that he heard... I guess the point was he heard the dog barking, and then, you know, I'm just like, oh, okay, I got, all right, around 3.
Objection!
But he heard a dog, therefore it was 2 o'clock. Is kind of stupid. Is that not it? What is it? What? Okay, what do they want? What do they want? Oh, God, what? Source of the thing. That's itself. The dog could be any dog. Then I need something more explicit of a hint then, because I'm stumped then. It's the firecracker, not the dog? The explosion noise? Most people don't have a chat, and that's true. So I just go online, or just, I'm the right line, wrong sound. So the time being the explosion, maybe? But then he did that again later for us. So I also don't think this seems very flimsy. But I'll try this.
Objection!
I don't love it, but okay. Your benevolence, there's a glaring problem with this insight. He had more than one, whatever. You stated the murder happened at around 3 p.m., which is right around the time my client arrived on the scene. If he only had one and then he used it and he was like, I'm out, then I'd be like, okay, that makes more sense, but whatever. That says later demo was after Inga's death. But just because he could have easily been running around the bazaar being a nuisance, right? It's fine. However, now that we know what the source of the loud bang is, your insight conflicts with a certain piece of evidence. A dog barking could have happened at any time. It's whatever. I suppose I have to ask the obvious. What evidence conflicts with the claim the murder occurred at 3?
Take that!
Okay. My goal is to bluff. Yeah, but sometimes the bluffing coincides with, wait, I'm not bluffing. I was bluffing to say there's another thing. And then you look and you're like, wait, actually there is something? This just feels like I'm actually bluffing in the game. So that's why it's just... I'll be your guide's statement again. Because to summarize what he said, at around 2 p.m., Shadow was surprised by a firecracker and ran into the palace courtyard. Around 2 p.m.? That's right. 2 p.m., not 3 p.m. But then that contradicts with the autopsy report. Are you suggesting? I think you know where I'm going with this. That's his laugh, the cry of the warbod, and the bang of the firecracker were all heard right before Minister Inga's death. Thanks to all these statements, we can put a definitive timestamp on all of these sounds. Guess, therefore, what this vision shows is that it's extremely likely the deceased's final moments were at 2 rather than 3 as we have originally thought. Dare I ask? It means the murder took place a full hour before Dirk entered the tomb. Polkunka! Pulling phones timestamps for calls. There's just no way to know. How can this be? Are you saying that I, the very personification of the law, have been mistaken? Oh, oof, ouch. Now you see why justice will always prevail. Polkunk shit! It's okay, they'll grow back, Jan. She's gluing new ones back on right now. Peace, I say. Now then, defense. I must remind you the figure of the accused was clearly shown in the vision. In the vision! How do you explain that? I wouldn't say it was clearly shown. After all, the figure didn't actually have a face. You are absolutely right. Without a face, we can't be certain of who it was. Furthermore, need I remind you that if the vision is from 2 p.m., Dirk was still with me and Mr. Wright. Which means this faceless figure couldn't possibly be him. So then what are we to make of this 1 hour difference? She's channeling someone else's fingernails. 2 o'clock, that's when... my mother was performing the rite of channeling. Ooh, that part of the song is good. The palace guards had all been reassigned to guard the channeling chamber for the rite. Don't tell me. The royal residence, it would have been virtually unguarded. Which means the real killer could have easily slipped in unseen into Amara's tomb. Defense, are you saying that this is someone disguised as the accused? That's exactly what I believe, Your Majesty.
Preposterous. Disguises cannot deceive the memories of the dead. That the face did not appear this time is mere happenstance. Had it appeared, such subterfuge would have been clear as day. He's got a point there. Anyone who knows about the divination seance would have tried to hide their face. Nevertheless, our killer openly appeared before Inga. The question is, why? Chat already helped me figure this out. Apollo! Maybe the killer could afford to be so bold because they knew their face wouldn't show up in the seance vision. Right? It's possible the killer dared to dress in Dirk's clothes and stand square in front of Inga, precisely because they knew that they could get away with it. But how could anyone be so sure of something like that? A long time ago, I heard of a cognitive disorder that impairs a person's ability to distinguish between different faces. What if Inga had it? Then are you saying that this is literally how Inga saw the world? Yep, we can't normally see through the eyes of others, but in this case, we can. And if he had that disorder, I imagine this is how faces appeared to him in life. Okay, let's say that the killer knew that Inga had such a disorder. They could definitely use it to pin the crime on Dirk. I watched an episode of House MD, but if you're wondering about how to prove that Inga had it, you already have what you need. Really. Well, defense, do you have anything to show to this court? Yes, I believe so. Prosopagnosia. More like seeing Nero's face as a monkey face. They're a different species and all look the same. Different video game. It's not like literally a blank face. Frankly, I have no idea what Mr. Wright means, but I'll look at the evidence over again. That explains why the face of the English killer is absent. This. Yes.
Take that!
Medical malpractice to show. A notepad? Yes, it was found in Minister Inga's room, and it holds the answer we're looking for. Purple hat. As you can see, it's filled with detailed notes on various individuals. What kind of clothes they wear, hairstyles, and other discerning physical characteristics. It's a good thing everyone always wears the same outfit in this world. It's convenient. And this is connected to the faceless nature of the killer. How? The vision we saw was exactly what Minister Inga saw with his own eyes. It is he who saw his killer as a person without a face. In fact, this is how he normally saw everyone around him. What's this? I believe Minister Inga had a disorder that prevented him from recognizing faces. It would explain the faceless being, and why he needed a notepad full of people's physical characteristics. Now that I think about it, my father was always terrible at remembering people. By simply changing my hairstyle, he would fail to recognize even me. Your Eminence, you knew that your husband had such a disorder, didn't you? He never wished for it to become public knowledge, but I suppose there's no use in keeping quiet about it now. It is as you say. My late husband had a special disorder that hindered his ability to recognize faces. The medical term for it is prosopagnosia. I'm probably not pronouncing that right. So Mr. Wright was right. The memories of those afflicted with such disorders in life do appear strange at times. There is precedent for this. So the killer likely knew about the disorder and used it to their advantage. You can see faces are considering the Holy Mother. Yeah. Everyone's the Holy Mother. So there's someone who is both knowledgeable about the divination seance and aware of Inga's affliction. Your Eminence, who knew about your husband's condition? A small number of servants who tended to his needs. And me. Surely you're not about to insinuate that I committed this crime? Yes. Oh no, Your Eminence. Still, could she have done it? Karan has an alibi, remember? Right. She's conducting the rite of channeling at 2 p.m. In that case, do we know for instance... In fact, this seems more and more plausible to me now that I think about it. Although I have more questions it doesn't answer. Albie, the child, saw her perform the channeling rite and went, oh man, she transformed before my eyes, let me take a picture. And then the picture just seems to show Garan. So it would stand to reason that a commoner would not necessarily know the face of the queen. That's not outside the realm of possibility. He's also a child. And someone else was channeling. And channeled someone who just happens to look like Garan. And then her alibi falls apart. But there's a lot of holes in that theory. Your Eminence, does Naina know about Minister Inga's disorder?
Of course she does. She is our head servant.
The child.
So as head servant, she knew about Minister Inga's condition. They had pictures of the Queen up in houses. You're right. Yeah. The enemies did have a picture of her on the wall. So never mind. I don't know. But then why would he be like, oh my god, she transformed. Here's a picture for normal. So there's still something. And as the princess's personal attendant, she is familiar with the divination seance. I'm just trying to metagame the game and go, why did they give me a picture of her doing the right? It's gotta be important for something. She's familiar with the seance. If these two facts together don't make her a possible suspect, I don't know what would. Just transform back. But then again, why take a picture? You witless lawyer, how quick you are to forget the facts. Facts like, when Inga was last seen alive, you claim he was slain at 2, yet that is impossible. Farefa saw him at 2:30. Maybe she also has face blindness, and the murderer grabbed his clothes and then ran around. We did forget about that. I mean, yeah, it did a bit. No, there must be some mistake. So you see, the murder could only have happened at 3 p.m. The hour Zerk entered the tomb. There is no other answer to this puzzle.
Why don't we ever get to make up answers like Iran makes up laws? Hey, for the soup.
It's soothing my bones. Guess it's back to square one. Is it? Where did we go wrong? I don't think we're the problem. We just seem to be short one piece of the puzzle. Our deductions so far explain everything to a T. Everything except for Inga's sighting at 2:30. I see. Without that final puzzle piece, all of our deductions fall apart. If Inga's sighting is the only anomaly, we'll just have to find a way to make it fit into the bigger picture. Think outside the box then, right? Let's see. It would be impossible to see Inga walking around after he'd been killed, but if there was a way to make people think he was alive even though he was dead.
Yo ho ho!
Thank you, Weeb. Like a way to make people witness the living dead. Oh, I didn't consider that. Oh. Sounds like some kind of TV show. Things like that don't happen in real life. Unless... Oh. Apollo? Did you just... I had a thought. I figured it out. I know how to make people witness the living dead. Your Majesty, our deductions weren't wrong after all. Despite Minister Inga being murdered at 2 p.m., he was seen heading into the tomb at 2:30, and I'll tell you how.
I certainly hope you will, because I have no idea what you're talking about.
I never do either. The Minister Inga Benevolent saw was, in fact, someone channeling him. They were channeling. But more likely than that, it was a ghost or clone. Or perhaps the rare and elusive Glown. Or a clost. Maybe it was a ghost. Or even a clone. Your Majesty, I fear the poor lawyer must be feeling ill in his tiny horned head. We should summon an ambulance before it's too late. Can she channel a dead ambulance and then bring me back? Agreed, your benevolence. One of these days is gonna be a clone. Can anyone take a joke in this country? It was a joke, was it? For shame. You had me truly worried there for a moment. I'm fine. I'm done joking around. And I'll prove it. It was someone disguised as him. But I saw his face. I have no doubt that it was my father. Then, maybe you have that facial recognition disorder too? That's utter hogwash, Hornhead. Why don't you prove it then? Would you still recognize me without these horns? That look you make when trying to dig yourself out of a hole with such nonsense. It is forever etched into my brain. I couldn't forget that imbecilic visage if I wanted to. If you don't believe me, how about I yank those horns off your head? Then we'll see. No, thanks. I'm kind of attached to them. That's where his brain is. It's like part of his brain sticks out through there. Okay, on to the next idea. It was the deceased being channeled. It's the only way a man who was already dead could have been seen by her benevolence.
Channel, you say?
That's right. And there are only 2 people capable of spirit channeling here in Kura'in. Her Eminence, Queen Garan, and Maya Fey did it. She's guilty, Your Honor. It's gotta be Maya. It's possible that one of them was channeling the minister. It would seem that you're ever bent on making me party to this crime. His cordyceps. This is cordyceps. Prosecutor, what I was doing at 2:30 p.m., what was I doing at 2:30? The time at which my husband was seen? Eminence? I believe you had completed the channeling rite and were having tea with the king of the neighboring realm. There would have been many attendants there, too. Now, Yuta has to keep up with her schedule, too. What doesn't she make him do? And that leaves only Maya. Yeah, it does. Thank you for the hydrant. Maybe someone was forcing her to use her power toward nefarious ends. The real killer could have been threatening her. Now Yuta being forced to be her Maya? That cannot be! So then Inga's scream, that was probably from when he woke up from being called back to this world. After all, that's when the flow of time would have picked up back up for him after he died. I think Maya's been behind it all, in every single game. The actual big bad villain. The Minister Inga probably leapt to his feet thinking he just had a nightmare. Then realizing it was almost time for the hostage exchange, he raced off to Amara's tomb, not even realizing he was already dead. What about his clothes, though? Then, her benevolence really did see a dead man running. They'll never catch me, she says behind bars. Using the sacred power of spirit channeling to commit a crime? How can this be? The defense calls Miss Maya Fey to the stand. Well, Your Eminence, will you allow a new witness? It matters not. Either way, this lawyer shall soon know the truth. He will know just how much of an imbecile he is in the face of my infallible arguments. Insult me all you want, witch, but you'll be eating those words when I expose the truth. Very well, let us adjourn until the next witness is ready. She's still getting her burger transfusion, so she needs time. Okay, thank God. I was like, if they just go straight into this, I'll just have to cut it there, but it's getting late. We'll pick this back up next time. Next time, Gadget. Next time. Yes. Good. Case 5, part 2 out of 20. Nice. It's always Maya. You got everything turns back to Maya. There's so much to see, so many crimes we haven't even committed yet. Or seen happen. We've yet to have a judge murdered in front of us, and then we're accused of it. So, there's plenty of time. And there's DLC, yeah. So even if the rest of this case is less than one stream's worth, which I kind of doubt. Maybe. We still have another case to get into. Joker Ram, thanks for 63 months. Ryan Mouse, thanks for 100 bits. Squeaks, thanks for 33 bits. Necro Queen Artemis, thanks for 39 months. Ozzo, thanks for 50 bits. This game has the special game over, yeah, which I don't know if we've gotten to that yet. Evil Conquer with the sub. Kid Loons with 30 months. Here's my rent. Haley Hossam, thanks for 100 bits. Psycho Hexane, thanks for 38 months. Celebrating new PC. WB Soul, thanks for 62 months. Toasted Posey with 100 bits. Mr. Tensei, thanks for 4.5 years. Start 100 bits. Smash Matt with 69 bits. Squeaks with 21 bits. An orgy of evidence? Smash Man, thanks for 83 bits. I thought Shadow the Hedgehog was in this game. He is. He's helping us with the crimes. C Deity, thanks for 50 bits. He's not wearing a cravat, it's a jabot. They call it a cravat incorrectly. Zekro, thanks again for the hammy. Technical TV, thanks for the prime. Zaid with the raid. Sorry, Technol TV. Azumaji, the 50 bits. You should make a yearbook photo meme of Larry and Dats labeled Larry and the cooler Larry. It's more like Dumb and Dumberer than Larry and Cool Larry. They both suck. Thank you. Ozul. Are we sure that she's not Venom? Still hasn't been if anything, it's been more proven. Public key reveal parties for 34 months. Twitch just let me know that my sub renewed after watching since the start of stream. Nice. Bean Age Dream, thanks for the prime. Ozul, thanks for 50 bits. How do you feel these later two games go? Stopping an international spy and dealing with a violent revolution feels a bit beyond the scope where we were in the first 4 games. It is, and it's ridiculous, and I understand why people don't like it. I don't mind it. I think it's fun. If it was, you don't have to raise the stakes from game to game, but you have to do something. And it happened with Professor Layton as well. You know, the first game is, oh, this whole village is a mystery, and we're figuring it out. And then by the final game, which was a prequel, which makes it even more absurd, you have this, like, to avoid spoilers, I won't get into details, but just like, the stakes of Layton 6 is like, what the fuck? Like, watch the final cutscenes of the game, you're like, how the fuck is this And then to go from there into the beginning of Curious Village is the most like, how this is so mismatched. So it's like kind of inevitable. It's more about what they do with the premise. And making the stakes be this high is absurd, but it's fun. I don't really care. I'm sure I could get mad about it if I wanted to, but I'd rather just turn off my brain and have fun with it. And there's still fun character moments where it's not like, there are times where it feels like it's approaching self-parody. Like some of the pun names are no longer even puns. It's just his name is Peace, Love, and Understanding. Like it's stupid, but it makes me laugh. So like, fuck, it works. I don't know. It's fun. A last-minute meme? Yeah. As I finish getting caught up. Raising Stakes has been done worse. Exactly. I've seen it worse, and there's been highs and lows in this game, but I've been enjoying it. Full level wackiness. I don't know. It looks pretty silly already from what I've seen. Oswald, thanks for 50 years. After 1,000 years, I'm finally free. It's time to conquer Crane. Squeaks, thanks for 600 bits. On one hand, the queen is absolutely evil. On the other hand, damn if her new outfit isn't slaying. Getting some real Cloud of Darkness vibes from her. Sam Barino, thanks for 25 months. You've been found guilty of being awesome, and that means death. Tom Fuller, thanks for 10 bits. Press the 245 statement. We did. Thank you. Cammy, thanks for the raid. Tom Fuller. There's enough past life I can make that joke. Stop it. Gamer Dylan, thanks for 83 months. Great. Thank you, Wamos. Azumaji, thanks for 50 bits. At first, he didn't recognize Phoenix in Case 3, and then when Phoenix reintroduced himself, he's like, oh, right, blue suit, spiky hair. I'll have to go back and look at that scene, because I don't remember it striking me as being odd. But I think that's just good writing, where they didn't just pull it out of thin air. They planted the seed in an organic way, and then expounded on it in the future. So, yeah. Thank you. Also, Polar Bear with 59 months at a 2-2. Only 10 months away. Limestones, thanks for the soup and the nice. It's always Maya. Always has been. There's no escape. These people not respecting Phoenix. That too. I'm used to them just kind of treating him like shit. So yeah, it fits his character. It's well done. It's good. All right, I gotta wrap up. It's late. I hunger for dinner. I must go. My people need me. And by my people, I mean me not thinking about this case for a day and a half. Who am I gonna throw you to? Who am I gonna throw you to? I'm indecisive. Let's have a dither raid. Hungry for a burg. All right. Let's go raid dither. Dither's playing some Minecraft. Yeah, sounds fun. Thanks for hanging. Thanks for watching. Hope you're enjoying Case 5. I know chat said it was a doozy, but also, my god. It is a doozy. Thanks again. I'll be back on Thursday. On the day of Thor. What message? Oh god. Is smiling still banned, Weeb, or did we unban smiling? That doesn't have to be the raid message. I just don't know. Okay, it's back. Thank you, Weeb. It's only gonna get doozier. The dooziest. I feel like there were a couple of things that came up earlier that would make for good raid messages, and now I can't remember any of them. It was hell for the auto mode. Appreciate it. Yeah, Dragon never yields. There you go. And you can smile with it, too. Thanks for hanging. Thanks for watching. Thanks for chatting. Thanks for yelling at me. And thanks for shit posting. And all that. Appreciate it. Hope you're enjoying. I'm having fun. We're approaching the end of this stupid game. I'm excited. And just from the thumbnail for the special episode, it seems like the stakes might be a little bit lighter, hopefully. We'll see. I'm not gonna spoil myself, so we'll see. We'll find out. I'm gonna send out the raid. Thanks for hanging. Get the fuck out of here. I am done with stream. Get out of here. I'm sending the raid with my magical hands. I'm not touching my mouse. Nothing up my sleeves. Poof. There goes the raid. It's magic. Thanks for watching, VOD watchers. I hope you're enjoying Spirit of Justice. I'm gonna go lie face down on the ground. Have a good one. Goodbye. Get that brush out of here. Stop it.